What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Halo Championship Series Raleigh event here in North Carolina. I, of course, am Golden Boy, and this looks like my whole thing my whole lower third just got adjusted there. But who cares about me? What I care about is the one and only Tony. I'm joined here, the Dapper Yapper himself. How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I mean, day 1 was already absolutely amazing. Day 2 is electrifying. The energy in this room is crazy.
Yeah, it was awesome to see how everything kind of just came together, right? A celebration and a culmination, of course, of our passion and love for Halo Esports, and it's only going to continue onward here. And look, to address the elephant in the room, yes, there were some bumps along the way yesterday, quite a few. It was like kind of like a hilly mountain pass. But the good news is we are, looking forward. We're being positive, and we're looking forward to the future. We had some great matches yesterday, and the groups, man, like pool play, Tony, did not disappoint at all. I mean, every game brought us something different. It's almost as if like it's the closest competition that we've seen in Halo yet.
It really is. We stayed a lot with Pool D, that pool of death. And
lived
now
up to the name.
Things a little bit. We have eUnited and Quadrant actually in the same pool, and they're undefeated. Pool A actually, it's just everything is not. I had my power rankings on paper.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I threw the paper out the window.
The paper's gone.
It's gone.
He shredded it.
I shredded it. I tore it up because nothing makes sense anymore. Left is right, up is down, and it's been so fun to watch.
That's right, man. Well, let's take a look at the pools and what we saw, because Optic Gaming obviously looking pretty solid in Pool A. Chiefs have been a big surprise there as well. Very excited to see how the Chiefs team has been playing on Pool B. It's crazy to think that like Na'Vi could have potentially been a 3-0 here if things had gone the way that I hope that, or I'm sure they would have wanted it to go. Then obviously we have Pool D. Cloud9's looking dominant, Tony. They're looking unstoppable.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
They're the number 2 seed for a reason. And then moving on to Pool C, though, I mean, this was interesting to me. Oxygen Esports, they got 3-0'd by Quadrant.
Yeah.
They go up against eUnited, which on paper, eUnited is one of the best teams that we have in North America. They take them to Game 5, and they're 1 or 2 mistakes from coming out with the win. Just imagine if Oxygen Esports would have came up on top against a team like eUnited. Mind you, Spartan and Switch live together. That'd have been really interesting if them going back home. I'm going to tell you, there would have been a little argument there.
I didn't know that they actually lived together. That's hilarious. So yeah, that would have been an awkward cab ride home. But I think for Quadrant, this is everyone has been talking about Ascend, everyone's been talking about Na'Vi, but everyone's been forgetting about Quadrant. I mean, this is a European team. OEX is what they went by in Europe, and SLG, the French team, right? There's a lot of talent coming out of France, and I think it's safe to say that Quadrant have clearly proven themselves to be a force to be reckoned with here. Now we'll see what happens though, because eUnited had a day to rest. This obviously is a different situation than what we've previously seen, because if we're being honest, right, the way that yesterday went, we ended things a little earlier so that this way we can sort some things here within the on the back end. And eUnited and Quadrant, had they played, actually would have felt really good about Quadrant's chances in that. But now that they have had a day to rest, I'm a little worried about how Quadrant's going to perform, in eUnited getting that time to go over film for sure. But here's the map layout and where we're going to be heading to, and we're starting things off, Tony, with Oddball Recharge.
I love me some Oddball in this game. A lot of changes going from Halo 5 and Halo 3 into Halo Infinite. You have the best 2 out of 3 rounds, and it's going to be exciting. On Recharge, you have that sword. You have that grapple. You have the repulsor. All the resources that you need. Now it's all about execution.
Yeah, well, our first game, Recharge Oddball. You saw right there, too, live fire Slayer for game 2 there. Who knows, right, what could end up happening with this? But one thing I know for certain is that we are in for a banger of a match. And here we go. We're starting things off. Who better than Spartan?
Spartan now going to make his way right over towards top goal, but it looks like he's going to have some resistance. Gets the melee. Oh, gets the trade. Multiple going down. It looks like eUnited going to get a little bit of advantage on this one.
Yeah, actually, this is a real strong start for eUnited, and wisely enough for Quadrant to try and grab the ball there, but the start from eUnited is exactly what you want to see. You got Mangler, you have ball in top yellow, you got support as well on the Whirlpool side in tower. This is a good setup here thus far. We'll see how they play around with this.
But be careful. Now you actually have 2 players making their way over towards the attic side of the map while also collapsing on the C side. So if if Quadrant can get these slays, they can easily grab this ball and gain control. But as I say that, SLG now going to take down Nick right off the screen, and Spartan equalizing the situation. We're back to a little bit of a 3v3.
Yeah, this is where you're going to be looking to see Spartan and them try their best to rotate this ball. But I'm actually really curious what Nurix is going to be doing here. Ball has been played in the middle. It's kind of like a soft play ball. They grab this and bring this all the way back over to the tower. They got support. There was really nothing left that eUnited can do there. They scraped up a decent amount of time. But now let's see the defense of Quadrant here.
Chick actually going to go all the way down to one shot. Luckily, he was able to play his life. Meanwhile, Fragger is fragging out, taking down Nick with a beautiful, perfect kill. And now we're going to see how Quadrant can hold on to this setup. They have to obviously grab the ball and put it in hands, but the pieces are there. They got to put it together.
This is actually a really good play from SLG. The disengage, recognizing that that was not going to be a winnable fight. But this is where, oh, what a nade there. But this is where the collapse from eUnited needs to be coordinated. But if you're Quadrant, the defense is going to be so important here, and so far, so good.
And mind you, that camouflage is coming up in about 10 seconds. So now with this setup here, they're going to have to rotate over and grab that camouflage here. SLG going right in for the challenge, but ends up being put in the dirt. Back-to-back kills coming out of Spartan and Rain.
This is actually a really dangerous spot for Quadrant to be in here, because now that, you know, they've lost out on camo, and I believe they lost out on it a second time. And Spartan can kind of just run roughshod, do whatever he wants to do here. I kind of want to see them get away from this area, though. I'm not the biggest fan of the elevator hold, but because they have camo, they can allow Spartan to be able to move around the way that he wants. And that is exactly what he's doing. With the camo and Mangler, he's going to be taking up some heads.
Sneaking right behind enemy line. Nobody has any idea where he is. Ends up
So
getting
good.
the assist. Rain coming out with the cleanup. Ends up getting the cross-map shots. Beautiful slays coming out of eUnited. The coordination is looking great. And mind you, what, the game's been out for, 4 weeks? And you're already seeing this setup being locked in by eUnited.
Oh, this is actually scary. So the reason why I wanted to see maybe some movement away from elevator was because they needed to have a body positioned over here at top yellow and glass, and they have that, right? But they have the support. We have to see how Quadrant's going to try and force their way out of this. Winning some key engagements, that's going to be everything. But just as I say that, 4 down right away. eUnited, they're firing on all cylinders. Rain and Spartan are pretty much fragging out.
They really are. Actually, Rain has only died 1 time in this entire game. Meanwhile, SLG was able to get himself a sword, so watch out. If anybody can open up this map, it's going to be him. Beautiful flank coming in. Frag going to be awarded a kill for that one. Gets the first one in Swan. He's going to be taken down, but great damage coming out of Quadrant.
All right, Quadrant. They got to rally the troops here. Now, the difference between this and in previous Halos is you have those rounds. You have to reset after each round of oddball. So you're not really going to see that snowball progress. It's more just about getting the points rather than it's going to be about, you know, trying to get the perfect setup and try and hold them for as long as possible. So in this particular instance, Quadrant, they have a lot of work ahead of them, but it's very doable for them to try and climb their way back into this game. They have the time to do so. They just need the positioning.
Love the movement coming out of Nurix, blocking all those lines of sight. And now Fragger immediately dropping the ball, using it as bait right there, going in with the sword. That's what I like to see. Let me tell you, the sword is my favorite weapon in this game, mainly because I can't shoot.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're preaching in a choir, buddy. That's me all the time. But look at this rotation that we're seeing out of Quadrant. What they did was they played ball over toward Whirlpool. They got themselves camo, which is now going to give them the freedom to be able to command the map, and they're going to take this away from them. But the camo player needs to be effective here. If the camo gets wiped out, you get 1 kill out of it, but man, I would have liked to have seen like kind of what Spartan did, but that's where Fragger picks up the pieces. So far, so good.
Nurix getting a beautiful stick. Frag going to follow it up with another kill. Multiple going down for eUnited. The setup is locked in from the boys in blue. It's 61-48 going in favor of eUnited, but Quadrant are making a run.
Well, this is now going to be where eUnited makes the push happen, right? Sure, you know, Chick's got himself the sword, but he's not going to be in a position to be effective with that, and SLG is fighting the entirety of eUnited, so it wasn't really much he could do in that. At the very least, they were able to gain a decent amount of points. They were down to like 6 or 7 at one point, and they climbed all the way back up to 55, so they're still very much in this first round of this match.
You know, let me tell you, there's been so much excitement. It's been a roller coaster of emotions. This is only round 1 of game 1, by the way. I'm on the edge of my seat at the moment here as shots starting to ring out for Rain. He has a player right behind him, going in for the bait and switch, putting in the damage. Sadly, he's going to be taken down, hitting the black screen, but still, 11 kills coming out of both Rain and Spartan.
You know, I have to say, that was an interesting situation there, the transition from Yellow, when Spartan came up and his teammate actually went down. Because there's no player collision, you can actually hug the wall. You don't have to worry about wrapping around your teammate in those instances, so you can play tighter angles and tighter like routes. I really like how the players are taking advantage of the kind of new elements that have been introduced. But this right here, this is a good setup for Quadrant. If they can continue to hold this round will be dangerous for eUnited to come back here. And Chick, massive kill there as well.
And you know, as you kind of alluded to before, you weren't a fan of this Addict setup. And to be honest, I noticed a lot of these pro teams, for example, like eUnited, love to set up over toward the A side, but Quadrant are nice and tight here. Oh! Beautiful repulsor, putting that player down. Beautiful double kill coming out of Chick. This man is really going off. 2 down going eUnited. Quadrant
That's the round. That's the round. I mean, just like that, Quadrant managed to come back here, Tony. That was crazy. They were getting out-fragged out the wazoo, and they find a way to climb back in. That Yellow setup was perfect.
You talked about it. They were so nice and tight with each other. They were within elbows length of each other. The moment they came in, beautiful kills coming in, taking down that player. Now we're going to switch on board now with Spartan. Excuse me, now SLG going in for the challenge on Spartan over toward the battery side, but Spartan going to win that one.
See, the problem there was like in the first game was that Quadrant gave eUnited too much space. The fact that Quadrant started this one off, got very aggressive and in their face, and did not allow them to have any kind of space to get that camouflage out of the break, just goes to show that this team is adapting on the fly.
And Quadrant going forward down is not going to be looking good. Once again, eUnited now set up over towards the A side of the map. Rain getting a big kill on Nurek. This is going to be trading off kill.
Oh, good angle.
Ryanu has some kind of angle where he's blocking every line of sight without and still putting down massive amounts of damage. That's a beautiful kill coming out of Ryanu, and Rain was able to get away with the camouflage.
You know what's crazy? I actually didn't even think about shooting through the steps like that. That's something it never occurred to me. Because when I see steps, I'm like, oh yeah, the bullets aren't going to go through there. But the thing is any amount of damage that you can put in for your teammate to get that slight upper hand, that's big. And another thing that Rain did there was so sick. He actually just shot the nades and pushed back the player that was trying to challenge in the secret. That, again, just the little things that this team does, that eUnited does, that all of our pro teams do. It's so cool to watch.
Ryanu going into the challenge against 2 players. I'm not that good at math, but a 1v2 situation doesn't sound good for eUnited. 3 down going eUnited. Remember, this kind of happened before. The boys in red, they start off with a big run. Quadrant are coming back.
That's the problem, man. eUnited, they get a hot start, and then Quadrant, they never lose their composure. Camo's going to be up in less than 20 seconds here. The calls have been made. You got 3 players that are going to be circling around Hydro here. Actually, one's going to be in Tower, and 2 more coming to Hydro, too. This is actually a great play for eUnited, and I kind of feel like Quadrant made a bad call there, bringing the ball to Tower. Whirlpool would have been a better option, but they clearly weren't confident to take it that route.
Let's see how they turn things around here. On board now with Chick. Holding down the bottom of that. Nobody able to spot him just yet. He's actually going to get himself a free camouflage, popping that immediately, electing not to save it. Now going in for the challenge on Ryanu. Ends up getting the kill, but he trades off. You're right. He had to live right there. Wasn't able to do it.
But you know, though, I was going to say, had we ended up seeing the kill come through there, at the very least, Nurex manages to secure that one and get the ball back. But, you know, I think it's all right. You know, it's okay if you don't necessarily get to do a lot with camo, because all that means is that you prevented the enemy team from being able to use camo effectively. We also had an awesome splode to bring the sword over to you. That, of course, is a mechanic reintroduced in Halo 5 and brought back here for Halo Infinite. It's something that is a big part of Halo for such a long time. But now they're looking for this elevator setup once again, and eUnited really do like this, but Quadrant have to figure out a way to break it.
Yeah, Ryanu was set up beautifully. And meanwhile, Rain kind of overextended, working on the spawn. Just puts down a couple of shots, but it sadly is going to be taken down. Ryanu still having the sword in hand, hits him with a knick-knack paddywhack, takes that player down. Chick able to get a double kill, though, and back on top is Quadrant, still having that ace setup locked down.
You said knick-knack paddywhack, but unfortunately Quadrant were the ones that were giving, that got the bone there. You know what I mean? They were giving it because they got 4 down on that play. That was an incredible break from Quadrant. That could have easily had been gone poorly for them. But you know what? The French squad managed to find a way to rally back. And what a nade from SLG. The way that he has just improved as a player in all aspects of his gameplay, but also just as a person too. Had a chance to talk to him. He's been working on his English. He really wants to come out to the States more often, participate in more competitions, and I think if Quadrant's playing like this, they're proving that they certainly belong right here.
Quadrant now having the sword in hand, trying to get behind enemy line. Sadly, he's going to be shut down. Another 2 players going down for the boys in blue. Meanwhile, Rain actually electing to play the ball, gets him a triple kill. Rain is going off.
Unbelievable plays there by Rain, by eUnited. They're so close to winning this one out. His shot has been crispy today. Granted, he ended up losing that fight, but he's got 13 kills in this round alone. And in the last game, he was on fire too. Just look at that nade placement as well from Ryanoob. Hadn't really talked much about him today, but I have no doubt in my mind in this next round, he's going to play a factor. eUnited managed to go up 1-1.
Both of these teams are undefeated going into this pool play matchup, and now we're going into round number 3 on Oddball. So many implications with this game. So I'm just taking control of the series here as Nick gonna put some excellent shots on Nirix, forcing him to back down, but I believe he was able to get away with the camouflage.
That's massive. He does die though, finally, but a good call on your part, Tony, to recognize that that was Nirix who went for it. And I think eUnited, right, they did everything that they needed to do. Big win there for Rain as well, is probably gonna help them to get spawns, at least in the long haul. So the support's going to be coming. Ball still not grabbed, no points on the board, but that just goes to show you how closely contested these 2 squads are.
Switching gears over towards Chick, having the Mangler in his hands. This is a close-range combat weapon, and he has no idea. Oh, let's go! That's going to be a beautiful back-to-back coming in, able to take down Nick. But meanwhile, Spartan and Ryan are getting back-to-back kills on the kill feed. So big kill out of Quadrant, but eUnited are still winning most of the individual gunfights, giving them control.
Rain is not missing a single shot. He is on fire. It has been so impressive to watch his progress as a player from when I got to first see him in Halo 5 to now. He's only gotten better. He's like a fine wine. And same thing for Spartan as well. He's a player who's been in this for such a long time. So to see him here along with this squad again, playing the way that they're playing, you love to see it. But Quadrant, though, they're not making this one easy, not by any stretch of the imagination. No ball's been picked up yet, so we're still very much where we were just a little while ago.
Rain, I talked about that underrated player, but he is finally going to be shut down. Quadrant now having a 3v2 situation. I talk about it all the time. If you're in a 4v4 situation, you cannot be the first player to go down. You can't give the enemy team any advantages.
So Nirix is trying to take this ball away, but he's going to be running into the loving hands of Ryanoob. 3 players as well by Pipes. Ball's going to be out by Whirlpool. You got a lot of activity out there as well. Good spawn advantage for Quadrant too. This is where I'm really going to look for Rain to be the playmaker here. He's got a Mangler. He's low side. That's going to cause people to turn and pay attention to him, just as you're seeing right here. And that's pulling attention away from Whirlpool. But just like that, man, you end up seeing a great play, great execution, but even better there from Nirix, stopping the camel. Everything was going right. That was wild. He used to grapple shot, get shut down immediately. Tony, these players are using the sandbox to its fullest potential.
They really are. Ryan is doing a great job of grappling that camouflage to himself. Sadly, he's going to be iced out here. Fragger now going in for the challenge on Ryan. That's not the player you want to challenge. Trust me, I've been there. I've done that. I didn't come out okay.
You know what, though? In that particular instance, right, the ball was in play, but I never felt like eUnited were in a dangerous spot because they knew that they had someone in the back line, someone on the flank to try and handle the business that needed to be done. The issue is that you're not getting a lot of time with this ball because the moment you get set up, and the way the Halo Infinite is such a fast-paced game, you don't really get those moments. So you kind of have to scrape as much time as you can. 2 down now for eUnited. Let's see if Quadrant can play through this advantage.
31-15 lead, win in favor of eUnited, but obviously Quadrant still within striking distance, and that's going to be a killing frenzy out of Spartan the dog. His bite is louder than his bark, I promise you.
Wait a minute, he's 10-2. So that's wild.
Just in this overtime, yeah, just in this round.
He's 10-2 just in this round, and he managed to pull off a killing frenzy. It's just wild that Spartan kind of hit a second, third gear in this fight, and it's so close. No one has really gotten control, but now we're going to see this Hydro hold here and a great bait and switch challenge by Quadrant. We'll see how they're going to play around with this because they also will have Sword here too to help them out.
Shock Rifle going in for the no-scope, able to get the cleanup with the BR, taking down Rain. That's going to be a big kill. They're still holding on to this ball. He goes in for the challenge, getting a little too froggy. You're going to leap your way onto the black screen, buddy.
So look for SLG to play that ball when he feels like he's in a dangerous spot. But are they going to be in a position to regain the ball, right? That's what you're always looking for. And in this Hydro area, you don't really have the angles to get back up to the top of the map, given where the ball spawns in batteries. So that is going to be more of an advantage for eUnited, but Quadrant do have a slight lead.
As they do, it's actually 45-38 8 right now. Meanwhile, Ryan getting a big kill on Fragger, and nades are starting to fly off, but he's able to stay alive. That ball now going to move over towards the A side of the map. Ryan holding things down. He knows that the rotation could come from Whirlpool, and he's ready for it. Meanwhile, Spartan utilizing the Pulsar. That's going to be a big kill with eUnited. Every time there's a big frag that comes on the board, it's usually the boys in red. 3 down, go Quadrant.
It's the fact that he manages to stay around there, and I got to give credit to Nurix for managing to get through and cut through all the noise, but Spartan causing problems on the Whirlpool side of the map gives eUnited so much freedom to scoop up as much ball time as possible. They're really dominating and coloring the map red here, not allowing Quadrant to get an opening to try and push this ball.
Well, luckily, Nurix off the screen does get a big kill, and if Chick was able to win that 50-50, that would have been huge. Nurix does end up getting a double kill, but his teammates need to step up along with them. He has 11 kills right now, the only player in double digits for his entire squad.
Well, they get that ball, and they're trying to bring it long haul. You're going to get a lot of rolling on that ball, but of course, he's going to go down there, and now this is an opportunity for them to try and gain as many points as possible. But the onus is going to be on Chick here to have to win this tower battle. If he doesn't win it, that is going to provide such an opening for eUnited on the right side of the map.
And hang on here, we're approaching the 4th quarter of this game. Fragger able to take down Ryan Nuke. Every second of ball time is going to matter. They have to scrap things up here. Another 3 down, go eUnited. Quadrant gaining all the advantages. Spartan trying to stay as long as possible, scrapping up that ball time. But Quadrant going to start turning these seconds into minutes. eUnited needs to be careful.
Oh, but look at the positioning on the other side of the map. You got 2 guys coming from long haul and yellow. Ryan Nuke can play spoiler here. He's a sneaky player. He likes to get behind the enemy lines. They have to remove him, and they do just that. They have the sword as well. They have a good setup here. Now let's see what Spartan can do. You also have 1 player all the way in the back by pipes, and this is really going to be trouble for eUnited to try and break this. They're all over the place.
Less than 15 seconds needed for Quadrant here, and they're still winning their individual gunfights. eUnited going to go 2 down, but Quadrant going to answer back. Nick going to try to chase that ball player off the map. At least he gets the ball out of his hands, but it's going to be reset.
Okay, are they going to be in positioning, though? Yes, they are. That was such a great play. They still stayed around that area. They forced eUnited to have to invest every player on Hydro's side of the map so that this way Quadrant can just position themselves to play for the reset here. 2 players go down. Is there an opening for Quadrant to win this one? They're so close, Tony.
That they are, and Nurix is going to be taken down over towards the Whirlpool side of things, giving the advantages all towards eUnited. Spartan just holding it down, baiting the ball, and now going to advance over towards control room.
They have one push Quadrant to try and stop this in its tracks. So actually, I stand corrected. The ball is down, and actually that push is coming into effect here. Fragger, he's having to deal with 2 players from behind, and 2 go down for Quadrant as well. eUnited have to get that ball, but there it is. They're bringing it over to the yellow side of the map. This setup could be dangerous given where the players are positioned. 1 by Hydro, 1 long haul. They have the map covered.
The question is, can they lock down the setup? They need 1 or 2 more rounds of slays and they can come out with the win. Now approaching the 92nd portion of this map, eUnited still holding onto the ball. SLG trying to buy enough time for his teammates, but Spartan gonna get the big, crucial win.
That is gonna do it. eUnited, I mean, look, Quadrant did not make it look easy, did not make it easy for them at all, but eUnited, man, way to clutch up in those moments where things could seemingly go very wrong. I mean, I loved what Quadrant was doing there toward like the near end of that game. The way that they managed to position everyone around the map. They were prepared for the play ball, but the response from eUnited to not allow them to get comfortable to grab the ball right away, perfectly done. eUnited certainly earned that win.
They did, but let me tell you, Quadrant made it tough on them. Quadrant were doing everything that a successful Halo team has to do.
Yeah.
They were waiting for each other. They were playing in 2s. They were baiting and switching. They were winning some of those individual gunfights, but towards the end game when it mattered most, it seemed like eUnited might have just been a little too much for them, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, very clear, right? You know, Spartan put himself in multiple great positions to try and, like, fend off the Quadrant push. Rain looked amazing all throughout that. But let's take a look, though, at the series layout and where we're going to be heading to next, because it's Live Fire Slayer. And honestly, man, with the way that Rain's playing, oh, boy, I am scared. And then we go back to Recharge for Strongholds. And then, if necessary, we'll go to Aquarius CTF. And lastly, we take it to the streets for some Slayer action. Tony, I'm not going to lie, though. We got ourselves a bit of a banger series here. Quadrant has really flown under the radar, I think, in this tournament. And these games that we're seeing from Quadrant are clearly showing that this team, they're neck and neck with the top of North America. This is very, very scary if you're an NA fan.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I feel like I'm an honorary EU member now. I got to actually cast HCS, the EU side qualifiers, and let me tell you, 7 out of the 8 players in the top 2 teams are all French. France is on the map. They may not be household names here in the North American region, but I got to learn firsthand how good these guys are. And I promise you, some of these guys watching at home, they became Quadrant fans. They might have bought some jerseys.
Well, I had a chance to meet SLG and Fragger at Gfinity years ago. And, you know, the hunger, the passion that these guys have to be the best in the game, like, this isn't like an NAEU thing. I honestly don't even think SLG really cares about that. I think they just want to be the best in the game, period. And if they keep playing like that, that will be very, very scary. Quadrant has been so impressive throughout their run. Get to know these names, SLG, Nurix, Chick, as well as Fragger. These guys, they're the real deal, man. They really are.
And one of their specialties, you know, I watched their stream, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't speak French. However, I can tell the
no way, Tony, you're killing me.
I'm sorry, but I love French toast. These guys, their communications on another level. I can tell not only the call-outs coming in, but I can tell they're responding to the call-outs. They're playing for each other. They're all playing unselfish Halo, and in my opinion, that's winning Halo. These guys have what it takes to succeed, and there is no wonder why they're the #2 seed coming out of the EU and shocking some of these teams coming out of NA. Remember, they won 3-0. They won 3-0 against Oxygen, who pushed eUnited to Game 5.
And a lot of people are feeling like Oxygen is one of those teams that, you know, could have a very strong top 8 showing here, given how well that they've been playing, right? A lot of names that not a lot of people are familiar with. I'm certainly not familiar with a lot of them. So knowing that Oxygen was playing that well, but then, you know, Quadrant 3-0s them, and then they take eUnited Oxygen to Game 5, just goes to show that anything is possible in this group. Like, everyone said Pool D, group of death, but I'm going to keep it real, man. Every group has been a group of death.
You're right.
Well, Live Fire Slayer's coming up next here, and let's see what Nurix and company can do to try and bring this one back and tie it up 1-1.
Nurix going for a good starting strat, trying to make his way over towards the pillar side of the map, but the problem is eUnited are way too prepared. They were ready for it. He kind of pushed it by himself, got shut down immediately.
A big scrappy battle happening on the low side for the sniper rifle, as they should. And I love the use of the heat wave there by Ryan. He's the type of player that will try his best to figure out every angle that he can use that heat wave or use guns like that so that he can get the upper hand in those engagements. But we got to see how they try and break out of this. And that was a stick from Chick. The Chicky stick. Love to see it. Very well done. But they got to capitalize off of this here, Tony.
Well, they just put him 3 down right now. Chick is now going to try to advance over towards top mid. Meanwhile, Sparring gets a big kill on Fragger off his screen, but Chick going to answer back, putting him right down. It's actually a 7-6 lead going in favor of the boys in blue. Quadrant can capitalize if they hop on these spawns.
And that actually was a very clear small talk call there that Chick got from SLG. He died over by Garage, and Chick went on the hunt. You can't let Rain have freedom on the left side of the map here. But I wonder how I was going to say, the push is going to have to come from low, given where Quadrant are positioned. But a great response, and Chick is on fire right now.
That's going to be a killing spree earned from Chick, and he's not done yet. SLG, the IGL, able to take down Rain. That's the initial kill, and Chick putting some excellent cross-map shots. He may not have been able to get the kill right there, but forced Sparring to back down.
And Chick getting those shots there on Rain indicates to him no one came around to challenge, so they're all going to be living on the left side of the map. Chick has the freedom to go and push underground so that this way he could try and capitalize on at least 1 or 2 frags. He gets that frag, and that is going to continue to add on to this lead. The way that Quadrant are playing, it's very clear. They're listening to each other, they're taking their time, and they're playing smart Halo.
United well aware where the spawns are coming in. Looks like they have a nice little setup going here, but Nurix was able to get away with the heat wave. Now going to go right over towards top mid, going in for the challenge, but he ends up getting 1 shot melee. 2 down, go to boys in blue, and Ryan going for a challenge of his own. He's going to go down to the back-to-back kills come out of Nurix and SLG. Can they get the camo? No. It's in the hands of King Nick.
Yeah, well, let's see what King Nick can do here, because with this camo play, your footsteps, silence, visuals, it's going to be hard to see. You have to have those camo eyes. And he doesn't really need to do much right now. He's just playing the information game. As if he takes control of mid like this freely, that gives him so much knowledge. Like, okay, there's going to be a player located here. Like, he now knows that all 3 players are going to be by tower, so look for this collapse to come from eUnited.
Penguin camouflage in the hands of it. That's a dangerous combination, but luckily they're able to shut him down before he starts to go off. Great job by Quadrant. Meanwhile, Spartan taking down Nurix. Ryan now going to try to stay alive. Strong siding his way over toward the bottom tower, and he has a heat wave in the back pocket.
That was a great use of camo there, and it is reflected on the scoreboard. They have a substantial lead, and the reason why is because they're controlling those power items, and they weren't just throwing themselves at fights. No, what they were doing was taking advantage of the information that was being gained, because in Slayer, you have these mini objectives. It's not just going to 50 frags. No, it's about controlling the power items and, of course, map positioning, how you get the sniper, how you're able to get possession of weapons like the camo. All that stuff works out so well for them here.
I'm not sure what, I mean, I know it's a little hot in here, but Rain actually elected to go for a little dip in the water there. He didn't have any power weapons. I don't know what he was doing, but he just jumps right off the map there. Not going to be good for eUnited. Meanwhile, Ryan holding down top nest, waiting for anybody to come on by. Still having that heat wave, great for close range engagements, but nobody home just yet.
Yeah, that was a little confusing as well, if I'm being honest. Oh, Spartan! He
no
gets
confusion about that.
And that was also a killing spree, too. Spartan, again, he's had one heck of a morning here. He had to have eaten his Wheaties, or who knows, maybe he had French toast, Tony.
That's the breakfast of champions.
That is the breakfast of champions.
Nick now going to make his way over towards Nest. I'm loving this. I'm loving that eUnited always staying along the tower side. It's the strongest side of the map, but Chick is aware of it. He's going for a flank. Meanwhile, Fragger's going to go down immediately, going for a flank of his own. Excellent shots coming out of Chick, forcing that player to back down. And Nurix coming in for the cleanup, but there are too many players on eUnited over towards Nest.
Pressure is going to be on for Quadrant here. They're down by a substantial amount. 9 kills is the difference between these two. And for eUnited, all they have to do at this point, Tony, is just continue to trade. But a big win by Nurix and a little body shot there, too. I mean, oh boy, that's a little spicy. I like that.
I like a little spice. I like a little spice in my life here.
Little sazon, little adobo?
You already know.
Oh,
you already know.
I already know who I'm talking to.
Nurix taking down Rain off the screen here, but Spartan going in for the challenge. Not able to get that one. Nurix actually going to get himself a double kill. Things really are getting spicy.
This is actually kind of scary now for eUnited. They had a 9-kill lead. They need to hold this on. They can continue to trade like that, and they'll still maintain it. Yes. But for Quadrant, though, it's going to be about these team shots. And let's see what else SLG could do, because he's got a lot of information. There's no one low. I basically have vision of where, or I understand that no one's going to be here, so they're going to have to be nest and tower, and he's doing his due diligence, but he might get back here. Still manages to get a kill? What? Okay, finally he's taken care of, but geez Louise, the amount of, the amount that he got out of that, Tony, was insane.
Value. Complete value coming out of Quadrant. And but the problem is with Quadrant is that they have these situations where one player pops off. We need everybody Quadrant to pop off. You're going to go against a team like eUnited here on board. Now with Nurix over toward the bottom seaside. Spartan able to get a double kill. So 2 going down for Quadrant here. And now eUnited once again having those numbers advantage. Now they can collapse on the spawns.
Well, my eyes are going to be on Fragger here, because he's 4 and 11, 6 assists. I kind of just want to see him. If you don't feel like the BR is crispy, then it's okay to just anchor. That's exactly what he's doing here. Anchoring in mid, supporting a 3-kill swing, and they get camouflage. They have to find this next player, but I mean, let's be honest, they know exactly where these spawns are going to be coming from. But Ryanu manages to kill the camo player. That's massive for them. And now they're playing with no information again. They know where they're coming from because live fire is such a small map. But Ryanu, man, I mean, the dude's insane.
High IQ player right there. Chick now going to make his way over towards bottom mid. Mind you, he does have Commando in his back pocket. Commando really strong on land. We're finding out a 6-kill lead still in favor of eUnited. Chick has to make something happen here, and it might be a flank. Maybe he can go down bottom mid, get behind enemy lines, but it's like he doesn't know exactly where he wants to go. He's trying to commit to something. Now he has a teammate.
Okay, great read there by Nick. He poked in. He was like, hey, I just want to see what's down here, and he got vision, and then he had a teammate there to back him up. Unfortunately for him, the rest of his squad, they actually went back in because they were anticipating a push coming from the top side. That didn't happen. There's a lot of investment low, and now eUnited's going to play with that info, and they'll be able to benefit with some more kills there.
Excellent nowadays coming out of King Nick here, but he's finally going to be taken down. Chick coming in with a huge cleanup. That's going to be good for them, but Rain somehow catching the incredible angle all the way from dummies towards bottom mid. Great kill coming out of Rain.
You know, I have to say, man, the low play, I get what they were trying to shoot for. They maybe wanted to force their way into Garage, get those 3 kills, and get a little bit closer, right? But, oh, man, that's a tough one. Because once you get red and predicted like that, you have to abandon ship at that play. But still, though, they're only down by 5. This is very doable for Quadrant, but not if Ryan Noob sneaking around getting kills like that.
IQ too high. Rain having the assault rifle in the hands, my second favorite gun. I love the spray. Going in for the challenge, able to take down SLG. Now going in for the second one, and that's gonna be a double kill. He's making it rain.
2 more kills left for eUnited, Tony, and it seems like this is all going to be tied up with a pretty little bow. Rain is one. He's going to get some flower bows. I don't know, maybe some Christmas. It's in the holiday spirit. He's got 13 frags, Spartan with 13 of his own. A very even spread here for eUnited. And I have to say, Fragger, way to step it up in this game, but too little, too late. eUnited walk away 50-43.
And again, the storyline to me with eUnited, you have all 4 players popping off, all of them in double-digit kills. They're going off together. Quadrant, again, have those moments. One player, great, he's doing good. He's getting that 11 kills, kind of leading the troop.
Yeah.
But that's going to work against some of these lower-tier teams. Not going to work against eUnited. Everybody needs to be going off.
Yeah, eUnited is the type of squad that once they see, or once they smell blood in the water, they're sharks, and they will pounce on their target. Do sharks pounce? I actually don't know. Maybe they do. They strike? Yeah, I think strike's a better term there. But eUnited's playing some incredible Halo. And all credit to Quadrant for keeping that one close. I like that Fragger. He changed it up. He realized it wasn't really working out for him in these like 1v1s. So he was like anchoring, trying to support a bit more. When he did that, they picked up 3 kills, 2 kills, right? It was great. But the lead was so big for them that when you're up 9 kills like that, it's very, very hard, Tony, to come back. You have to do everything right. And unfortunately for Quadrant, they just couldn't find the right recipe.
Great job by Fragger by having the recognition that, you know, he's not winning those individual gunfights.
Exactly.
So stop getting into them. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Spartan and Rain are winning all of their individual gunfights. They're taking those 50-50s. And mind you, you're still seeing the bait and switches that you want to see out of a top team. However, when it gets down and dirty and you need a piv, they're winning it.
Exactly. Well, if you're just joining us here, we have eUnited from North America versus Quadrant representing the European region. Most importantly, France. You know, shout out to our French audience who's watching, I'm sure. It has been eUnited, though, but they've been some close games. 2-1 to start things off. That one legitimately could have gone either way. Live Fire saw eUnited get a sizable lead, and Quadrant did everything they could to try and come back. But unfortunately for them, eUnited, they knew that they were playing with that advantage. Now we go to Strongholds on Recharge. And, you know, Tony, I'm actually curious to get your take, because there's a lot of debate on what is the right way to play Recharge Strongholds. You know, B is important, but some people like to go for C, control that and B, and then others prefer the A to B hold because they like to get those crosses on the top catwalks and stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
You know what? I'm going to go far left field. I'm going to say C and A. Now,
that's bold.
And the reason why I say that, you have C and A, first of all, they're very close to each other.
That's
true.
true.
You also have the commando bridge, that control center that you can look down. And B is so far out of the way.
True.
If you can spawn trap a team over towards B, it takes them so long to overextend over towards the C side or even A. And when that happens, what do you do? Because Strongholds is all about rotating. When all else fails, you rotate again. And so the moment they have to spawn up B, make their way over towards A, win their gunfights, what's going to happen is they're just going to rotate and go towards B. So I would say start off with a CA setup, challenge that enemy team, know where they're going to spawn, putting in that work, and then out-rotate them.
You know, it's interesting that you say that because I've had these conversations with a lot of people, and the reason why people don't really like going for the CA hold is because there's a lot of narrow chokes going into A, right? You also have that catwalk from that yellow has clear vision to, but it's not and it's definitely a good idea though, especially if your plan is to start that rotation as soon as you start to see pressure on each side. So I think for the initial, it makes a lot of sense to actually try and go for C and A and then work your way over to B, but I do want to see a CA attempt. I just think it's very difficult to do given the amount of geometry that exists between A and C. It's a difficult one to hold, but not impossible as well.
I told you I'm a strange one.
Yeah, no, and I like it. We got to play matchmaking sometime. You know, I'm actually looking forward to this. But here we go. Off of the break, Spartan's going to get control of yellow as soon as he possibly can here to give some vision. Fragger was anticipating this, and what a read by Quadrant, 2 down, and they get full control. That was, oh man, that was beautiful.
Is SLG the IGL or the Slayer? Because he's playing like a daggone Slayer. Meanwhile, Nurix going right at Ryanu, but 2 down. Go to boys in blue. Quadrant needs to reset. He spawned up, reset, and start to get the push going.
But they do get control of B and A. A player here in tower, shots being sent across as well. Great reads here. And you can use that automatic weapon there with the commando. It's kind of like an assault rifle, except it shoots in a straight line and you can scope in with it effectively. But it literally is like that, especially with controllers. You could do some wild stuff with it. Brilliant play, though, by Rain to give them that opening in long haul. They have to try and react off of this, and their real only option is to try and challenge for A, but now you're going to start to see this attention brought over toward B.
And you notice that shock rifle is going to change hands once again here. It's down, go eUnited. Nurix now going to make his way onto bottom A, having that shock rifle, getting right behind enemy lines, but meanwhile, Sparring taking out Frag. No team able to get that full map control that you need at the moment. And
you've actually casted a lot of the European Halo action over there with Gaskin and Shyway, and it's very clear that, you know, Quadrant have taken some pages off of Cartel, now Ascend's book. They're playing with a lot of aggression. They're not giving eUnited time to breathe, and that's something I've noticed a lot with these European teams, Tony. When it comes to Strongholds, they're all about fly, 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 and they'll send it. They'll send it full.
I agree. I think Navi's the only team that really doesn't mind slowing things down. With Sparring starting to up the tempo here, but SLG's ready for the challenge. Sadly, his 3 teammates are not. They go 3 down again.
All right, well, they have to now find a way to react off of this. And a beautiful challenge there by the King Nick. Brilliant work from him, and Fragger in a familiar situation, but this time against Rain, and Rain will get the better of him. And now I'm a little concerned here for how Quadrant's going to try and break this. They have to find at least one crack in the armor. Where's that kill going to come from here? Is it going to come from the player here? Is it going to come from Spartan? Or are they going to try and force the issue on Seaside? They have to clear too, because Rain is looking to get a trip cap.
Quadrant had a 77-22 run here, but now with Trip Cap going handsomely in the favor of eUnited. Ryanu off the screen going to be able to take down Fragger, giving the advantages right off the bat. eUnited, once you go for B, it's so open. The collapse comes in, and now we have the return coming out of Nick.
That play was so sick. So instead of him going into B, and then that player now that's in the corner was anticipating him, he actually just stayed on the outside, let him think that he was safe to continue to crowd share. So he had no positioning, and by the time he turned around, because let's be honest, Spartan knew exactly where he was. He already had 2 bursts in him. So that was it. They clear that out. This trip cap continues, and eUnited, they are roaring here on Recharge.
That they are. They actually have just taken the lead. Sparring throwing some excellent nades, but he needs to stay alive, prioritizing his life, able to get out of that situation, but Fragger is going to get the initial kill on Rain off a screen. Sparring now holding him down. All they have to worry about is A at this point. They're spawning them over towards the B side of the map. Multiple players are going to go down here. Can eUnited hold on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they can. They seem like they're in a pretty solid spot here, right? They don't really have to worry about too much. Chick just doesn't want to go and selfishly get on this point without at least clearing a few kills, and he has the support to do so. So I prefer them playing out of a home flag rather than or a home hill rather. Oh, he got stuck. Ouch. But I'd prefer that than them fighting out of B, because that's always going to be a tough one. You have to basically push consistently together here. And now eUnited, they've added so many points to this lead.
Once again, you know, Fragger kind of being a little bit behind here with only 1 kill on the board. Luckily, he has 6 assists, so dimes are starting to come in. And Ryanoob is grabbing that camouflage, but actually it was down to 1 shot. He wasn't able to get it, and Ryanoob is going to be shut down here. Great nade coming out of Nurix.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you mentioned what's going on with Fragger. It has been Struggle City population 1 for him, and he's going to need to find a groove here. It seems like he got knocked out of it after that oddball game. But now Fragger playing the objective here. He's got the assistance as well. Nurix coming in hot with the save. He's having a great game here, and this is where we start to see maybe Quadrant add some points to it, but they cannot give up any dumb deaths there as soon as they get the strongholds, and they lose it just like that.
Nurix going in for that challenge on Spartan, but Spartan wins his pivs all the time, and that was beautiful play by him. Rain now holding things down, but the sword going to come out of nowhere. That was going to be momentarily King Nick, but it's going to change hands over towards SLG.
Well, they're going to get for A and C, so they're going to do the Tony special here about how do they hold this, right? You got 2 players actually by B, so the play is going to be for maybe A here, and he could do it with the sword, but there's going to be 2 bodies. Oh, they don't see him. Oh, they don't see him. He gets 1. Oh, he's got to get the second, but he ran right by him. Okay, he can patrol the door, so I think he's okay to just hold this angle for right now.
The communication right there, both of the players, the timing of that, both those players actually shifting over towards Whirlpool, and the sword's gonna come in. SLG challenging across the map, forcing Nick to back down. Meanwhile, Ryan getting a big kill off the screen. We have 12 kills coming out of Nick, 10 out of Spartan, and SLG still with that sword.
I'm not really wild about the fact that they had no one going to B, and I get it because there was no one really there to respond. So now that they have the neutral, they can play for a home. A is going to be wide open and available. You have a shock rifle here. It's not the best gun to have to hold this, but I know that he knows that he's all right because no one from Quadrant is going to be there to challenge him, and they get A.
3 players hitting the kill feed from eUnited. SLG going in for the challenge on Nick. Camouflage is coming up right now, and SLG just using it as bait and also able to take A at the same time.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20 in that situation. Maybe if you're, I think that was Spartan there, you go and help out the fight that's happening at C. But, oh my gosh, Fragger, let's go. And actually, we were talking about it. He was struggling. He's got 8 kills. He has managed to scoop straight up to the top of the leaderboard as fast as possible here. Then he's been having a great game. Big win. Good help as well. I mean, they're roaring right now, but they have to keep their composure because eUnited knows that they can take advantage of them here.
Fragger is fragging out. They're finally going to be able to heat check him there, but meanwhile, the damage has been done. SLG going in for the challenge, but Rain making it rain once again. And now Tim going to make his way on long hole, staying alive. 2 caps in the favor of eUnited, but C.
Oh, that's a big nade.
Oh, gosh.
That was a beautiful nade. Tony, that was gorgeous. Because not only did he get the 2 shots on him, he was already winning that fight, but he knew that there was literally nowhere for him to go. Rain is on fire here. He's got 13 kills, 8 deaths, 8 deaths, 8 assists. Everything's going right. And oh, the cheeky grapple from King Nick just to let him know that he's coming right to him for a big old hug. And this is another trip cap for eUnited. Oh, Nicky Poo, you madman! But Fragger's there to stop it. And so long as Fragger starts heating up, maybe Quadrant can start to ride off of this here.
Ryan, who having the shock rifle in hands here. We're going to switch on board with Rain, who has that repulsory, ready to knock somebody off the map. Which he has to go. Mind the gap, baby. Goodbye. Sayonara, Nurix.
Oh, boy. Things are getting a little scary here for Quadrant. They could go down 3-0, but they've made this such a competitive game here. A flip is coming at B. A great response by Ryanu, but he had no help to take that flight. Thankfully for him, that fight, but thankfully for him, Nick was there to back him up. And Nick has 24 kills, 10 deaths. He is on fire. He is untouchable here. Chick tries everything he could, but Nick is letting him know who's boss.
The body disrespect, giving him the people's elbow right there. Nick cross-map shots onto Fragger, staying alive, and look at the scoreboard. It's not getting any prettier. 216 to 140. The boys in red are poised to put their 3rd and final map on the series.
They know exactly where Spartan is. C is currently being contested. There is, I think, 1 player lingering about there. But this has been a dominating end to the game here for eUnited if it keeps going like this. Still, though, opportunity. Let's not beat around the bush here. There's plenty of chances and opportunities for Quadrant to come back. This game is far from over, but they're going to have to start doing something about it right now.
As they do, ooh, Spartan coming right at Fragger. Beautiful slay coming out of him. Meanwhile, Chick somehow still alive over toward the C side of the map. Shots are going in. The nades are starting to fly out. Back-to-back kills going in favor of Nick and Rain, and that is going to be it.
King Nick, 27-10, had one hell of a game, a statement match that he needed to make against Quadrant, and that is exactly what eUnited did. A 3-0 sweep for eUnited, but Quadrant, look out, everyone, because they are going to be a force in that championship bracket. I'm excited to see what else they could do here, Tony.
I'm excited too. Let me tell you, that's my boy King Nick. You know, he come from the tri-state area. He's over in
That's
Jersey.
Right.
He come out of the tri-state making Jersey
Dirty
proud.
Jersey.
Do your thing, boy.
Love it. Love to see it, man. It's always good to see fellow tri-state local family doing big things in Halo. But what a game for eUnited. Really fighting through adversity there, because that oddball game, Tony, was a tough one. And Quadrant made sure that eUnited had to earn that victory.
And that's what really kind of impressed me about Quadrant. I found this out when I was casting over in the EU side of things.
Yeah.
Fortitude, At all point in times, they're in the game and they're fighting. It doesn't matter if you're winning 249-0. Guess what? They're going to make that final second so hard.
Yeah, they're going to make all that time count. And, you know, looking at the live fire game as well, right? There was a very clear, like, I guess, difference between how eUnited's philosophy of live fire Slayer worked, right? They were really focused on, you know, just like holding an area and like taking ownership of that. Yeah. And then they would force Quadrant to have to kind of push them from an angle that maybe they weren't all that comfortable with. Like if you're looking back at that, that push that happened on the low side, you had 3 members there. No one up top getting vision, putting pressure, nothing. And the response from eUnited was fantastic. But, you know, I mean, the series in general, if we take a look at, you know, some of the moments and of course the series layout here, I mean, this was a great start of the day for eUnited.
Yeah, if you're coming in new to the broadcast, you didn't catch the beginning of the series, you can't tell how closely contested the series is. Those first 2 games were insane, 2-1 going in favor of obviously eUnited. Then the 50-43 win, that was tightly contested. Obviously, eUnited controlled about maybe 80% of the game, but Quadrant always seemed like they were in it and poised to make a comeback at any given time.
They were at 9 kills down, and then they managed to make it 4 kills, the difference between them. So all they needed was a clean round of slays. And I say that obviously recognizing how difficult that is. And they're like, all they needed was another round of slays. And it's like, no, I mean, they obviously needed to do a little bit more than that.
So did that voice one more time?
Obviously needed to do that. Yeah. But here's the thing though, right? eUnited's composure in that, understanding that they have that lead, they have that advantage, they played to it, and that continued onward in recharge, because once they knew that they had Quadrant right where they wanted them, they never let them breathe. They never let them feel comfortable. And that trip cap that they got, the first trip cap, man, I think that was like the game decider there, because it went from Quadrant having a trip cap, full control, just dominating eUnited, to then the response, and then there was just nothing that Quadrant could do out of that. Crazy series. But let's take a look, though, at the entirety. And Tony, guide us through this here, man, because we still have some more games over in Pool D that we have to play.
No, that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to start over towards Pool D, stands for death. Cloud9 is currently 2-0, running things, but it was really exciting to see is come out in second place. You know, you have Ascend currently 1-1, Exit 1-2, Space Station also 1-2. So that's going to be really exciting to kind of follow through the rest of the tournament. Mind you, Pool C, 3-0 by eUnited. Again, less indicative of our Quadrant skill, but it's really kind of showing where eUnited is. eUnited is a top team and contending for that championship, so watch out for them, currently 3-0. Now let's show Pool B.
Yeah.
2-0, FaZe and G2. That's what I'm most excited to watch. I want to see these guys go at it. We finally get to see Bound's face. We've never seen him on LAN before, and people had questions. But how is Bound going to do on LAN?
Yeah.
Will he crack? Will he thrive? That boy's thriving. And finally, Pool A, Optic Gaming, your number 1 seed. That's what I want to see as well. I want to see
Optic. They're currently on Alpha. They're on Alpha right now, playing against Pioneers. They're up 2-0 against Pioneers. And so very clearly Optic not dropping a beat here, and they're looking great. But, you know, I kind of take a trip back to Pool B, though. FaZe and G2. G2's had to deal with a lot of adversity in this. They had to reverse sweep Na'Vi, right? They have clearly, I mean, you know, not to belittle Divine Mind. Obviously, Divine Mind coming into this, a learning experience for them. There's not really much to pull away from a game like that, right? And that's why you brought up a great point about Bound. How is Bound going to perform? And honestly, in the game against Na'Vi, Na'Vi took him to the distance. I think that Bound proved that he is the real deal. He's legit. And everyone needs to be paying attention, because that guy could be our next big superstar. A la Snipedown, which, by the way, ironically, they're on the same team together. That guy could be it.
Yeah, when you think of players that have kind of ascended towards the later half of Halo's career, I think of Shotzi. And, you know, guess what? Bound's movement, he's right up there with Shotzi. I
Feels like I'm watching Shotzi and Frosty again,
you know? If that shot can go on point, his ability to stay alive and coming from, again, that Money 2's world, I'm excited to watch Bound ascend. I really am. I know you talked about Optic Gaming and Pioneers. You know, I love me some Pioneers. Those guys, ultimate dark horse team. I'm not talking about the logo. I'm talking about the fact that anytime they go up against these top teams, they're considered underdogs. Nobody has them as the favorites. Everybody's like, oh no, they're gonna get 3-0'd. And what do? They keep answering. Pioneers, if you guys are looking for a dark horse team, watch out for them.
For sure, and it's a tall order to ask them to topple the #1 seed Optic Gaming after, I mean, Optic have had a brilliant start to Halo Infinite. Also did get word as well that for the Pool D matchup, Ascend versus Cloud9, And no surprise, Cloud9's up 2-0. This isn't a knock on Ascend, by the way. I want to be very, 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 very clear here. Excuse me, I bit my lip again. Dang it. Ascend, they're a nasty team. They're really good. But
Number
Cloud9,
1 EU.
Yeah, number 1 EU. But Cloud9, they could very well win this thing. I think the only team that maybe it's like Optic and the team that's making a run in the open bracket right now, Sentinels. And like that, I think, is like really the only team that can contend against C9 here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, you know, when we go into bracket play, you know, the wagon falls apart, right? You know, they got termites in the wagon and it's all crumbling in pieces. Wagons are made of wood. You know, so I don't know. Maybe that's what happens. But genuinely speaking, man, I do believe that this has been a great showing for C9, and I just got word that Sentinels, they're in champ bracket.
What? They are?
They're in champ bracket. So, I mean, let's be honest. You know, I actually was talking to a few of the people that in the venue and stuff. Everyone out here, amazing folks that came out here and to support the event. And they were like, yeah, you know, Sentinels in the first game of the day, they actually played this, like, you know, they're the number 1 seed and they played against the, you know, the last seed, and they sat down. From what I understand, it was a 5 to 6 minute game of Halo, the whole series. So, you know, very clear this team is looking really good here. Also, another update as well for those of you who are sticking with us here on the Bravo station. G2 is leading FaZe 2-0. Did you expect that?
No, on paper, FaZe are the better squad. I mean, we're talking about Bound.
G2 struggling online as well.
That's great. I mean, we're talking about Snipe Down. I mean, how historic is that? I'm on paper and even in the seedings, FaZe is above G2. And that's big. And you know what? It's good for them, because when I think of organizations like G2, what follows them? Championships. It's championship pedigree across the board for G2. So good for them to be taking FaZe the distance. And if they come out with a big win, that would be huge for them. I mean, I was casting that Na'Vi matchup. Na'Vi were up 2-0 on them. And let me tell you, it was dominant.
Yeah.
I talked to the G2 boys. I'm friends with Coach Callis, and I know straight. So I went up to them. They were like, look, that was the first time we played all day. Yeah. We had to warm up. Those first 2 games were warm-ups, and then they ran away with it. So I want to see some big things come out of G2.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I talked to Jimbo, and he felt that they had the game and they let it slip, and then it was the same thing with FaZe. They had the game and they let it slip. So that seems to be the story for a lot of our European teams that are coming here. And obviously you can catch all the action across all the different streams. You have the Alpha stream, of course, that's taking place with Optic Gaming and Pioneers on the main stage. You just joined us here for eUnited versus Quadrant, of course, in our Charlie and Delta broadcast as well. You can see the action there too. No commentary, but that's okay. Why don't you add your own commentary to that as well? But Tony, my friend, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you, my man. Had a blast. But guys, that is going to do it for us here. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, plenty more Halo action right here from Raleigh, North Carolina. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you in a few.
afternoon. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back to HCS Raleigh, our kickoff major. Good to be back. Winners round 1, by the way. We're getting through this tournament. We've got an exciting matchup coming up. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Tony. Tony, we got a whole day of casting ahead of us. By the way, welcome to the B stream. We're about to be running it.
This ain't the B stream, it's the duo stream.
It's the duo stream. We're going to turn this into the S stream, actually. There's the B stream, the A stream, the S stream. So welcome to the stream. Either way, it's going to be a good time. We said winners bracket round 1. We've got Oxygen Esports going up against BBG. Some names in here I want to say are lesser known in Halo, but Tony, give me a bit of an introduction.
Yeah, I mean, you have Oxygen Esports, you have Swish. He was actually coming out of pool play, mind you. Swish actually lives with Spartan, and they went up against Oxygen. They went up against eUnited and took them all the way to Game 5, where they almost actually beat eUnited. Meanwhile, in that pool, Quadrant quickly 3-0'd them, which is interesting because Quadrant got 3-0'd by eUnited, so it's like the circle or triangle of death.
And triangle you don't want to be a part of, I guess. We'll see how they play, though. Well, do you have the full roster by any chance? You said, first off, the
Swish. You have Swish.
Yep.
Name, Haynes, and Common. Most of these guys actually living in Florida now, 3/4 of them. Swish used to live in Florida before he moved up to New Jersey. So some local guys, real good friends, and look at them. Look, they're in freaking championship bracket. How crazy is that?
Best of 5 series, and of course, live fire to kick it off. The beauty of this, we're already jumping into the game here, so not too much time to talk about it. We'll just get right into the action on board with Common, who's got a beat on the Nemesis already and looking for... Whoa, he gets a double with that. I don't know how he knew Mines was even there, but a brilliant insta-splode to start the game.
And by the way, we kind of talked about Oxygen Esports a little bit. Might as well give you a little rundown of BBG. Nemesis used to actually team with Ryan back in the day under Oxygen Supremacy. They actually made the top 12 multiple times, even top 8 once. Nebula obviously have been there, done that. Player, I casted Mines in a SWAT Halo 3 tournament one day. He's obviously very good. And then King J, which, I mean, he hangs out with World 2 and Snakebite every day. So, I mean, like, you know.
That's where I see his name. So I definitely have to agree with you there. Like you said, Nemesis, Nebula, Halo 5 players. Very well known for their experience, their accolades in Halo 5, though. They're both getting melted by the heat wave, so who cares about that? It's all about Swish, who lands a triple instead.
Great kill come out of Swish, able to take down Mines, and now having the heat wave, Mangler, and camouflage. This man's using everything except for a BR.
And it looks like he doesn't need it either. I mean, with camoed up, last thing he needs is a long-range engagement. He's going to get right up close. Mines out front here. Can't quite connect with the heat wave just yet. Mines milking the ammo there too, and dodging the nades. I have no idea how he got out of this, but Swish is going to hit the death screen in a situation where I feel like he should have at least got 1 kill.
You know, he called himself Swish. He used to play basketball. Right there, he got crossed up, man. Yeah. Mines actually got right out of there. King J, beautiful bait and switch. Now we're back on board with Nebula throwing some nades in. Nobody home on that one. That was an air ball as well, I guess. Yes. Oh.
Nebula not missing, though. Fortunately, Swish does come back off spawn. He'll hit those shots. Defend C. Back on board with King J. Haven't seen too much of him just yet. Looks like he will be grabbing the next camo. And a good opportunity with it as well. He's going to make the way to A. Haynes already on it. And a heat wave in the back pocket, too. A lot of potential with this double dilemma, though. Common coming in to help out. Man needs a kill. All he can get is a trade. And honestly, for Oxygen, probably what they needed.
That was a momentary 4 down going for BBG. Oxygen Esports running in, but they have just gone 3 down as well. Common going in for the challenge, able to take down Nemesis, and now they're on a run. About to take the lead in this game is Oxygen Esports.
Common with nice shots into Mines. Just going to pre-fire the angle, too. Last thing Mines wants is to re-challenge it. He'll go back up to C. On board with Swish. Also a beat on the Mines here. Maybe an opportunity to get to C. You can see B and C currently capped. Very close game early on here, Tony. 42 and counting. Looking for a trip cap, though. Swish going to take the time to go for the heat wave, and maybe he can get cooking with it round 2.
It's crazy to me because some of the flashier kills have kind of come out of Oxygen Esports. However, I mean, just putting a trip cap on the board, obviously holding on to the lead, built by gamers, might just be built different.
Too early to tell, but you might be right, and I'd like to see it. Snipe in the hands of Name. I've seen plenty of Name through Halo 5, through H2A and MCC. They came up briefly. A lot of talent from this man. Maybe an opportunity to hit a couple shots here.
Yeah, by the end of this, we're all going to know his name. Sniper rifle in the hands here as his two players ends up getting the body shot on King J. Almost able to clean him up, but he's not going to commit to that one gunfight. He knows his priority is staying alive. Meanwhile, Haynes is starting to get a bit aggressive.
Like you said, he doubles back, goes back to A. Can hold an angle, ideally play in a better spot, better situation with that snipe. Haynes instead can just flank on through, pick up an easy kill on the mine, snaps onto Nemesis. He's got Common with him for the bait and switch here. Should be a clean pickup. Opportunity for A, but still receiving pressure here. King J wants a piece, and Haynes going to do what he can to stay alive. Collect A. They don't quite have C, though, so the time still heavily in the favor of BBG here. Nice shots. Is it enough, though? They need points.
Sheesh! Another 3 down go built by gamers here, and now we're back on board with King J, who was the only player alive for BBG, trying to stay alive, going over towards bottom mid, gonna run into Nemesis, so maybe they can make a 1-2 combo and make a play over towards A because they're currently getting double capped on.
King J just gonna dodge a couple nades. You can tell he's worried about the flank too, but he will succeed with the cap. 112 and counting here. Snaps on the Swish. Swish gonna try to get out. Those nades so pesky. Like the rotation though, just to avoid it. Easy reset for King J because of it. And can he deal with Swish though, who enters that front door? Nice little double team.
Swish gonna absolutely dunk on that player, but 3 players gonna be hitting the black screen for the boys in blue, leaving Haynes by himself. Luckily, he has a heat wave, so he's able to fend off that player a bit, gonna try to get out of dodge, stay alive, and luckily Haynes, very high IQ player, playing his life, and here comes the cavalry. Common coming in with a big kill. 2 down go BBG. It looks like Oxygen Esports with a non-advantageous position, but they're coming right back. Squad white BBG are hitting the black screen.
Nice well-timed push out of Swish. He gets right in there in the nick of time, collects A. They got A, B, and C now. Spawners up to get to C, try to stop the timer here, but Swish just putting shots in. Doesn't see Nemesis coming up through with Nebula. Name needs a piece of this, though. Can't quite seem to get the kill. Nemesis will walk away with it instead. And he's looking for C, too. Oh, my God, that was beautiful, Tony. Hits the nade off the floor for that nade shot kill instantly, and he's still alive, apparently, too.
BBG doing a great job of answering back, and now they have control in this game. It's a 120-91 lead going in favor of Built by Gamer. Sniper rifle coming up. Can Nebula hold on to control and grab that sniper rifle? Because that could be exactly what they need to put some even more distance on the scoreboard, but they can't lose A, which they just have.
Lose A. Nebula gonna drop there. Nemesis waiting for the camo. Got a little bit of time to work with, though. Quickly closing the gap. Oxygen Esports gonna come in. A Common. Fortunately for him, he will drop Name in a good position to get a flank here. He doesn't see him, though. He does. Just in the nick of time. Somehow, Nemesis with the camo is the one who doesn't see the man as he walks by.
You know, again, I'm getting real old. I can't tell the scoreboard, but it looks like it's 16-10 coming out of Nemesis, leading not only slaves for his team, but the entire lobby right now. Meanwhile, Swish gonna get right behind enemy lines, going in with a heat wave, able to get the trade. That's gonna be a reversals kill, but he's still going down. Nemesis, meanwhile, is fragging out.
Nemesis about to walk into 2 here. Unfortunate. Can't quite pull off a kill for it. 138 and counting, though. BBG with an AC hold. Common with the flank through. King J in position to shut that down real quick. And he should be able to do it. There he does on the feed. That's going to give him a comfy lead once again. Oxygen Esports forced to fight for B here, but King J putting them down.
Mines winning that engagement here. Nebula able to take down Swish, but meanwhile, Haynes able to come in for the cleanup. Nade just started to fly. Common actually going to start advancing forward. Decides to engage once again, and the trade's going to come in. Multiple players going down for both of these teams, but it looks like Oxygen Esports able to steal away A and kind of winning this engagement. B has not yet been reset.
Love that at a Swish. Anticipates the push over to B with that nade. Turns back for the double. Picks up enough damage to give his teammates some freedom here as Haynes rotates to C. Nice little advance on timing. You see Nemesis and team, they're going to try to get to A to counter this. All while that happens, Haynes and Common, they can double up on B. Where does Swish go here? Does he flank through bottom mid? Going to trust that Common has this.
Well, luckily Common able to get the kill. Now going to steal away B here. 2 down go BBG, and Common still just staying alive. So advantage going towards Oxygen Esports. The more time that you have all 4 of your players alive, the more successful you're going to be. Work that 1-2 combo, bait and switch, and simply put down damage, which you're seeing right here, right now. Common trying to up the tempo, but ends up hitting the roof on that one.
A little unfortunate, but doesn't waste any time flanking on through despite it. Right, camo now up, so in the perfect position here. Gonna double back to C, though. Might be giving up camo for this. Does have a bead on it, though. Bring Nebula down to 1 shot. Nebula might get out with that camo. Looks like he did. Is he going for the ghost jump? He is. Very difficult jump to hit, and I haven't seen it hit yet in this tournament, Tony, but I definitely think there's potential there, and it's good to see pros using it. Instead, though, Nebula cutting his losses, and he's trying to get sneaky here. Bit of a rough spot to be in, though.
Yeah, tries to go in for a flank, and sadly, that one is not going to be successful. Nemesis going all the way down to Absolute, trying to stay alive. King J luckily able to take down Switch off the screen. Meanwhile, Name has control of the Mangler. The Mangler's not going to come in, and he's going to use it to put him in the dirt.
You gotta love that. He peeks one side, peeks the other, makes it very difficult for him to keep up as he lands those Mangler shots. But Name just putting the work in with it. Gonna rotate to B now as well. They do have that slight lead for it. They need to move quickly.
Stick.
You gotta love that to King J, just dropping that from behind, making sure they get the trade.
173 to 170 going in favor of BBG. However, Oxygen Esports are about to go in. It looks like we have a trip cap going in favor of the boys in red, going and closing out this game right now. We're in the fourth quarter here, if you will, and it looks like BBG are starting to catch their stride.
Push is all alone here. Rough for him, too. Now 3 dead. And a lot of timing here for BBG to gain control once again. Spawner's up over on C side. Nemesis already in position to lock things down. Kama getting shot off a spawn. Nemesis gonna hold on to his life, make himself very difficult to kill here. A and B currently in session. They're about to hit the 200-point mark for it. And Swish and team, they can't give up any free deaths here.
Nemesis trying to stay alive, but looks like its Name going to be able to shut him down. Multiple going down for BBG, and we're wondering if Oxygen Esports can capitalize. Meanwhile, King J just hiding strategically in that corner, able to get the back smack, but they just momentarily have gone 4 down, giving Oxygen Esports the perfect opportunity to steal away this trip cap.
Right, they were just trying to slow him down. Unfortunately, couldn't quite do it. We'll break through. Swish not having the greatest day with the heat wave there, unfortunately. Can't quite connect. Now it's up to Mines. The sneaky play here, doesn't go for the melee. He'll get the shots in instead. Got a double opportunity on the Name. Name with the read shell though, getting confident, and he'll take C for it. And maybe a little bit more. Starting to close the gap here, Tony. This is once again going down to the wire. Every time we play live fire Strongholds, it's always neck and neck, I swear.
And Name really started to step things up. He actually is leading slaves on everybody in the lobby right now, sitting at 21 and 17 with 8 assists. Meanwhile, Swish able to take down Ness. Great kill coming out of Nemesis, and he's right by Haynes. They're going a little 1-2 combo. They want to collapse. They know the spawners are coming in towards C, and here comes Oxygen Esports.
Swish notices he's got 2 teammates there. No need to worry about it. He's going to get the advanced time in the rotation here. Wait on A as well. 2 options. They'll come out front. We've got a flanker, actually. King J going straight through the alley below here. Swish just a line of defense. They've now elapsed their score too, making things very difficult for BBG. They got to move quick. Huge kill off of Mines too. Just defense onto A. Nemesis picks up 1. And BBG, they've broken through yet again. Now advancing onto B.
No team able to get that full map control. You know, you have slaves going on both of these sides here. Nemesis almost able to steal away B. Goes a little bit too early. Either way, the momentary trip cap, but they did lose Alpha. Nemesis starting to get aggressive, getting right into the garage here. Look at that scoreboard. It is neck and neck. It looks like BBG has just taken the lead again. But that's probably the 11th kill lead change that we've seen in this game.
Right, BBG going to stay on top of the rotation. They're right 220 now. Do have presence in C. Oxygen Esports gets to it. Nemesis going to try to stay up. 8 seconds for Camo. Got a bit of a double dilemma here. Playing defense, needs to live long enough to contest it, but doesn't have much time as well. We've got the snipe up. We've got the points in the favor now of Oxygen Esports. 20 left to close out this round. And BBG, they got to move quick.
And let me tell you, BBG have been leading the slaves battle literally almost all game, but it looks like Oxygen Esports are finally starting to put some frags on the board. They're catching their stride, they're putting in the work. King J is able to take away that base here. Now going in for the challenge on Swish. Nemesis able to take down Kyle, and now they're going over toward the B base.
The whole team going to push over to B here. They need to get in soon. 3 seconds, they got to put a foot into B. In the final second, they'll manage to do it. Playing with their food here, and nobody wants to expose themselves out in the open and lose their lives, right? A single death is crucial at this point. So Nebula in a very important position here, but cannot connect the shot, and that might be enough for the game right here. King J jumps in last second, though. He's holding down B. As long as they keep, nope, that's not it. It's not enough. 250 out of Oxygen Esports. Man, was it close as hell, but Oxygen Esports will pull through. And that's just the beginning of our best-of-5 series.
That's just the beginning? That's not the end? That's just the beginning. That was game number 1.
Just getting started, Tony.
God bless. I almost fell over. I swear. That was an amazing game. I did. My knees hurt, man. I'm getting old, all right?
It's been a long 2 days, Tony. We've been standing more than I think we ever stand, right? We're gamers. We sit down a lot of the time, and then the next thing you know, commentating tournaments back-to-back, or I guess days back-to-back. Either way, what a first game to start the series. Strongholds live fire never seems to disappoint on land. Oxygen supremacy coming out on top of that. Tony, any kind of patterns or something that you noticed that stood out to you from Oxygen supremacy that allowed them to pull away? Oxygen Esports, sorry.
Oxygen Esports. Nemesis used to play for Oxygen Supremacy back in the day.
That was an older team, right?
Yes,
Halo,
it was.
Right, okay, thank you.
BBG did a fantastic job of ultimately controlling most of that game. I mean, their slays were on point, and they were winning the slays battle for about maybe 78.923% of that game. That's the exact number. Oxygen Esports did a fantastic job of keeping the mental fortitude, just keeping their eyes on the prize, taking one kill at a time, taking 1 second at a time, and always be rotating. It was a great job by them. And also, I want to point out one more thing. The moment they went multiple down, they didn't stress. They didn't just push and play for a slay. They waited for each other to have numbers, and that's when they got aggressive. That's good fundamentals.
I mean, you got to love how they're holding all the right angles, though, too. Like, we saw the exasperation of that team at the very end, trying to get to B, but they could not just run straight to B because all the angles are locked down. You got somebody in the A garage, you got somebody coming out the front door A, just watching the B stronghold, making sure they got the cutoff because they know that's the only place they could go with the time they got left. So just kind of pushing them to that last second, making things very difficult. A lot of efficiency in those final moments, which matters most. And then, of course, like you said, controlling the sandbox, we've got the Heat Wave and Swish, our best friends, apparently all game long, right? Just about every time we jumped on with Swish, he was either making plays or he just had it in his hands, or he had camo as well. So obviously very crucial in coming through in game one. But that's just the start of this series. Of course, we've got Slayer on Aquarius, CTF on Bizarre, and if we get there, Oddball Streets and Slayer on Recharge. Tony, Slayer, Aquarius, we've seen it a few times today. What do you hope to see here?
I mean, there's another heat wave on the map, and like you kind of alluded to, I mean, I thought we were the coolest duo coming into Halo on the streets, but apparently it's Swish and the Heat Wave.
Is that the coolest or the hottest duo?
It might be the hottest.
It's a hot duo.
Slayer Aquarius, I know it's one of your favorite maps. It's a good map. It really is, and I talk about it all the time. Camouflage, obviously very important, probably the most important equipment on the map, but I think the forgotten hero is the thrust. Picking up that thrust, in my opinion, that's 3 individual engagements that you should automatically or semi-automatically win when you get into the thrust. Is so good when it comes to those individual gunfights.
Not free though, right? I like that about the thrust. Depending on the direction you choose or when you decide to use it, it's definitely not free. You could miss those shots. You're offsetting your reticle, but like you said, there's a huge advantage to just having it in the back pocket in the right situation. For me, it's the dynamos though. The dynamo nades, they're insanely powerful, especially if you get caught in 2 of them. If you can toss 2, you get caught in that, you're dead. You can't do anything. You're slowed down. There's essentially a hit marker. There's the audible tick that comes up when you take damage. The combination of it all, I think, just makes those nades one of the most important power weapons. I'd say they're about a power weapon on the map, basically.
And we've never seen that dynamic with the whole electricity, it conducting into other Spartans, into weapons. We've never seen that before in Halo. And to be honest with you, I'm still kind of trying to master it myself.
You know, I don't pick up the disruptor too much. You mentioned something about it. You said it delays the shield recharge,
yes, it makes it slower. Yes.
You take damage slowly over time after the gun shoots you. So just that extra effect, though, the whole shock aspect. Of course, you got the shock rifle too, but the dynamos, I think, the most impressive, the most important to really take advantage of, especially on Aquarius. On top of the fact that there's a camo up on top center. That camo, of course, you could use it right away. You could pocket it, save it for a spawn slay as well, like just for a sneak attack, a flank. We've seen that plenty. And ideally, what's the spawn trap that we're looking for, right, Tony? We've talked about it plenty times.
You got to force them over towards Fridge. If you force those spawns over towards utility, there's too many ways for them to get out of it. Plus, they have that sidekick, which is deadly, they can pick up. If you force a team over towards Fridge, that is nade heaven. I'm pretty good at basketball. I'll lay those nades right up in there.
You don't even have to be good at basketball to do it, though, right? It's just a large open net. You toss them in, they bounce in perfectly, and there's not too many options to escape. Though I will say the back of Fridge is deeper than you'd think sometimes. You can go all the way to the back there and stay alive, avoid a couple nades if you just hang out a little farther back. We'll see what these players do. Of course, we get to witness them off of the opening strat here. Slayer on Aquarius, Oxygen Esports with a 1-0 lead, but plenty more to go in this series.
Mine's going to make his way over towards top Hydro side of the base here. Meanwhile, King J and Nebula getting back-to-back kills to start things off. Mine's into that 3rd player, and BBG starting off hot already.
BBG with a 3-1 opening. They want to bite back off of game 1. Very close game. Could have gone either way. This is BBG's opportunity to reverse things. They just need to find somebody. They're not going to find King J. Actually, King J is on BBG, so he's okay here. What can he do with the rotation, though? He's got Nemesis out bottom mid. Spots Haynes. Nice shots into him to back him down. Some info on where these players might be, though.
And sadly, King J's camouflage is going to be wasted here. But luckily, I mean, he got a full life out of it. 2 down going BBG. Actually, King J was actually momentarily the only player alive for this team. 4-6 deficit for Oxygen Esports. Let's switch on board with Swish and see what he's going to do to change that.
Swish just locking down this area of the map. There's a sidekick underneath him as well. And not going to help him. Regardless of what he's got there, the 2v1 going to melt him immediately. You can see BBG holding hands a little bit as they rotate through the perimeter here. Seems to be working out. Nemesis going for a flank. King J with a pinch. Timing's perfect. Should be able to walk out with a couple kills so far. A trade on the feed. Nebula advances. King J gonna flank here once again. Actually, this might work out. Swish right out front. He's caught him. Can he chase him in time, though? Looks like he'll get away.
An excellent use of the thrust as well to avoid as much of the damage as possible, but Maddie Haynes able to come in for the cleanup. 2 down going Oxygen Esports. Nebula going in for the challenge on name, even pinging that player, letting everybody know where he is. The cleanup crew is going to come in, and it looks like Slay's once again going advantage of BBG. The more numbers you have on the battlefield, the more likely you are to win those engagements.
Nebula with an opportunity on his hands here. He's got the heat wave, 1 thrust, camo up center. Just doesn't want to desperate it right yet. Common already dead in the feed. Advantage in numbers here. Got to keep Haynes back, though, and you can see Swish wants a piece of that camo as well. Unfortunate, King J does go down. Trade comes through. Nebula just going to stay nearby.
Yeah.
He tries to push down the stairs a little bit, thinking he can get that timing on the player out base, but doesn't expect that second player coming through a little closer. That might bite them, right? Common comes up. He's getting a couple kills for this.
I was going to comment on Nebula's ability to stay alive because he was 6-1. The moment we go on board with him, Caster's Curse ends up going down. Now back on board with Common, holding down the bottom side of the map, but luckily able to get himself a heat wave, and he has a teammate right next to him with Camo, so he needs to get up top.
Is he
needs to get up top and make something happen.
He dropped the heat wave twice. Maybe there's something he's trying to do that I'm confused about, or he's trying to give the heat wave to a teammate, but the teammate wasn't picking it up, so I don't know if there's like a lack of communication. You don't drop the heat wave for the camo, though, Tony. Give it to the camo guy is what you're saying. Either way, he dropped it, picked it back up, I think, twice.
Yes, he may have Camo right next to him, so I'm assuming maybe he's trying to drop it, but like you said, miscommunication, and sadly, those are some of the things that are going to cost you. No wonder why they're currently down by 7 kills. Meanwhile, I'm going to switch over towards Nebula, the leading Slayer here at 7-2, going off, but currently going 1 shot as well.
Nebula going to quickly wrap around like King J, handle it. Haynes alone here. Rough spot for him. Anything you'd think they would split, go for a pinch, now he'll do it. I think that player might have been able to get away because of it. Got the camo up center map here, 3 right side. It's about to be a brawl here down in the lockers. You can see a Common and Swish. They square off. Swish actually hiding though in the corner here. And it doesn't pay. Actually, where did he go? He got melted.
Nemesis killed him.
Fine.
Nemesis killing Swish right before the back smack goes in on King J, so King J gonna live to see another day, and sadly Swish gonna be stuck at only 1 kill at the moment, going in for a little bit of a flank, but I'm not sure if he's aware. There's a player sneaking on by towards utility. It looks like he was aware of it.
Speaking of utility, Tony, all the utilities seem to be in the hands of BBG here, right? You got the thrust and the heat wave. Camo no up, but that player will continue to rotate through. On board with Mines. Mines has sights on it. Not sure where that camo went. I think Oxygen might have snuck away with it. Emily's just going to try to hold on to the weapons and can't quite do it. We've got Swish and Common going to work together onto King J. King J, not too, actually, he's got help from behind here. BBG with a nicely timed collapse, and there's the camo player. It's Nemesis. He's got everything now.
I'm sorry to say this, Alex. We have a problem here. We have a problem. We're at the midway point of this game, way past 31 kills on the board here for BBG, and my man Name and Swish have a combined 3 kills. That's not going to cut the mustard.
That's not good. Name sitting with a breadstick here. Under a lot of pressure, though, at a BBG early on. What can they do? You can see 2 of them trapped in the base here. Nemesis going to spot Haynes. He wants a piece of this fight. They'll take it. Name, at the very least, does pick up that trade. Is it enough? They'll Common with a kill onto King J. Common going to try to play it slow from the base. Your teammate's spawning up opposite sides, so leaving him alone. Might work out if he plays this right.
Common now trying to stay alive. It looks like he actually was able to get behind enemy lines, but if he shoots, it's going to give them all the information that he needs. I think he's aware of that. Able to get the easy cleanup kill on Nemesis, and what does he do? Immediately rotates out now, going in for the challenge on Mines, but Mines is ready for it.
Mines was ready. Swish and team, they're stuck out bottom mid now. Swish can't seem to do much here, especially with the nade coming in, right? You got to watch out for it. Nebula taking full advantage. Name wants a piece of this, but Nebula going to play this safely. Can he find an angle? This has been very interesting game of Slayer, right? We've seen a lot of very faster, much more fast-paced snowball-esque kind of experiences on Aquarius, but this one I feel like they've been kind of feeling each other out throughout. Though despite it, I mean, 43 to 25, BBG continues to increase the lead they've got.
Mines currently playing mind games with that player. Ends up getting the assist. King J able to take down Swish here. And it's only 6 more kills needed for BBG. And the question really is not about whether BBG is going to win this game, but more a matter of when it's going to happen. Name having no idea the Camo players right there. An excellent shot coming out of Nemesis. Now he's going to go in for the challenge on Swish. Now changing direction over towards Common. And I don't think they still have any idea what Nemesis is. He's putting damage on everybody, and nobody's able to account for him with that camouflage.
Nemesis played that beautifully. Just stood still. Player didn't see him. He's taking full advantage. Now they don't know where he is, too, as he comes back through blue. It doesn't matter, though. 50 to 26, a spectacular game, too. They lost game 1, Tony, so completely different story here. And what looks like a hell of a series on our hands just based off of it.
We're tied up here, and I mean, it's not a series until both teams have a point on the board.
Sure.
Now we're going to this so important game number 3. It's going to set the tone for the rest of the series. A lot of implications going into game number 3.
Any takeaways from that game, Tony?
The lack of firepower coming out in Esports.
A lot of firepower, right?
They couldn't, I mean, at one point, I'm not even joking, BBG had 31 kills. There was 2 players, Swish and Name, hate to call them out, but 2 players on their team that add up to 3 kills. You're not going to do, I mean, the best on that team was Common at 9 and 8.
Right.
It got bad. It really got bad here. Auction Esports, they need to reset. They need to do exactly what they're doing in game number 1. Playing together. I don't care if you don't win a single individual gunfight. I don't care if you don't win a single 50-50.
Right.
Don't get into them. 2v1 all day, bait and switch. Do what you do
Which we
rely on your teamwork.
We saw from BBG from the start of that game kind of holding hands as they rotate through the perimeter of the map and coming out with wins because of it. You got 2 guns trained on 1, not too much you can do, right? On top of the fact that I feel that there were several little situations, and it's not a massive component, but just not picking up the sidekick, not picking up some of the weapons that you're standing right beside, taking full advantage of them. I feel like that is kind of a bane. The BR is as flexible as it can be. It's not going to win you everything, especially when you're up against players who simply don't miss. Let's take a look at the series layout, though, see how things shake up at this point. Because, of course, Slayer, out of everything in this series, Slayer tends to be the most volatile, right? You never quite know where it'll land. CTF Bizarre, a true test of teamwork efficiency here, even more so at least. So we'll see where this one goes. CTF, we've seen a few games in CTF so far in this tournament, Tony. What do you expect to see here?
Well, luckily, from game number 1 told us that in the objective column, these teams are almost equal. These guys were both fighting for complete control in that Strongholds on live fire, and I believe CTF Bizarre is going to be the same thing. Very rarely do we see a team even cap 5 full flags on Bizarre. Lots of times you'll see a 1-1 tie going into overtime, 2-1, 3-1, and that's what I expect to see here going into game 3. These 2 teams are tightly contested. Ignore the Slayer. And they're tightly contested.
Forget about the Slayer.
It's going to be close.
I think it will be too. Once again, though, like you said, it's very difficult to get that clean flag pull out. Something I saw with C9 was just this ultimate efficiency, though.
Yeah.
It's the timing of grabbing the weapons and timing the push together. So you get that round of slays, but you also block the correct spawns at the same time, right? You want to block that locker side spawn while you have the flag running through, ensure that it's over on alley, so you know they're overextending. If you know where they are, it's easier to cut them off and ensure you take them down. And we'll see what these teams can do to coordinate and conquer. Of course, it's up to them to do it. We got the Bulldog Shotty sitting down bottom under Rockets. Of course, Rockets as well. The grapple to fight over the OS is so much on this map to control while you collect those flags at the same time.
I'm glad you mentioned that grapple. My favorite utility in this game, my favorite thing about this game, period, the grapple is not only versatile, not only amazing, it gets you out of a bad situation, gets you into a good situation, but it's also so fun to use. Starting on board with Mines and make his way all the way to, electing not to go for the Bulldog, but instead going right for the
timing.
play. And what beautiful plays coming out of Mines. Excellent shots, almost able to get the double kill. I'm going to copy that strat.
I mean, a bit of a risk reward, right? He just assumes that nobody's going to be looking. He gets the advanced timing with that drop slide, and it worked out. He got the opening shots because of it. Of course, giving up the shotgun there, but sometimes that timing is just a little bit better. We're seeing off of this, though, an opening for Nemesis to pull the flag as well. So it looks like it did overall work out for the team.
That it did, but you know what? Numbers are still not in favor just yet. And as I say that, Oxygen Esports are going to go down 2 players, so now numbers are in favor of the boys in red. BBG are actually just going to swarm this flag, having multiple players there. This might be a flag cap going in favor of the boys in red. Let's see what happens.
Jay gonna run it through the door. Common with 2, though. 2 big defensive kills out of him, but the flag just, it's too close, I think, at this point to not go in. King J going to make sure he gets the last couple kills on it. Still under a lot of pressure, though. And can they get back to the base in time? You got Nemesis looking at it. Nebula there as well, but still 2 up here. 2 dead on the side of Oxygen Esports. So Name the last line of defense to get something done. He does kill Nemesis, but he's just one man. What can he do?
Name sadly is going to go down here, but we have 4 kills come out of Name and Common at the moment. So there's this one seemingly going off. The first flag tap's going to go in, but sadly, Oxygen Esports, they're getting some of the slays. They're getting they're doing what they need to do, but it's not translated to the objective here. And now Overshield is 15 seconds away from popping off.
AJ's just going to stay near it. He's got a sight on the Name too. Just keep an eye on it, but OS, of course, going to be the objective. All while that happens, though, Name flanking through here. 2 kills on the feed. Haynes with it. Looks like Haynes can take flag straight out through Treehouse here. Name going to do what he can to support him. Somehow Swish walks away with OS as well. BBG just kind of off the map in this moment, out of position. And ideally, Swish can get away with the flag because of it. Here they are, perfectly timed. They'll get the return because of this.
And now BBG are starting to up the tempo here on board now with Nebula going in for the challenge, able to take down Common. He's not done yet. The shots are already starting to fly. Name is over toward the palm trees, and there's 2 players about to swarm in that exact area.
King J just gonna hold the doorway. Spawners in the back of the base, and Nemesis already doing all the damage. Name needs to live here, but good luck. He's got a teammate there to help out. Haynes with a big pickup, though, gonna leave Mines alone. Or not Mines on the flag, that's Nebula on the flag. Mines here to support it. Looks like that flag will go through. Rockets coming up, though. Point of contention here. Mines, no spawns are over in alley. We've got overextenders coming through. We got Name coming up from alley to contest Rockets. He get them. He might be able to stop this flag.
Name not able to get the timing on King J, utilizing that grapple to get right over to the lockers. The rockets that fly, almost able to snipe him with that rocket launcher. Name getting the bulldog, and yeah, how exactly was he able to get that rocket launcher?
Might have grappled it. I didn't quite see it. That shot he down as well. Name gonna drop that for Nebula. Nemesis picking up a kill with the marksman medal. That flag sits down center, but from all I can see is just BBG popping off on the board here. And just about guaranteeing that that second flag goes into the pedestal.
They call him Nebula because his gameplay is out of this world. King J now going to run that flag in. Looks like we have a 2-0 lead in favor of Built by Gamers.
BBG coming out hot. I don't know what happened game 1, but game 2 was devastating. And then all of a sudden, game 3, they're full confidence. And momentum, like you said. OS, he'll drop that thruster for it. Does go back to collect it. Now Nemesis with quite a bit of... Oh, he's got nothing! Apparently, you got Name just sitting in the cupboard. Sitting in the locker. Waiting for the backpack. Sometimes that's the better play.
That isn't common. Was able to follow that up with a big kill as well. Meanwhile, Mines getting right behind enemy lines. Excellent shots and a native match, but Name gets the double kill. Now on board with Haynes coming out of Oxygen Esports. BBG actually go 4 down. That's going to be a full squad wipe for the boys in blue.
Some potential here. Should be spawning up alley side. You've still got that teammate out center to ensure they don't spawn out front. Common gonna double back for Nemesis here. Beautiful shots. That'll take 1. King J slides into the front doors here. Swish got a beat on him. That flag sits down by the locker. And he make it much farther. He loses Name. Common comes in with the trade. Haynes, a huge line of defense from bottom mid here. Common picking up kills to ensure this flag goes just a little further. King J, I think the last member alive, does take the counter pull out, but now the spawners are coming up and starting to defend.
Nade's going over towards Nebula. Nebula now going to challenge Nade from across the map. Excellent shots going in from him. Meanwhile, King J going in after Haynes, but Haynes not going to have any part of that. Mines just sitting trying to defend the fly. The thrust going to come in from Common, able to stay alive, and that's going to be a killjoy for Mines. Here comes BBG.
And BBG, they just fend them off. Right picking up Slays, your left and right. Mines going to jump onto the return. Nade looking for it. Mines does not want to give up his life just yet. Can Common make it there in time, though? Man, sprint for it. Doesn't quite pick it up. Instead, Mines just gets free shots, deletes them all, and that flag was returned on both sides. But I mean, what a stop out of BBG.
Yeah, and every time a standoff that goes into a return on both sides goes in favor. It's going to really go in favor of Built by Gamers. They currently have a 2-0 lead, and we're approaching the 6-minute portion of this game.
Wait,
and
what? I've never seen
Intercepted.
that. Right? I didn't know that was a thing, but that is very interesting to note, by the way. I mean, it'd be very difficult to recreate a situation like that, but if you grapple an OS to you and an enemy gets in the way, they collect the OS. And I think he was so surprised that he didn't activate the OS, though. So King J actually walked away with it in the end.
I didn't even know he got back.
And then he got back smacked. What's going on, Tony?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Wow, that was incredible. Yeah, he grabbed the OS towards himself, got it intercepted, and
still got it.
Another 3 down. Go BBG, though. Hold on. Oxygen Esports have an opportunity to create some offense, and mind you, it's still 2-0. They need to make something happen here. We're approaching the 5-minute mark.
They still got to do another round of Slays here. You got Nebula just being cheeky, but okay, he will die. Flag still out in the base here. King J going to try to cut it off with Swish. Should ensure that is difficult for him. Honestly, King J just milked it long enough at this point. Swish couldn't get anything because of it. Flag does sit up bottom mid, so progress made, but King J shutting it down only temporarily. Can they get past the war zone that is bottom mid, though? Nebula going to leave that nade behind. Looks like they did make it up to the doors. That might just be enough as he goes through Treehouse.
Nebula now going in for a flank. He was over towards bottom rockets, and his information was gathered there. They know exactly where he was, but now he's creating some offense. All 4 players alive for Built by Gamers, and actually attacking from multiple sides here. The shot's going to ring out on Haynes right up the rip. Goes in for the challenge on Swish, able to take him down, but 2 players going down, so excellent defense coming out of Oxygen Esports. Still 1 more player to deal with.
Mines with the awareness here, those comments above him. Clean, doesn't clean him up.
God.
You know, that's the thing with the thrust, right? Like he should have had the advantage. Still didn't connect, clutch up, hit the shot. Unfortunately did whiff it because of that comment on a bit of a roll here instead. Does get shut down though. OS sits down, bottom map here. Nebula got no choice but to turn and burn here. Somehow Name didn't get the kill because he didn't get it immediately. Now Name drops, Swish gets in for the OS. He'll plant it on the body. And rinse and repeat here for Oxygen Esports. They still got some time to pull this off.
The young man formerly from Florida, now living in New Jersey, having Overshield in hands, and probably the most important player on the map at the moment. Only down by 1 kill, and Nebula going to neutralize that immediately, utilizing that green gun to work.
So convenient.
Beautiful plasma pistol shot coming out of Nebula.
The timing of the pickup in the plasma pistol, right? Because it's always sitting there on the wall, but you don't really see it come into play until you don't get the OS, and then you make sure you pick it up. I mean, now that he's picked it up, you know what? Maybe not. Or maybe he should have dropped the weapon and fired the BR shot instead, right? Something we've seen from several players here. You get that faster draw time if you drop that plasma pistol. Either way, these players will reset, and the rockets will be the new point of contention.
Common actually going to be able to grab those rockets. Excellent shots from across the map on Mines, but more importantly, we have multiple players coming out of Oxygen Esports that are actually starting to up the tempo to create some offense here. Swish going in for the for shots on Nemesis, forcing him to back down. 2 down, go BBG.
Nice.
And Swish always listening to the comms, back in the engagement, backs down, helps with the cleanup, goes in for the challenge, not able to get the second one though.
Big defense out of Nemesis here. Got the thrust, got the mangler. A rotation through Alley. Haynes still up, though, still pestering him over on Treehouse. Common here to join the fray. And can Nemesis get the best of this fight? He can. It's wild to see how effective those pillars are out front base, though, right? You can do so much with him if you play him carefully. Just not enough to stop Nemesis. And they stop King J, though.
King J trying to push forward here. The Dynamo Nade gonna come in and do
yes,
max amount of damage, actually coming in and getting the kill. Great IQ play by Haynes, and look at that Mind able to take down Haynes here, and now going for the shots on Haynes, but out of all of that, Swish was able to get away with that overshield, and he also has a thrust as well.
Swish moving quick here. He knows names already on the flag. They already got the pull through. And what kind of progress can they make with it is common with the flag. Haynes here to support, making sure that they don't already overextend through. It's King J who has. King J now that line of defense. He sits in the treehouse waiting for it. Flag just sits out front. Can't quite get it up the stairs. And can they get it any farther here? It's down to Swish, who's currently weak bottom mid. Can't do it. King J sits on it and resets it once again. BBG continue to shut them down. And now the timer, not looking so good for Oxygen Esports.
A little over a minute on the clock. Name able to get another big kill, putting his 23rd frag on the board. The man is really the leading Slayer on this team, but Mind's gonna ice him up and stop him short.
Once again, they're back on the flag here. Nebula gonna take it out through to Treehouse. You got Minds with the escort. Oh, I like the attempt there. Drops it out front. I think he's gonna go drop, slide, pick it up, take it out quickly. Now Haynes at the same time though with a counter pull. So this is really the moment for the game here, Tony, right? The what I want to say is the last flag standoff situation here. Nebula with the flag out. Nebula and Minds gonna work together to ensure that flag doesn't go any farther through bottom mid. They'll toss theirs out at the same time. What will happen here? You know what? Already we see the result. King J, he's going on for the return. I think, well, he didn't do it. Flag got touched. Somebody stepped on it last second. And flag still sits out at the double doors. Minds on top of it. Common here. Last second to defend it. Can he get Nebula? He can't do it. The thrust will take him. But the return's still coming in from Haynes. And he does manage to succeed. So that flag is going to go in the last 3 seconds here. Sudden death will trigger. I mean, it doesn't need the trigger. Instead, the wait a sec. There's a sudden death, and I guess it's still triggered, but the overtime should come in right in just about a second. So interesting timing there, right? I guess if you pick up the flag, hit 0 seconds, sudden death triggers, but he planted it at exactly 0, so he still got the sudden death timer. Either way, I mean, we got a tie game, Tony. We got an overtime.
That we do, and let me tell you, BBG controlling most of that game. It took Oxygen Esports every last second to put that flag tap in. Going into overtime, Common gonna immediately start off by challenging KJ from across the map.
Pillar.
KJ working that pole like he knows what he's doing.
Man, I swear that pillar is the biggest power weapon on the map, man. Every time I see somebody play that, it's just the strafe speed combined with the just how effective you can be peeking around cover. It's just so powerful. You gotta have nades ready in advance. But that's 3 dead, by the way, on the feed. Rockets coming into play here too. Minds might still have one more. King J gonna get melted by Common. Last line of defense. Now Haynes here to join the fight, but Nebula, he's got eyes on both. And the flag out the door as well. How far can he get with it? The safety for now. But now he's gotta get through center map.
Love the high IQ play coming out of Nebula right there. That was 3 down. And looks like the flag is actually going to make it into the double doors. Swish coming in with the Bulldog. And let's see what happens here. Common now going to try to stay alive. And Swish going in for that so important return. And it looks like he was able to get it.
I want to say it's a bit of like a risky, like he banked on his flank succeeding there, right? He went for the shotgun, and in doing so, they were overwhelmed on the base. The flag went out, but he had that advanced timing with the shotty to stop the flag in the double doors, and he saved an opportunity for BBG. So once again, resetting the situation, and Haynes, who can't quite get out of Treehouse. So Oxygen Esports being reset once again.
Nebula going to still have that Bulldog in his back pocket. That's going to be so important here. As Swish going in for the challenge across the map, able to get that assist, and Nebula just going to stay alive here. And the shot's starting to ring out on Name as well. Off screen, Nemesis getting a big kill, and Nebula is starting to get aggressive.
Name just going to play it slow, right? Sitting at the doorway with the shotgun. OS about to pop up as well. Name does. No, it's there. He's got Swish with the help. Snaps onto Nebula. You can see Nemesis doing what he can just to stay alive so he can get to the OS. King J here too. Does get his shields back. Looks like he should be able to walk away with it. He's timing it too. Want to make sure he has full shields coming up into Treehouse here. Haynes first victim. Bait and switch with Swish. Is it enough though, right? 2 more BRs trained on him in the Treehouse to slow them down.
King J elected to get aggressive on Name, challenge him immediately, force him to back down. Him and Nemesis going to try to work a little 1-2 combo, and I don't think they're exactly sure what King J is. Now they do, the grapples going to come in, able to get that kill, but 2 down go BBG. Oxygen Esports are playing some defense.
Plenty of defense here. 2 minutes left, though, right? Time will start to become a factor. And Swish knows it. Where does he go, though? Just going to hold down Rockets for now. Nemesis about to challenge him through the alley, but Mine's first one to take down. Common Dame, they take their kills in the feed. Flag out. A big opportunity here as they double Nemesis. Nemesis going to milk his life as long as he can for the spawners. But Swish, instead of worrying about it, he just goes straight for the flag and does not waste any time. And I like this play out of him. They've made progress because of it.
Name going all the way down to 1 shot, but still being as annoying as
He's
possible
still alive
over
back
toward
there.
the players on the back flag, but he knows the spawners coming towards Rocket side, so what does he do? He changes the priorities, immediately switching targets, now putting more shots on Nemesis. That was the first player who was putting shots on. Meanwhile, Nebula and Mines getting back-to-back kills. That's not going to be good for Oxygen Esports.
It's up to Name, though. Name still sits in the locker. He needs to live here to protect the flag, but he can't quite do it. In a minute, 20 seconds, Tony, I mean, if it goes down to 0, do we get a reset of this? I think we very well might. And we'll see if that happens. Of course, BBG looks like it's their turn to attack.
Nebula staying over towards the locker side. Wasn't winning that individual battle, so he smartly backs down. Doesn't want to challenge Name. Name has been slaying out. That's not a player that I would want to challenge. And Nebula started to feel it. And now he finally is going to be hunted down. And here comes the aggression out of Oxygen Esports. Name able to take down Mines as well and putting damage on King J from across the map.
So once again, they've fended them off temporarily here. Nemesis does have the OS, though, no longer. Look, he's caught between 2, right? He had a bit of a pinch there. Name weak, though, and Nebula can pick it up. Drops the Dynamos. That's the... Oh, Haynes, can he live? He can. You're sprinting quick enough. You can't jump through those Dynamos, I guess, and come out with the kill. A lot of confidence there for it. King J, 24 seconds left in the clock. Mines here to support. Can they be the ones to touch the flag, trigger a sudden death? Because that's all we got left here, Tony.
And it was a 4 down for Oxygen Esports. Looks like they were able to come right up. Meanwhile, Mines taking down Name. That's going to be the initial kill that they might need here. Common actually going in for the cleanup kill on Nebula. Excellent kill out of him. And now Common going to run a counter cap. So let's see. We have a little bit of a flag standoff, but the lead is going in favor of BBG, who already have the flag in the double doors.
He needs to live for Haynes to come through. Look at this. The pitch. Name and Haynes, they can double stack the re. Can they, though? The Dynamos coming in and melting them both. Or melted Haynes at the very least. Both flags sit down, but BBG, they've killed everyone but Common. Now the Common's dead. Is there anyone left to defend it? It's up to Swish. Return comes in, flag right beside the pedestal, but a tie comes through. And was it because of the return? Did he return his own flag? Funny, maybe I didn't quite get to see it, but I think the return might have come through on the blue flag, but I figured sudden death would stay in session till both flags would be returned.
Yeah, it would make sense. If they're tied up, it would make sense.
Either way, what a series of events for Game 3. This has been, I think we might have to reset it. We'll see.
Hey, all that means is we get to
Halo.
much of this gameplay, and with these two teams so equally matched, it is exciting to watch. That game number 1 was neck and neck. Game 2 was a little heavily in favor of Built by Gamers, but Game 3 did not disappoint. CTF Bizarre is quickly starting to become one of my favorite game types and map combinations. Not to play, to be honest, but to cast. It always seems to go down to the wire.
Right. We talked about how difficult it is to pull those flags. I mean, we saw it through bottom mid. You've got that open space in the map. It's just so easy to contest, get sight lines, to slow the flag down. And even if you don't do that, you got the prevalence of the alley side spawn, and just how far you spawn out there as well. Sometimes you almost have immediate access to an overextension, right? So we saw that with Swish, where he spawned out in alley, didn't go back to fight the flag, overextended, grabbed Shoddy, cut them off at double doors, and then saved the flag. We would see that multiple times in the game. We might see plenty more of it. I think we will be resetting this, and I'll be waiting on an update. I think it might just be one flag.
Yes, actually we're going actually into an overtime sudden death. First Cap wins. I love this. I love
full timer, I think, too. So we jump into the game as if it's normal. Full timer, 12 minutes, but one cap. It's gonna happen. 12 minutes has got to be enough time for one cap, I figure.
You would think.
We'll see.
It's bizarre. Some bizarre things happen.
Take me back to the early Fathom CTF days where we went I think they had like 2 resets back-to-back, 3 resets.
Don't remind me. Oh my gosh. If that's the case, we're in for a long night, huh?
It's a long day yesterday. I'm prepared for a long day today and a long day tomorrow. Tony, Halo Infinite LANs. I mean, finally back in a venue, finally back around people, around a community that's multiple times the size it's been in the last, I want to say, 3 years through the drought. We come here and all of a sudden there's a massive, massive venue just full to the brim of Halo players. Honestly, it's a sight to see. And if you couldn't make it, I would recommend you look into Anaheim, look into some of the future events coming up because, man, it's just incredible. It's a different vibe, different experience. And I'm glad I managed to make it. Tony, I'm glad I got to meet you in person.
It's been incredible. It's been incredible.
It's only just getting started. Still, we got plenty coming up. Of course, as soon as this game is ready, we're going to jump in. But like we said, it should just be 1 flag and a full game timer. And once it's ready, we're going to watch it.
I've been so excited because, you know, we had the Halo 5 community. We kind of grew up in the Halo 5 community.
Right.
I've been playing for a long time, but I preferred Halo 5 over the classic Halo. But then you had those classic Halo lovers, those MCC fans who loved Halo 3, Halo 2,
Yep.
H2A. They weren't playing Halo 5, and what Infinite did was just bring them all together. And it's just such a beautiful thing, and we saw it right here. I didn't even want to try to count how many people in this venue. I know I've met easily over 100 people, and I plan on going out and meeting 100 more.
It's hard to go out there without talking, like having a million conversations.
Yeah, one after another.
I just try to get water, and it's just, it's incredible experience. But man, like you said, Infinite bringing us all together to enjoy these matches, enjoy this series. Sounds like our game is just about ready to go. So here we go. We're going to jump in. Once again, full timer, 12 minutes, 1 flag to cap. Who's going to do it? I expect a brawl.
Looks like Mind actually electing to go right in for the Mangles to defend Rockets.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
Nebula starts things off with a double kill. Almost able to steal away that overshield, but not able to slap it into the chest. 3 down go Oxygen Esports, and Mind's having a double kill of his own, utilizing the Rockets, and gonna get overshield as well.
Overshield, grapple, a lot he could do with it, assuming he doesn't get tagged up for free here. Swish flanking out through bottom mid. He got that kill on the Nebula, but and he hit him with the plasma pistol as he grappled. Name gonna shut that OS down.
And now Name wanting to get aggressive with his teammates here, goes right into the middle of the map, ends up being shot over the players, over on the bottom Rockets, but still having the nades come in. Able to stay alive. Common needs to stay alive right here, right now, if they want to create any kind of offense.
Common just trying to keep his presence low. Of course, now that he's revealed himself, he'll get killed by Nemesis. Name does pick up the trade here, so Name with some progress onto the base here. Swish, unfortunately, going to get dropped. Name with a big pick up for the trade, though. Sees Nebula as well, and I like the attempt. Hits the fast slide straight down the bottom mid, but can't quite escape. Common here for the trade, though, so Oxygen doing a great job of communicating, picking up off of each other's weak opponents, but they didn't see Mines slip through enemy lines here.
Yeah, Mines not only having the grapple, but also having that Mangler too, so he's able to close the distance and win his up-close gunfights in 20 seconds. There should be an overshield coming up, and Mines is well aware of it. He might try to rotate over as Nebula able to take down Name. That's the player you need to get off of the map.
Big defensive kill out of Nebula. PVG under a lot of pressure to start, though. I think this is their first advance onto the base here. We'll see what they can get away with. Nemesis here to lead the charge. Snaps back. His Haynes is already at their double doors. Name with a kill, too. We'll try to put damage into Haynes, but Haynes comes back out with the OS. And all of a sudden, BBG back on the defensive once again.
I got to go out to breakfast with Oxygen Esports, and I was talking to, I asked them, I said, what are the expectations coming into this tournament? And they simply said, we plan on going into the mentality and having the mentality that we can win every single game.
Right.
It's all, they're good friends. They know exactly what they want to do. Now it's about execution here. But that flag is going to be coming out for Oxygen Esports.
I mean, ideally, you treat all the opponents the same, right? Whether it's the best team in the league or the worst one, you give them the same level of focus, energy, and come into it knowing you can win it. Play your game the best you can here. We'll see what Nebula can do here. Bottom mid, 1 shot. Name and Haynes already tag teaming up on the flag, the opposite side. So Nebula here to cut his losses. They can push, go for a counter pull, but there's 2 defenders sitting in the base. And Nebula gonna snap back instead. Look at this, so he's caught in between it. This timing, not ideal. That flag now out. Hasn't gotten too far just yet, but Haynes, he wants to collect it.
And sadly, I mean, the melee shot comes in. He's able to get the melee, but not able to get that mangler shot off first. If he would have hit that, that would have been an instant kill. Luckily, King J able to come out alive. Meanwhile, Name off the screen ends up getting back-to-back kills. Common now having the rocket launcher. He might be able to stop this flagport, even getting the grapple.
So Name and Swish clutch it up on the flag. Common, in the meantime, has rockets to escort this. I mean, this should, ideally, this should be it for them. Can they ensure it happens? So saves the rockets. Haynes picks it up. Grapple to get out of the way. Where is he?
No.
Did the rocket connect? I think Name and Swish picked it up. So the return coming through. Flag getting up through Treehouse. And I don't think BBG have an answer for this. Is BBG far enough on the map to stop? Wait, they read? No, they did it. Okay, for a second. I heard flag return, but it was the blue team flag being returned. Of course, Oxygen Esports, they come through and they pull it off. But man, what a well-coordinated exchange out of them, right? We had the double team in the base. We didn't quite get to see it. Name pulls off a double, of course, with the help of Swish. While that's happening, Common in a fight for rockets earns them. And having that, I mean, as a defense, as you run that flag through, basically just guarantees the situation. So the combination of the weapons and the timing and the teamwork with that one, pulling it out successfully. Oxygen Esports, they'll move on 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, it took Oxygen Esports not only regulation, sudden death, overtime,
then
a reset into a sudden death overtime just to come out with that win. And again, it just tells me how closely these two are matched. Again, I take the Slayer game out of it. The two objectives have been nothing but close. And guess what we're going into? Another objective.
Yep. So this is it, essentially, right? Like you said, the Slayer, very lopsided. And if it is this lopsided, though, it does make you think BBG, they can handle their 1v1s, right? They can win their fights. At the end of the day, you know, that's obviously a key component to winning here. But with Oddball on streets, I wonder what that'll mean for holding on their setup. What we've seen in the past is an A-side setup with the ball.
Yeah.
And you're blocking down all the perimeters. You got the alley side, you got the arcade side, and of course center back with the rockets. To counter it, though, teams will send multiple one side or the other. I wonder how they'll play this and whether or not that slaying power will be enough, I guess. They did it in Slayer. Can they actually win an objective? Final chance, too.
Yeah, I mean, BBG. Like I said, BBG won that Slayer game too, so obviously they have the potential to win their pivotal gunfights. But at this level, it seems like almost everybody can shoot, obviously. So what are those X factors, you know? How's your teamwork? Well, you know, are you controlling the resources? How good are you at utilizing some of the weapons like the Mangler, the Heat Wave? If you can give yourself any advantage, you're going to come out with the win. And in my opinion, Oxygen Esports seem to have that X factor. And to me, it's the teamwork. It really is.
You said, how good are you at using those weapons as well, right? Some of the big things I think we saw from Na'Vi, for example, is the way that they position themselves to defend the ball hold, right? Like for Cafe, they would hide in Cafe with the shotgun, just wait and audio cue, wait for audio cues and just come out with the kill. And it sounds, you know, a little cheesy, but I mean, at the end of the day, that could be the difference maker. Of course, to counter, maybe you can go for a pre-nade or something to ensure there isn't check your corners, right? But also just being in advanced position as well. So instead of backing up and like covering PD, let's say if you're watching arcade side sitting beside PD, instead you push forward to arcade and hide in arcade, hide closer forward to that C stronghold, so they don't anticipate that you're there, and maybe you pull off a back smack for it. So a bit of an advanced positioning where some teams would just kind of be closer to the ball.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because Na'Vi was doing that, but you know who also was doing that? BBG, built by gamers, on Launch Fire Strongholds. Remember when King J was hiding in that corner? He was 3 down, got an easy back smack on Swish. Ended up neutralizing the situation a little bit. Eventually he went down. It was a squad wipe, but either way, looks like they're willing to do that as well. Hey, sometimes you got to hide in corners to win. Who would have guessed? I'm a king of hiding in corners. That's my level. Yeah,
but just being flexible with the setup, though, right? Because you can't do the same thing every time because you'll get red. But just having, you know, adapting essentially, right? Having answers to their answers, and that's just kind of the beauty of it. What can you do when they read your play? Can you adapt and conquer? We'll see. Up to Haynes off the start here, who's launching all of his nades over the ball. Knows at least one player is there. Snaps onto Nebula for the kill and a double early on. That'll delete their resources. Maybe an opportunity for a rocket pickup too. And the ball to start. So many things to grab.
It looks like he's electing not to go after that rocket launcher, probably leaving it for a teammate, and instead starting the rotation with the ball over towards the C side of the map. Meanwhile, Common is overextended, baiting the rocket launcher, and able to get the trade-off kill. But that's going to be good for Oxygen Esports. I mean, they currently have the ball in hands, and they're set up. So, hey, trade-off kills all you want.
Right, that rocket launcher will, like you said, trade with the ball in the hand. 17 seconds, at least, for Oxygen Esports. Now up to King J behind enemy lines. He'll tag up Haynes, but Haynes is going to keep moving. Remaining player center map here. Nemesis Mines, they scrap 2. And last one alive is Comet, who takes a trade, but it's not enough to ensure we don't get a ball hold here.
So Oxygen Esports starting off with a 17-0 run, and BBG going to answer right back. Meanwhile, Nebula hiding in that corner, watching that easy cutoff. Mine sitting in the back over towards the top, giving off all the information that they need. I'm loving the setup coming out of BBG. This is going to be hard to break, but Haynes already getting that first initial kill.
Surprised not to see that Stalker rifle come into play there, right? Just sitting on the weapon rack, nobody picking it up. Instead, we got Mines and Nemesis with a couple BR kills on the feed here. Of course, Common line of defense, though. Opportunity on Nebula, who just thrusts out of there so quickly. He'll take Nemesis instead. A little scary for a second there. That allows him to rotate the ball, and ideally, he can get it over to A side. We'll see. They can play patient for now, though, too. They know they're spawning over Cafe. Got Name with the coverage here. I guess he's afraid to get tagged up as he goes out through center, but you got both perimeters accounted for from Oxygen Esports. Nice little setup here on C.
Name going after Nemesis off the screen, but looks like Nebula able to get the kill as well. Swish gonna get to the so crucial pivotal gunfight. Ends up going down to one shot. Cleanup is coming in, and nobody having ball in hands just yet. Common gonna try to get it over towards the C side of the map. Here comes the drop wall. Nemesis is staying alive.
Drop wall providing, oh my, just enough cover with that to go full confidence and hold the angle, get the kill. That's the beauty of components like that in the game. It's just a temporary cover. You shoot through it, get that extra little angle that you wouldn't normally have, and making it work perfectly. Of course, 30 points and counting here for BBG as they come back and narrow the lead or narrow the score. In this series, take the lead in just a second as well, but Name might be there to shut it down. He does get Nemesis. Ball out front. Mine's just going to sit with the shotgun and hopefully blast somebody. Can't do it.
Almost able to do it. Ends up throwing that ball in to try to bait it with the Bulldog. It almost ends up coming out on top, and sadly not able to get that, stay alive here. Meanwhile, King J going right at Swish. Common going to try to stay alive, and the ball is going to be dropped off. I love that right there. Players one shot. You're not going to go in for the challenge. Might as well pick up the ball. Great communication come out of them, but
swap.
2 down. Go Oxygen Esports. BBG are on the aggressive.
Quick little switch position and get time at the same time, right? Right, Tony? Just very efficient.
Yeah.
Now they got the hold in C. 43 and counting. Here shots into Haynes. Back him up. Mine's going to go all the way in for the challenge. Does somehow get the kill. Can't quite back out of it, though. Haynes very quick to take the angle. Oh, well, that happens, though. King J just collecting time. Now taking the lead here, at least slightly. We'll see how much more he can get, especially with Nebula right in the front doors with a shotty. Okay. Well, scary.
That Bulldog can hit on, momentarily on board with Nebula. Meanwhile, Mine's going to try to make his way on the Rockets side, using it as bait just a moment, but Haynes putting the shots on him. That means Swish was able to get away with the Rockets. That ball is already starting to rotate over and trying to get onto the A side. Excellent kill coming out of Swish. 3 down, go BBG. Oxygen have a chance to run away.
That rocket did not quite work as intended, but the melee definitely did. Ball down the hands of Oxygen. Gonna rotate it back to A, something they've been looking to create the whole game long here. Nemesis now dead. That'll make it easy for him. And now Swish, one more rocket to put to good use. Into the body of Nebula. King J for the easy double. And a shotgun. He's just been gifted a whole new weapon here. Actually, he didn't pick it up. Hopefully, maybe that was the last shot. And oh, there it is. There we go. Hiding under the dead body there. Shotgun now on board for Swish. And a lot of potential to keep points in their favor.
Yeah, Bulldog is way too strong to just leave on the floor. So luckily, Swish got able to get that in hands, but not for long here because Mine's off the screen, able to take him down. So now that Bulldog most likely going to be in the hands of Mine coming out of Built by Gamers.
Back up. Nice awareness from Common there too, knowing he lost his teammates, so he doesn't go too far with that angle. He would have taken quite a bit of damage from that nade, but avoided it in advance. As long as he's being tricky and annoying, pestering them, he's giving his teammates time and space to make a play here. Definitely gonna get blasted by that nade. And just an opening for Comet, but he can't quite take it. Mine's King J, they'll work together, pick up their slays, and now 81, a lead here for BBG, a control in C. And Spawner is now coming up for Oxygen, but they've got very little time to fly over to the ball.
Yeah, we have another lead change in BBG, but it looks like it's the most crucial change. It looks like all angles are being locked in. This setup is in, and it looks like BBG are taking round number 1. There's a chance we might be going to a game 5. Let's see what they can do in round number 2.
I mean, he's starting to look like it, Tony. It's been a hell of a closely contested series, and I wouldn't be surprised if you just ended up spawning out backwards. By the way, I think this is, I assume this is still a thing on land. If you're tapping your buttons or moving the sticks like you do in Ogre Twitch in between rounds, it'll move your player when you spawn. So in between rounds or in between games, if you're loading into a game, you can spawn backwards or spawn facing the wrong way because you were moving your sticks while it was loading up.
More of the story? Let go of the stick.
Don't move.
Stop moving between games.
Like a nervous twitch that I got, though. It's hard to stop it. You know, you just kind of do it without thinking.
And ADD be kicking in. I'm always moving here. Nemesis now making his way over towards the middle part of the map. Common able to get a big kill, but Name follows it up. And the trades are actually, no, not a trade. Haynes going to win that individual engagement. 4 down, go built by gamers. Auction Esports are locked in with their setup.
A lot of seaside ball holds. I mean, you take what you can get at the end of the day. This is just what's been convenient. But we'll see how they continue to play it here, of course. 13, 14 and counting. Nice little double stack over on Arcade's side here. Mind's going to attempt to challenge. He does take one. Now up to Swish to win this little 1v1 with Nebula. Swish going to do everything he can just to slow the man down. All while that happens, King J with a double push into C. Swish with a massive kill. That ball was taken by Red. Now sits out uncontested. Up to Minds and Name. Name will get the best of him.
That he does. Now we're going to switch on board here with Nemesis, holding down the red room, but not for long because Swish getting the ice-up kill. Nebula challenging Common. Common ready for the challenge, putting that player in the dirt. And no more slays. All of the frags going towards Auction Esports, and it is reflecting in the scoreboard here. Mind you, they currently are down in rounds. It's 1-0 in rounds in favor of BBG. They would have to win back-to-back rounds.
Swish tried to hit him with the jump up. Couldn't quite do it. Instead gets the perfect shots on the thrust back. It's enough to get a trade. Last 3 members here of Oxygen Esports in perfect position to clean up what's left. Common going to take advantage of that whiffed melee. That ball's going to rotate out to PD. Nebula off a spawn. Needs to win the fight for the Rockets, but can't quite do it. That now sits up. Mines doesn't have shields to look at it. Haynes here to defend, but Haynes not expecting the re-challenge. And maybe BBG can walk away with a little bit off of the pickups here.
And the wingman medal being earned by Mines. That's going to be 5 assists before dying 1 time. Just dropping dimes. Looking like the John Stockton of his team right now. And he's still alive. I mean, he's being so efficient on the map. They have to stop Haynes from going off like this. Nemesis having the rocket launcher, making quick work of him. And now Nemesis staying alive, going one shot, going to try to wrap over towards the Mines. Luckily, Mines getting a double kill off the screen, utilizing that bulldog.
You gotta love the positions these players take. Like, if he just sits in tires, then that player can challenge him or throw a nade. That nade would probably kill him. But if he sits behind that little, block or whatever you want to call it, the position he sat in, he avoids nades. He ensures that if he dies, that player has to overcommit to challenge him. Just little decisions in positioning to make things more difficult for the enemy to preserve your life and ensure that this ball continues to tick in your favor here. Now 58 points, and Nebula dropping it out to center to let it, or to bait it just a little bit for King J. Put some damage in on the Haynes.
And not only was Nebula able to play the ball over towards the middle of the map, but also even getting a kill trading off right there. Meanwhile, Haynes did a kill of his own. Common watching over the ball, utilizing as bait to sort of take down Mines. They have the numbers, but not able to collapse on this ball. Multiple players from BBG are defending it.
Nice little snap at a Common for the headshot there. Does not stay up, though. Ball still out, actually got reset. Sat down for too long, which might benefit Oxygen, who currently have the high ground here, though somehow King J coming back for the fight. Will Snap get the kill? Mines under some pressure from Common. Common does clean up what's left of the weak King J over in the alley here. There's the Stalker finally coming into play, right? We haven't seen it just yet. Very powerful weapon. But what's also powerful is a couple nades in a BR, and especially the Rockets here. Assuming Nate gets out, or Nate gets out with him. I think he might have thrown it to Common. I think Common might have those rockets, but not for long here, because man's putting in work.
I'm a big fan of this Stalker rifle you're seeing now. Able to get that 360 kill. Rocket launcher now going to be in the hands of King J. Who's going to utilize it immediately. Taking down Name. Now going in for the challenge immediately on Swish. Meanwhile, the ball is rotating over towards the C side of the map, and King J is watching this purple angle perfectly. And here comes the fight. Collateral damage.
He got a little more than he bargained for. Either way, he got the kill that he needed for defense, I guess. He'll get out with his life, too, which is massive. That shotgun spawned up in the the vending machine as he passed by it, though, so we'll see who ends up collecting. I think it might have been dropped right there. Ain't gonna die in the front doors. Mines still with the Stalker.
That's it. Oh my God.
And still getting kills with it. Was that the round for the game?
Yeah. Wow.
Tony, here I am not quite looking at time, but one beautiful hold here out of BBG. And everything comes together. They lock things down in C. And honestly, we didn't see the Stalker all game long, but Mines, he picks up a killing spree the moment he grabs it, right? The types of angles that you could take, the damage you can do cross map, even close quarters, because that thing, I mean, pretty nasty if you no-scope it, coming together for the team. On top of the rocket play we saw at the very end there, despite taking out the teammate with it, King J, coming in flanking. Seaside hold seemed to be the name of the game, but BBG, I mean, looking confident. Game 4, we got a full 5-game series, Tony, to kick off our day.
Yeah, this is the first game or first series that we're seeing in our championship bracket, and we're already going into a Game 5. I mean, of course, it's going to be on Recharge. I love me some Slayer Recharge. Out of all the maps that we play Slayer on, I think Recharge is my favorite Slayer map.
I mean, Recharge is just an exciting map, right? The way it's designed, it's asymmetrical. You get a lot of different engagements. You get the grapple and the repulsor in play along with the sword, too. The only map with the sword, in my opinion, one of the most exciting weapons to witness. It's just such a unique element of Halo's. We need more, for sure. Unique element of the sandbox, though, right? Of course, it's all about balance in the end of the day, though. Where do you put the sword? Depending on the map, it's a very powerful weapon.
Start with it.
Start with it, yeah, for sure. So sword camo starts, I was thinking would be a good mix-up down the line. Right? You start with BR, and then for ultimate skill level play, you go sword camo start. It's probably the way.
The fact that we're running with a BR, it's honestly disgusting. I'm thinking sword camo and
the elites
assault
did
rifle.
sword camo, so you figured, they're top tier in the Covenant.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
That's why we got 50K subscribers on YouTube, man. That's the analytics that we need right there. This man knows. This man knows.
What can I say? Just got the stats, got the strats on lock, Tony. Either way, hopefully these players got their strats on lock, right? We've got one more game coming in the series, coming up in this series. It is Slayer on Recharge. We talked about the sword enough. We got the grapple, the repulsor. What else on that map, why do I want to say tickles your fancy? What else on that map matters to you? You just step away from me. Oh, man. Tony, it's about to be a long day for the record.
One weapon that doesn't
I'm still
tickle.
waking up, honestly. I haven't had coffee yet. I got to anyway.
One weapon that doesn't tickle, let me tell you, is the shock rifle. It does, that weapon in the right hand.
It does tickle you. With electric tickle, okay.
Will absolutely murder your opponent. Let me tell you, it's unforgiving, but if you can go off with it and nail all your headshots, the shock rifle will do damage and not tickle.
I'm sure, depending on if you're Master Chief, it might just tickle you, because, I mean, he can withstand anything. Either way, like you said, shock rifle, incredibly powerful. The Mangler, obviously very useful in a map like Recharge, considering the close quarters engagements that you get. The big thing about the Mangler is just how prevalent it spawns, though, right? Some of these weapons, they respawn so frequently. It's got that 30-second spawn timer, so really, you should always have one in the back pocket when you walk by it. Take advantage of these weapons. They do change the game. We'll see how it comes into play, of course, especially the camo right out center map. And that starting strat, I think, going to be a large indicator of how things might go here, so we'll see it.
No tickles on the map. We're going to find out who's going to get the last laugh here. We're going into game number 5. First to 50 kills going to take the win. 12 minutes on the clock. It's go big or go home, or not home, but lower bracket.
Go to the lower bracket. Go big or drop down. Ideally, you go big here. We'll see. Pitched a fastball. Is the did you see that on the feed there? Is that like an opening nade kill? Pitched a fastball. I didn't know that. I've never seen that. Out of the kill feed, by the way. Nice little Easter egg. 2-2 on the board to start things. And once again, I said pick up the Mangler. The man's listening.
Well, back in the day, the fastball metal used to be like getting a kill with a direct impact of a nade while players absolute.
Oh, really?
And you hit them with direct impact of a nade, and it killed them. It actually kills them. It's really weird. You rarely ever get that metal as King J now going to work over toward the long haul side of the map. Meanwhile, it looks like Esports has not having control of long haul, but they are having control of towards A side. Who's going to be able to get those first kills?
Oh, not King J, unfortunately. Swish and Nave will be the ones to do it. Now 6-3 on the board. Nebula still here to defend, but you can't do much against 2. Thankfully, Mines is here to pick up the scraps. Mines with the double to answer right back. 7-5. About to be a very closely contested game, Tony, if I had to predict it.
Mines going all the way down to 1 shot here, but somehow able to get away with his life. He's going to utilize that Mangler. 2 shots, immediately going to whip out the battle rifle. Goes in for the stick on the second player, not able to get it, but great damage coming in out of Mines. Let's see what Swish is doing for Oxygen Esports.
He's going to lock things down for B to start. Killing spree for him as well.
Okay.
Not too shabby. Got to watch his backside here. We talked about the tickles. I mean, Nebula's coming out with a shock rifle. He'll drop that. And Swish does not want to go for it just yet. Man is exposed. Camo about to pop up here shortly, so Nemesis with a bit of a double dilemma. Man's going to drop instead. And that's Swish, actually, who played it patiently from B and picked the right timing to get down to bottom mid. Does he take Mines? As well he does with perfect shots. And maybe an opening here for Oxygen Esports, unless King J has something to say about it.
And King J does. He actually ends up getting the cleanup kill, utilizing the grapple to stay alive. Meanwhile, Camo and Sword are currently up. His teammate able to get away with that camouflage, and he's not going to go after the Sword. I guess he has a shock rifle in hands right now. Yeah. No need to, I guess, be too greedy.
Well, the timing it takes for him to get there, right? I was looking at his inventory. He doesn't have a grapple anymore. It doesn't have the plasma nade, so he'd have to run over there. And that's all while the camo's in play. Mine's looking to make a play here. Man needs to be positioned to answer. We'll see Nebula already dead. Mines. Oh, this is just an opportunity of a lifetime. Opportunity for this man, that's Common, who's going to get out. But I mean, what a vantage point for Mines there that he's gained.
17-15 lead going in favor of Oxygen Esports, but Nemesis getting the double kill, taking down both Comet and Swish, going in for the triple, ends up getting the assist, allowing King J to go in for the cleanup, and now we're seeing, with the striking distance, only one kill behind Oxygen Esports.
Nemesis gonna play it patiently, snaps on this Swish instead, nice shots from him to help with the kill. Mines trying to get out of dodge, gonna join these teammates as they collapse onto A. You can see the last three members over on elevator, over on A side here. Nemesis here to start the charge. Can Haynes take this fight? No, can't do it. Nemesis honestly coming out full confidence. They're jumping first in the fight, but still snapping on the head for the kill. And that's the type of confidence you want to see in a game 5.
Slay starting to go in favor of Oxygen Esports. Now we have Common making his way onto the control room, ends up catching Mines, hiding in that corner. Get out of that corner, boy. Yep. Common now going to immediately go into challenge on the royalty to King J. And he says, you know what, I'm going to back down and just play my life, help my teammates out. A 1-kill lead now in favor of BBG, who have taken the lead in these last few seconds.
Haynes, I believe, solo player right now, unless he's got a player in the long haul, the opposite side here. Gets melted, though, immediately. That position would have been very helpful for the cross here, especially to deal with Nemesis, who's locking things down with the shock rifle. Nemesis now going to reposition. Shots into Naaman Haynes. That camo, I believe, was up. Should be on the body of a red player. Might be Nebula. Not going to be him. Could be King J instead. We'll see. Either way, here's the bait and switch. It is King J coming in with a sneaky play. Going to take Name. Haynes alive here to collect something. And can he do it, though? Because Nebula got a beat on him.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Name was able to tell Haynes there was 2 players, including a camouflage player, so Haynes going to try to get away, but sadly they're going to be hunted down, and now Nebula continuing that aggression. They know exactly where the spawners are coming in, and now they're going in for the collapse.
Great efficiency here out of BBG. They're moving together. Shots at the spawners. Name just getting melted from the left-hand side. Now Common going to get dealt damage. King J with 2, and Common going to slide into a nade. What else can he do, right? If he didn't move, he would have died from behind, so the man had to go all in, and all into his death, unfortunately.
High IQ plays for Nebula, and also team built by gamers. Name going right at Nemesis, though, ready for the challenge. Now going to get a shock rifle of his own. Now we're going to see what he can do with it.
Man's just hanging out there. That's Swish. Gotta love when that happens. And I love when the shock rifle comes in handy, too. We'll see if Name can get something done. They're not out yet, but a 10-kill deficit off of that spawn collapse we saw. Oh, make it a 9-kill deficit. He's just getting started.
And seeing that, to my knowledge, nobody's picked up the sword here, I'm inclined to believe, I believe these players might have GA'd the sword.
No,
I believe they might have gentlemen's agreement out the sword. There's no way that not a single player has been able to grab it and use it in this game. That's pretty crazy. I've been watching the kill.
I mean, I don't know. You're right. I haven't seen it yet. And typically you would see it at this point. Seen plenty of shock rifle, though. Name doing good work with it. Unfortunately, out of ammo. Got to live. Teammate with him to draw some attention. Is it enough, though? There's a player just pestering that A door. You got Mines now coming up with the collapse. It's Nebula who gets the trade on the feed here. Mines looking for someone. Haynes in common with kills. 7-kill advantage here. Haynes going to duck out of that fight, join the teammates. Hopefully that helps him because the man's got to keep moving. Mines on the chase.
Going all the
Good
way down
dice.
to one shot, able to get the trade-off kills. As 2 down goes BBG. Nebula gonna start to up the tempo here. Goes right at name. Nemesis able to get himself a grapple, and whoo! Oxygen Esports might be in trouble. There's an 8-kill lead in favor of BBG. This is game 5. No more chances.
Right, this is the worry. Can they come back at this point? Is he hiding the dead body? Can you do that? I wonder if that actually would give him any form of coverage there. Would have been pretty. I mean, obviously not damage, but just visibility. But we'll see. Doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? 11 kill advantage here, 43 to 32. Nemesis just looking to clean up what's left of Oxygen Esports, and he can just hold the angle.
Nemesis still having that shock rifle in hands. They have to get it out of him. Meanwhile, Swish slowing things down completely. I mean, they're currently down by double-digit kills at the moment here. Oxygen Esports are in trouble.
They got the whole map locked down too, right? Mines with high ground on control, and then you've got the perch here, the bat ledge with the shock rifle. So everybody just stuck in the long haul, and now getting picked off one by one. Oh, my Nemesis, what can he do here? He got D-scope, tried to get to a different vantage point. He'll come back with the grapple, and the timing is so perfect. I mean, at this point, it seems like a matter of when, not, whether or not this is going to be a loss for Oxygen Esports. It's just 5 kills at this point.
Oxygen Esports may have been able to make it into championship bracket via pool play, but BBG are the real deal. 45 to 34. Haynes having the shock rifle in hand, so if anybody can mount a comeback here for Oxygen Esports, it might just be Matty Haynes.
Still don't have that A side of the map. And the BBG is just playing to win. You're going to play it slow. Nebula, what a spot. He's got a repulsor. Can't quite get to the camo right away, but look at this.
No way.
He pinged it. He pinged it. Common doesn't know. He doesn't need to move. He's just going to wait. He doesn't have any nades.
He has a mangler.
He's got a mangler. He doesn't have any nades. I mean, ideally he goes against the kill here. Kill does come through. That was it. You get the back spec. And here's the pickup on the Swish. And honestly, the curtains for the game. The camo in the body of Mines. I mean, at this point, it's just insult to injury here. 3 kills to close the game. A 10-kill advantage. You might as well run and hide.
Mines having the camouflage in hands, getting right behind enemy line. Swish having no idea, but Common's up top. There comes the back smack coming out of Mines. Now looking to drop down on Swish. The information's coming in.
He's coming
There's going to be 2 players. The first one coming out of Nemesis. And that final kill, it's only a matter of time before name is going to go down. And that's going to be it. Built by gamers are built for round 2 of the winner's bracket.
They pulled it off. They came through. I mean, that first game looking actually very close to start. Yeah. Lopsided game by BBG. The closest CTF we've seen ever, I think, so far in this tournament. And then BBG is just kind of coming through with the objective efficiency, oddball, and then that final Slayer to close it out. They held that confident lead for majority of the game. And that's the difficulty, right? It limits the options, the confidence. I mean, I'm saying confidence twice now, but just the opportunity for that blue team. They can't push forward. They can't take trades anymore. And that means they can't get in the fray with timing to get the weapons that matter, right? They can't, make those risky plays, unfortunately. So, like you said, BBG going to come out on top of this series. Here's the final roundup. The series layout: 50 to 26. That big kicker and Slayer, but Oxygen Esports coming back in CTF, only to get 2-0'd in 50-37. Man, those Slayers, right? If you're looking back at that series layout and you're Oxygen Esports, you're thinking, man, we gotta do something about Slayer.
And then on top of that, out of the 3 objectives that we have being Strongholds, CTF, and Oddball, I feel like Oddball plays mostly like a Slayer. So it seems like BBG are able to get wins on those Slay-heavy game types where maybe Oxygen Esports seem to be better at rotating and being objective efficient, if you will, as far as rotating over towards with the Strongholds. And the same thing with CTF, getting right behind enemy lines and getting that timing down with the Slays and the pulls as well. BBG obviously showing that they're a strong Slayer team. And watch out rest of the bracket because BBG's coming at you.
I mean, they might be, but man, we got a stacked bracket, Tony. I mean, just thinking about some of the teams we have coming into this, getting excited already. So far, who stood out to you in this bracket, by the way? What would you say would be some of the top talent, top teams that you've seen?
I gotta go with Quadrant.
Okay.
And only because
Quadrant they played their game, right? Their final game in pools. Where did that go? I don't think they won it though. They lost to eUnited.
Yeah, sadly. But either way, I feel like I'm gonna go with Quadrant mainly because I feel like we know who Optic are, we know who SSG are, we know who some of these partners squads are here in North America. Quadrant came out and showed that they really belong and want to hang with some of the top talent here in North America. They're the #2 team coming out of EU alongside formerly Cartel, now Ascend in that first place. And let me tell you, the EU boys are here to stay. EU has really elevated their game, and I'm really proud of them. My only question is, where do they stack up? Are they top 8 in the world? Are they top 16? Are they top? Where are they going to end up by the end of this tournament?
Definitely the biggest storyline, right? You said Oxygen, or sorry, not Quadrant, and then Ascend as well, right? Ascend been playing incredibly day one. Unfortunately lost to SSG, though, so that kind of evened things out in the pool. That pool, by the way, is a 3-way tie, which is, we'll see how that I'm sure it's shaken up in some way. Either way, all these teams now in the winner's bracket. Winner's bracket's going to continue. We talked about EU. We also got A and Z in this winner's bracket as well. We've got Divine Mind going up against Team War in winner's bracket round 1. That will be the next game, the next series after our break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Divine Mind and Team War after the break. Hello and welcome back to the HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. Good to be back. Good to be casting some Halo once again. Of course, if you don't know us, I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Tony. Why not be reckless? You're just Tony now, though, right? We're just going with Tony.
Tony, why not be reckless? Kind of a freaking big deal. Whatever.
Either way, man, we got a hell of a day, right? We've got one matchup we already had was a best of 5 down to the wire.
Yes.
Right, just previously. Now we have Team War up against the Divine Mind, right? So we've got some of the top talent in ANZ, number 2 in ANZ, up against Team War, which Team War recently signed team. This team is a big deal. Tony, you talked about yourself being a big deal. I mean, this is Envor, Septify, who am I missing? Super CC, and...
Well, it was Manny, but now...
Was Manny.
Yeah. Now, so obviously Envor's team looking really good right now, and Team War actually making it out of the actual open bracket, by the way. They weren't even guaranteed in pool play.
Right.
They really had to fight their way into it.
Well, I mean, Team War no slouch, though,
Yeah.
right? They fought their way through. They're looking good. Winners bracket round 1, of course, and the best of 5 series we have coming up once again as well. Just in front of you, we got Strongholds, Live Fire, Slayer on Aquarius, CTF on Bizarre, and if we get there, we got All Ball Streets and Slayer on Recharge. I'm expecting a brawl on this, especially starting it with Strongholds Live Fire. We've seen this time and time again. This map seems to just be built perfectly for LAN. It's so closely contested every time. But, I mean, this time around, you got Team War. You've got an NA team that, maybe they fought through the open bracket, but this is a team, as far as their accolades, their experience in Halo 5, they're a top caliber team in NA. Yes. Up against an ANZ team, Divine Mind. As good as this team is, kind of less EXP here, this might be a tough one for them, I think. We'll see.
I'll be honest with you, so far in pool play, they weren't able to get a single map win. Not a talking about series.
Really?
They haven't won a single map. So they got 0-3 literally all 3 times, but 0-9. And ultimately, right now, not that the KD matters in every game type, but not a single player is in positive KD.
I mean, if you're losing the game, you're probably not positive either.
I mean, I don't know.
The only thing I could think coming out of that, though, is their pool, difficult pool, by all means, right? Was it the pool of death that they were in?
Their pool was tough. Their pool was tough.
Right. So, obviously, that's a contributing factor. Team War, it's hard to say that they are a level below that, though, right? They're kind of similar caliber, but I do feel like this should be maybe a more manageable opportunity for Divine Mind. Either way, if you're Divine Mind in the situation, you're kind of, hopefully you're holding on to some confidence. You're regrouping, coming back, and taking the best that you can from an opportunity like this. That's the biggest thing I've said with some of these ANZ teams is you come and you bring your A game, but you scrim when you're not on the broadcast. You make sure you learn as much as you can because the level of competition, the level of play is just incredible at these HCS LANs. Either way, I can't wait to see what Team War puts together. We haven't seen them all tournament long, so it should be exciting. And of course, it starts with Strongholds on Live Fire. Let's talk a bit about that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Strongholds on Live Fire. I mean, so far, some of the best games that we've actually been able to see on broadcast were on this map and game type combination. Right. A lot of resources, but just a wide open map, just allowing players to really get into their own. Slaying out, obviously you have the heat wave. You have the power up. You have the sniper rifle. So plenty of utility, even the repulsors, plenty of utilities there to make some crazy plays. You can knock somebody off a couple of sides of the map. You can obviously get those quick scopes, with those double kills and triple kills. And don't forget about that camouflage or power up, but just to kind of get right behind enemy lines and utilizing that. It's really important.
Right. On top of all the sandbox, the timing with the rotation as well, something we've seen is just understanding what that enemy team is doing, what they're looking at, where they're going, so you can kind of counter very quickly. If they're rotating to B, then you make that quick run through A to C, right? Instead of just maybe, depending on the situation, instead of maybe a challenge them in B, taking that 50-50, you go for the guaranteed capture and stay ahead of the captures, which is something that we've seen continuously as a strategy. Let's talk a bit about Team War, though, because I know you know this team pretty well. Yes. The players on this team, we've been watching them for a long time in Halo 5, continuing to level up. I think it's starting to feel like now might be an opportunity for these guys to really shine, kind of at that similar level to Pioneers. And Pioneers, I want to say, has been holding a top 6 placing since they've had that spotlight. Team War, I want to say, are right behind them.
Well, it's funny, speaking of Pioneers, Pioneers actually stole a player from this roster. Right. So Manny was originally on Team War back when it was Team Business before they got drafted. And literally a couple of days before the final qualifier roster lock, before that final qualifier, Pioneers end up dropping Super CC,
swapped it out,
and picking up Manny. So Super CC then hops on this team because they're all pretty familiar with each other.
Right.
And mind you, KCP get their best placing in the qualifier, but so do Team War. Team War show off as well. So it's one of those roster moves that actually worked out really good for both sides. And obviously, in my opinion, I think I think my player to watch out for is Envoy. This team goes as Envoy goes. Super CC plays great Halo. So does Jazero. They're all fantastic.
Okay.
But my player to watch out for is Envoy.
I was wondering who rounded it out. So it's Jazero, Septify, CC, Envoy to cover the whole roster. Envoy, like you said, somebody to watch. Incredibly talented with his weapon, with his accuracy, but at the same time, he's taking advantage of a lot of the tech, of a lot of the mechanics in this game that we don't see as often. And specifically, I want to say the weapon drop combo that we've seen, the combination of the Mangler plus the BR. 2 shots in, you drop the weapon, swap the BR, finish the kill. He's been doing it constantly, in live fire especially.
Yeah.
So this might be the map where we get to see it. So I'll be looking out on his POV to see if he applies some of the techs here.
And now when he says drop the weapon, obviously the 2 shots with the Mangler automatically breaks those shields.
Right.
And your first thought process is to switch to the BR because you get that headshot. But apparently dropping the weapon is a lot faster than simply switching. And again, we're talking about split second, but in a game that's all about split second timing, that's what it's all about.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's not just, it's with any weapon, really. So you drop your weapon, you swap to the secondary faster, but also for picking up weapons as well, which is something I've noticed with the rocket launcher, for example. The rocket launcher has a very long pickup timing. You can shorten that by YYing when you pick it up. Or there's a trick where I believe you can pick it up and instantly drop the BR as you're grabbing it, and it comes up faster and shoots even faster. So this might be some under the curtain kind of tech. I don't know. I'm still kind of learning as we go here, but we'll see if we see something like that in gameplay. Because obviously, okay, if you drop your BR when you pick up the rocket, it's risky. But if you can shoot that rocket almost immediately, I mean, that's very powerful off of a pickup.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Halo Infinite really did, where not all the other Halo games have. Like, once you pick up those power weapons, you usually kind of were able to get them right off of animation. But Halo Infinite is one of the first games where you pick up that rocket launcher in the middle of a gunfire, you're going down. You're getting punished. It's you have to make sure that you secure that area and secure your life before you commit to any power, because that animation takes a while. But you're saying there's some game-breaking.
There might be some tricks.
I'm about to practice.
There's a lot of tricks in the trade. I don't know how many I'm allowed to reveal on the HCS broadcast, but there's a lot of fun tricks in this game. And honestly, that's what makes it so exciting. And like you said, there's a risk-reward profile that hasn't been there in Halo 5, maybe to the same degree, right? Every single component about this game, there's a nice layer of risk-reward. Like, you've got a classic kind of Halo in the way that it's played in terms of just the bare-bones strategy, but you've got modern mechanics. And with the modern mechanics, there's that nice balance of, like, you still need to value your positioning, value the opportunity. You go for that challenge. You make that aggressive play because you don't have that resource. You don't have the thrust in the back pocket, but you can still be aggressive. You can still sprint, slide. So there's that nice in-between where it's like, okay, these tools are there. Just know when to use them and take advantage of them despite the greater risk that's there as present.
You know, I can tell you love this. I can see that glimmer in your eye, man.
Is it a glimmer in my eye, or is it just the shine on my face? Just from
find you a partner that talks about you the way Shyway talks about tech. Let me tell you, guys,
it's impossible. I can't find me a partner that like that.
Well, you know what?
Anyway, you get the point.
One of these days, we'll find you a partner. You guys can curve slide the map together. But it looks like we're ready for game number 1. Going to be flying right into it again. Live fire, Strongholds, one of the best game types and map combination that we've seen in this tournament. Every game has gone down to the wire, and both of these teams are probably going to go to war.
I mean, I want to see them go to war, Tony. I'm looking for some good Halo. I mean, good Halo is currently happening all around the venue. Optic is currently facing off against Sentinels, Tony. Not to pull you away from the broadcast. If anything, I would say just multi-twitch it. Watch it all at the same time. But, I mean, it's just seeing such high-level, high-caliber Halo all around the venue. Gets me excited, gets me pumped for this series. So I can't wait to see what these boys put together because, of course, whoever wins, they get just a little bit closer to going up against Optic, going up against Sentinels, and really putting on a show.
Yeah, mind you, I mean, we've seen Envoy and Septify actually get a big win against Sentinels back in Halo 5. That was a long time ago, but these guys obviously have the potential, as Envoy starting to show that potential, immediately starting off with a double kill.
We said to watch Envoy, and good decision to pick up off his POV right off the start of the game here. Look at that nice little grenade off the repulsor jump. That player will dip out of tower to avoid him, but Slazy gets picked up by Jazero instead. So Jazero with timing onto C. BC hold already spawns up in A and just looking for him. Looks like they're all over on camo.
Jazero going in for the challenge, but sadly goes down to one shot real quick, and Berserk gonna absolutely go Berserk on him. Meanwhile, Slays now gonna make his way, taking down Super CC with style, and looks like C is gonna heavily go in favor of Divine Mind, but the 2 cap still going towards Team War.
Slays did pick up that snipe. Not sure if he's got something to put together with it. Of course, his whole team now rotating over to B. Gonna try to watch that cutoff coming out of the A stronghold. CC did get tagged by a nade. Septify looking for a flank onto the tower, but Slays there to deal with him, hopefully. Septify gonna leave a nade and a headshot behind. Not sure how he got tagged. I think it might have been one of the two players flying straight through mid here. Back on board with Berserk. And I think if there's anybody to watch on this Divine Mind team, Berserk is the one to keep an eye on.
Berserk able to get the assist. Now we're going to go on board with Slays, who was awarded that kill earlier. Meanwhile, Berserk right off the screen taking down Super CC, and that's going to allow Divine Mind to go after the trip cap, and they're still putting down Slays. The nades are coming in. I thought Team War might be better on paper, but Divine Mind are coming back. They have stolen the lead.
That's too early to tell, Tony. Really just getting started. Berserk trying to milk his life here, but Septify not having any of it. Gonna bait and switch with Zero. On4 already on B. Teammate in C as well, disrupting things. That's Super CC, conveniently. Of course, he would go for C in that situation. Camo about to pop up. Defense with the Mangler. Septify wins a huge fight for it.
By himself.
That's an opportunity for that Camo. You said he's by himself, but here's Super CC once again to ensure that that trip to Camo is just a little bit easier.
Luckily, Septify buying enough time for his teammates to come up there. They were momentarily 3 down, but Septify neutralizing the situation. Meanwhile, Envoy and Jazero coming right off the spawn, getting back-to-back kills. 3 down this time, not going Team War, but Divine Mind and Team War are back on the prowl and look like they're ready to steal away B and maybe the lead.
Unfortunate for Junior getting caught as he jumped back there. Had he jumped back just a little bit to the right, would have been okay. Regardless, Berserk gonna do what he can from center here. Shots into Jazero, not gonna worry about him. Jazero now gonna come back with the cheeky re-peek. And that will deal with them. Onward covering the doorway here as well. And I mean the combo of the repulsor and the heat wave. What do you do?
You go to the black screen. Take a nice long trip down to the black screen. That's what you do here. Allow Septify to grab C. You got Septify get their sniper. Too many utilities now going in favor of Team War. And now they're looking to defend, but looks like Jazero going to be the first player to go down. Meanwhile, Envoy gets the slay on Slays and just barely missing that quick scope to Septify, but still going in favor of Team War. They're still putting good points on the board.
Have Team War now pushed through, holding on to the lead here. Septify just going to reposition with Snipe. Going to anchor from behind here over in C. All while that's happening, Super CC going to make the challenge here up through A. Envoy with them. Berserk alone to challenge it. Good luck to him. Jazero going to fly and finish that off nice and easy. That's now all 3 captures accounted for. C, the last one contested, but there's already a player over in the tower as well. That's Septify. So just coverage on the map right now. Envoy just watching this little hallway. I mean, Oh, that's not good. It's not good for Rated. Can't do anything here. Doesn't even do damage, which gives this man the freedom to continue to fight, but thankfully Slays is shooting a little better there.
Yeah, I mean, momentarily, there was actually a trip cap in favor of Team War, and at the same time, Divine Mind were actually 3 down, so that was not looking good for the boys in blue. Luckily, Divine Mind have at least been able to steal away A, trying to get a free camo there, having no idea that Super CC was absolutely baiting it. Rated, able to go after it. Looks like the nades are coming in, and sadly was not able to get away with the power-up, and Envoy starting to go off. That power-up is actually still available, but Envoy's going to get cleaned up by Flex Ring.
Yeah, multiple drop left and right there. Ultimately, I think Team War walk away on top. Septify not going to worry about camo. He's going to worry about holding a sight line. Envoy spawns B. Where will this man look? He can look through center street here. That might be the play as he rotates back to tower. Super CC up in advance with the heat wave. Should be able to provide some good coverage here. Envoy unfortunately going to drop though. Flex Raids rotates to B. And Divine Mind with an opening onto B for a short AB hold. They got to make it work, though, right? 185 to 47, just oppressive lead. Super CC going for the jump here, too, and Berserk going to make him pay for it.
Great job by Berserk, controlling that sandbag side of the map, but when you have an AB setup, it's going to be so important. Meanwhile, Junior is actually going to be rotating over and stealing away C, so hold on here. Rated taking down Septify. Now Junior going in for the challenge, trying to dodge all the damage, able to take down Envoy. Flex Range coming out on top, back-to-back kills coming from Flex Range and Berserk. Divine Mind looking good.
Flex Range putting it all together. Nice little double out of him. He jumps up with the repulsor. He's going to hold down tower. You got all 3 caps somehow accounted for here. Not sure what Team War is doing. Spawning and dying, apparently. Jazero going to spawn into bullets. His shields are torn off. Septify going to do what he can from the tower, but, I mean, Flex Raiden was annoying him a second ago, and then you got Berserk just tagging him from across the map.
Slays taking down Septify, still over towards the seaside of the map. A momentary trip cap in the hands of Divine Mind. Team War were running away with it in the first half, but it looks like Divine Mind have bounced back. But as I say that, A starting to go in favor of Team War. They haven't got the capture just yet. Can they steal it away?
Things definitely a little closer than they were just a couple minutes ago. Not over yet, but Team War, look at this. Trip cap on board, spawners outside, and everyone taking position to ensure they stay outside. Septify, can he stay alive though? Got nades, got shots coming in. Berserk gonna take advantage of the timing to get to C, but just 0. Line up a shot, can't quite do it. Still got 5 to work with, and there's the one that connects the no-scope onto Slays. Oh man, the weight to snap onto Rain, but couldn't quite hit it.
3 out of 4 players going down for the boys in blue. Envoy now starting to up the tempo here. You have Envoy and Jazero, 12 and 13 kills apiece. Looks like Envoy trying to put his 13th on the board, ends up getting the assist. Team War are looking good. The rotation coming out of B right after they just lose A, and they're staying within control. And look at the scoreboard. We're getting close to that 250 mark.
Starting to get rough for Divine Mind. They came back just a little bit, but then once again, Team War, they pulled away, 219 counting. Berserk needs to make a play here. There's 2 out front of him, and he's jumping. And you can't be caught jumping with no cover. You're going to get melted. Can Raiden do anything? He can't get a kill. That's going to give him coverage of tower. You got Septify and Envoy just pestering him. But there's a trip cap on lock here, 235, and the time's just bleeding. They can cap C, but that's not going to stop it.
Long range shots coming out of Raiden. Ends up almost taking down Envoy there, but they're just holding things down. But Raiden needs to be careful. There's a player going after C, dropping right behind him. Excellent kill come out of him, but it looks like that's not going to be enough. That's the 250-point mark being reached by Team War, who are going up 1-0 against Divine Mind.
Like we said, definitely not enough. Some signs of life from Divine Mind, I want to say mid-game, and then maybe a little bit towards the late game. Really just that one mid-game stretch where they did get around to Slays and a full trip cap. We were wondering, where was Team War, right? Where were they on the map? They were respawning, spawning up outside, and then getting killed, spawn killed as well. So Divine Mind had one moment of control, one moment where things looked good, and then everything else was just, it was the war show, right? It was Envoy or Septify with a sniper and or the Mangler, and just kind of winning their fights, out-rotating them throughout the entire game. And I mean, it's something we expected coming into this, but when you see it, you know, IRL, it's quite a sight to behold.
Yeah, and I feel bad. Divine Mind haven't been able to win a map just yet.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that it would go into that series and try to gain a little bit of momentum. And although they showed some signs of life, it looks like they weren't able to close things out. And Team War, that's a tough team. Let's be honest. It's a really tough one. Luckily,
right, go for it. You're good.
I was going to say, luckily it's a best of 5, so there's a lot of time on the board for Divine Mind to catch some heat.
Or a lot of time to lose for a 3-0, apparently, right? They could just get pummeled.
I didn't say anything.
Like we said anyway, Divine Mind, you know, regardless of a win or a lose, you take advantage of the opportunity to play Halo at this level, right? You said every single team is sweaty, is high level, and it's unfortunate. Not really, though, right? Like, Divine Mind earned their position to get here.
Yes.
Had they jumped into open bracket, sure, they would get some easier teams to play against, but then it's just not the same EXP. They might not even make it to champ bracket. Who knows? So because they got that fortunate position in champ, they've got to play. They got to play champs all tournament long so far. So I would say take it in stride, play the best you can, and learn something from the experience so you go back and you and your scene levels up because of it. Either way, the opportunity is here, and might be one of their final opportunities. Of course, they lose this, they drop down to lower bracket. Slayer Aquarius is going to be the map to set the tone. Of course, on Slayer, can go any direction, Tony. What do you expect on this one?
Well, you know, we kind of saw Slayer Aquarius actually, because it's still winners round 1, so the same format. Setup. So we saw that last game, and one team kind of ran away with that. I think it was actually being 50-38. I believe the final score was.
It's dominant.
Team War, they win their gunfights. They win those individual gunfights. And if I'm going to give Divine Mind any kind of hope in winning, I'm going to say it's going to be on the back of an objective like Oddball or CTF.
Really?
I don't know. I have a feeling that Team War going to run with it in Slayer. Plus, whenever there's Envoy on a team, usually that team is going to thrive in Slayer.
Right.
That's always how it's been. No matter where he's gone, he's always been really good at mapping people, especially of the higher caliber, on Team Slayer.
Right. The biggest thing I'm hoping to see is just like running together on the perimeters, right? They can start with perimeter. You got the center map, which is very open and vulnerable. Obviously, you don't want to spend too much time out top mid. But the bottom of the map is excellent for flanking, as open, as vulnerable as it is. If you can take a thrust, take advantage of it, you might be able to get behind enemy lines or get a quick pinch, a quick rotation to pinch into a base or pinch onto one of the refrigerators, like you said, one of the rough spawn points. So we'll see. But it all starts with kind of rolling together on those perimeters, winning those fights, and then having the numbers to make riskier plays and get out front, get out in the open. Ideally, they need the confidence to do it, though. We'll see.
And, I'm glad you mentioned the thrust. I've kind of been talking about it throughout this tournament. Everybody knows how powerful Camo is. We even know how powerful Heatwave can be.
Yeah.
But I still feel like that unsung hero on this map specifically is the thrust. Both sides start with it, and God help me if one of these teams leave it behind, I'm going to go over there, and I'm going to yell at them. I'm going to yell at them, I'm going to yell at their coach. Because you cannot leave thrust behind. I'll take the coach's headset, I'll yell at them.
Okay, damn. All right, well, you probably didn't hear it, Divine Mind. You don't want to hear it because this man's out here just dropping threats, apparently, about the thrust. I do agree, though. If it sits out front and nobody's grabbed it, that's a big risk. It's not, even if you're not necessarily making plays with it, you should be, but it just got to be in the back pocket. You got to have it on your person. Yeah. Because if it just sits there and you don't pick it up, then the enemy team could potentially have two. And if the enemy team has two thrusters, on top of the fact that it respawns throughout the game, I mean, who knows what can come from that. It's just, we talked about oppressive. You take that, you take the heat wave, the dynamos on top of that. I mean, there's so much you can put together. And I think the thrust is just the easy starting point. It's right out front of your base. At least one person can pick it up off that spawn, and something you should always keep an eye on.
Yeah, and you also mentioned the dynamo nades. Like that, the dynamo nades are so strong and almost considered a power weapon at this point. But like I said, I know you've been talking about the audio tick. The weird, interaction that you have where you can actually bounce that damage off of players, off of weapons. It's an interesting lineup with the dynamo, and one that I've been trying to take advantage myself. I haven't mastered it just yet. Like I've seen people throwing two and automatically getting an auto kill. Yeah. I love the audio tick, but I haven't been able to master it just yet. I'm gonna work on that.
We'll see. I think one of the biggest things is just how effective two are together. If you just toss them both. Like you said, they tend to just kind of send both of them out. It's just a combo of all that electricity and the area denial that makes it either impossible for you to escape it, or you don't go there. You block off that area of the map and then give your team more time to advance or to take a camo or to do whatever. So it's that area denial I think is so huge. On top of, like you said, the tick that you can hear that will reveal player positions and just give you so much info. Let's talk a bit about Team War though. Once again, Tony, We've talked about them plenty. We know plenty about them, I'll say. Haven't talked about them plenty just yet, but we can right now. Super CC, G0, Septify, and Envor on screen, of course, coming from Halo 5. Yeah. Any insight you can give us from their careers in Halo 5 kind of leading to this point?
Yeah, man. You got Envor coming out of Mississippi. He's definitely been on the top 8 team on LAN before. Septify coming out of Texas, and I don't know if he's actually had much LAN experience, but as far as hanging with the big boys, we're talking Money Twos with Renegade, Frosty, and all of them. He's been there, done that player. Jazira has actually teamed with Envor before and has placed well. Also, he's also teamed with Talik and a bunch of them. Right. And Super CC, again, also teamed with Envor on that team that made it to top 8. He's coming out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, I believe 24 years old.
My man, remembering the location they came from. I'm just expecting tournament background.
You said you want to know about them. I thought you want to know about them.
I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know. The man's, you did your homework, Tony. I appreciate it. Well, there you go. There you have it. A lot more info on these players and where they come from. And maybe at some point you can list out their goals and where they plan to be in a couple years from now. But I'm sure just to be the best players.
Wants to be a scientist. Nah, I don't know.
I imagine. And a Halo player at the same time. I mean, we do have some top-level talent that, they're juggling school, juggling other responsibilities at the same time. We're going to be getting into this game very shortly. Of course, we're not just talking to talk. We are getting ready with this map. The moment that it is ready, we will jump in. Guaranteed. Let's take a look at this bracket in the meantime, because there are a lot of teams in play currently, and a nice little indicator of how things are going, by the way, in winners round 2. Tony, Optic and Sentinels, we're not watching it. We're hearing it. We're hearing the crowd go crazy right now because, man, what a series I'm sure it is. 1-0 in that one currently. Yeah. And Optic apparently currently leads Slayer 40-29 as well. So one that you can catch on twitch.tv/Halo, and something I recommend you have running alongside this broadcast as well, because there's so much Halo action to cover. We also got, of course, Charlie and Delta streams. And Tony, you look like you want to say something. What are you thinking?
I just want to talk about that matchup. I mean, we're talking about the new Optic Gaming kind of versus the old Optic Gaming. Sentinels actually played under that Optic banner long ago and won championships for Optic, so it's kind of it's old Optic versus new Optic, and I'm loving that dynamic. You also, I really want to see the end result of this. I believe you said 40-29 going in favor of Optic Gaming, who are going insane right now.
40-29 is a hell of a deficit to the point where can Sentinels even reverse it? I guess you'll see over on that broadcast. But yeah, that would be a 2-0 in the series. If so, best of 5 for these series. Sentinels, of course, you know, most of us know the story. I think coming into it, Sentinels not their ideal roster, but still a hell of a roster, having Formal kind of jump in there last second. Formal, I mean, coming out of Call of Duty, a massive champion in the scene.
And he's signed by Optic.
Signed by Optic. That is very weird, isn't it? The whole situation. And I know he's kind of like send Optic Formal. Either way, the man, despite not being in Halo in the last, you know, several years, I want to say, he hasn't lost a step, clearly. Still incredibly talented. I'm sure he brings a lot to the roster, despite the last second mix-up. You got FaZe, by the way, waiting in winner's side round 2, so FaZe, of course, still in winners. I think FaZe might have lost to G2 earlier today, and that would have been in the pools. Yeah. So even though they lost in the pools, it didn't ultimately, you know, give up their opportunity in winners bracket. They're still in winners, still got a chance, but it does give me an indication that FaZe might be in trouble later on, right? If G2 can take them, then I'm sure FaZe is in for a lot of competition coming up. Of course, you got C9 below that. C9 are looking, out of all the teams, that are looking unstoppable. But let's get back to what matters most. Of course, our series, Team War up against Divine Mind. The Divine Mind have yet to give us any form of an answer for the pressure they received game 1. Only a matter of time till we see if they can do something here.
Yeah, let's see if they can bounce back here on Aquarius. We're going to start on board now with Rated coming out of Divine Mind, one of the leading Slayers here, utilizing that thrust in the individual gunfight and able to at least get the trade-off on Envoy as we're 2-1 lead going in favor of Team War.
On board with Junior, and Junior has a camo in front of him. Jazero, Septify, 3 different enemies here actually. Super CC, Jazero, and on board. They're all going to die, apparently, in a second. Backsmack to start. Junior going to play it safely here, 3-2 on the board. Envoy, second victim. Nice timing with the challenge as well. He can pick up 2 and get out with his life.
Junior now going in for a weak side flank over towards bottom utility. The Dynamo nades are going to fly off, and he's still alive. Nobody actually able to find where he is. Super CC trading off kills. It looks like Junior will get into an engagement. He thought it was a 1v1. Little did he know it was a 1v2.
Something we talked about coming into the game is just, you know, stacking up, holding hands, making sure you got that buddy system, I guess, on lock, because you're always rotating with 2. You never walk into those 2v1 engagements or anything 2v2 engagements is the ideal situation here, because that 2v1 right there onto that player, going to deal with him quickly, and now it's up to Super CC and team to collapse on the base spawners.
Super CC listening to his teammates, responding to the call-outs, gets a great kill, but Slay's out coming for a cleanup kill, and that's what it's all about. The X factor is going to be your communication, how well you respond to your teammates' call-outs, and stay within elbows instead of coming in for the bait and switch. Right. On board now, Envoy actually we're going to switch over to Junior. Also, should be Jazero going in for the big kill, taking down Slays. Super CC going out of flex range, Rated able to clean up Envoy on the screen, and this is a much closer game than we've seen in game number 2 compared to game number 1.
Jazero just going to try to extend that lead a little bit. Berserk going to just skate around the corner into a heat wave at a Super CC. CC will drop. Flex going to pick it up, but Envoy in position to grab the heat wave and a follow-up kill on the Flex. Envoy, can he live, though? Nade into Slay. Slay's now trying to stay alive. Bottom mid, rough spot to be in. Teammates here to help out, but not in time. Envoy still watching the angle.
And now Envoy over toward that bottom mid side of the map here. His teammate is able to get away with camouflage well. So you have 3 players coming out of Team Wars, funneling over towards utility. That's going to be the first kill. But Raiden going after Septify. Meanwhile, Flex Reigns taking out Jazero as well. Super CC staying alive over towards top mid. We're going to hop on board with him and see what he does with this play.
4 kill advantage for Team War, and maybe make it a 3, I guess, too, as they knock Envoy down before he can escape. Berserk on board with him. Doesn't spot the player below. Team nade coming in just to let him know he's there, I guess. But Jazero's Septify 2 in the feed. Leaving Berserk by his lonesome for an easy pickup from CC.
Junior holding down top mid. Has Super CC in his sights. Nobody putting damage on him just yet. Oh my gosh. Jazero putting him in a blender. Giving him the wiggles.
Quite a lot of sauce coming off of that strafe there for sure. 22-18. Team War hang on to the advantage and extend it a little bit. That's the heat wave to shut him down. Another heat wave in, but Rated will live, get away. We'll see if he can pick that up. It's gonna be very difficult to pick anything up when you got Super CC holding the angle the way he does. Ooh. There's a dynamo from Jazero to get rid of Rated. Junior gonna come in, get rid of Jazero. The camo still 20 seconds left to pop, but the top map coverage already here from Septify.
Approaching the halfway point of this game, Team War having a 3-kill lead at the moment. Septify going down to one shot, but doing an excellent job of blocking off the sightlines and staying alive. Meanwhile, Berserk gets the cleanup kill on Envoy. Team War gonna go 2 down, make that 3 down. Divine Mind starting to catch a little fire here. They have taken the lead.
Divine Mind with progress here in game 2, and this is where they needed to answer back. So you love to see it. Of course, far from over in this game. Camo now up, J0 with a heat wave. Braided and Slays still picking up trades. That will bring us back to a tie once again, but Junior can't quite live. Unfortunately, I think he dropped the heat wave as he did that. That camo still sits up center here. Envoy here to take down Rated. Rated can't really do much to fight back in that fight, unfortunately. All 4 now up. Berserk drops as well, so the numbers advantage could lead to quite the impressive spawn collapse as well. What a kill onto Slays, who's left hanging in the doorway.
Gotta love that animation there.
Yeah,
on board. Throwing the excellent denial. Nate ends up getting the kill before getting back smashed. So that's kind of a win in my book here, as Team War once again gaining that lead and putting a little bit of separation and up by 3. Super CC now looking around. Not sure exactly what enemy team is, but checking all of his corner. Rated able to take down J0. The double kill's gonna come in. The young man out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania is really starting to make a run.
Super CC just lining them all up. And more victims out front. Is that 3 dead? No, that's 2 and a mark on the Hydra. Gonna quickly rotate the opposite side map here. Envor gonna hold things down to the Dynamos. Might be challenged just a sec by Berserk. Berserk looking cross map, recognizes no matter what direction he looks, he's got angles trained on him. And can he get out? No chance. Envor here to collapse, shots into Slays, and he's on the chase now.
So he's going down to 1 shot. Luckily, he was able to help with that cleanup kill, taking down Envor, Receptify, taking down Rated right off the screen. 2 down for Team War momentarily. Divine Mind even having control over the 50% portion of the map. And Slays now going in for a flank. They're not sure exactly where he is. This could be really good if Divine Mind want to come back in this game here. There we go. Ends up getting the first kill on Super CC. Who's next?
That's 2 dead. Shots into J0, who can't escape. 37 to 39. Spawners up in the fridge, and Slays with the perfect vantage point. He'll get the assist onto CC. Shots into Envor. There's the camo, just a second too late. And he dies as well. Septify with a huge set of kills. Bounces out of that fight too, and Junior can't chase him. Now Junior's in trouble.
His name may be Junior, but he's in some big trouble right now as the nades are starting to fly in. Going down to 1 shot. Hasn't been punished just yet, but it seems like it's only going to be a matter of time. Meanwhile, Rated now going to make his way over toward the utility side of the map. Going to have 2 players in front of him, and I'm not sure if he's aware of that.
He's playing it slow, though, just in case, right? Trying to get information before he does fly forward. Slay's going to try to rotate out through his entire team around him. And Envor right out front. They do deal with him, but Super CC still there to get the trade in. He'll drop a nade. Shots into Rated. Rated just skates by. And a narrowly survive here, 43 to 42, just a 1-kill game. And you gotta be checking that corner as Super CC waits for it.
The trade's gonna come in, but Flex Reigns ends up getting a big cleanup kill. Envor knowing exactly where he is, gonna hunt him down, making a 1 shot, but not able to get the melee. Goes in for the challenge on Berserk, and it doesn't matter. He puts players on the black screen. That's what he does best. It's 46 all, 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, but I don't think time's gonna be a factor in this one.
Such a patient play out of Envor to not chase that kill, instead get the kill he knows he could get. Because of it, they just hold on to a 1-kill advantage here. CC shots into Berserk. Berserk, last thing he wants is to stay out there too long. And Envor just waiting for a weak player to come dive into. And Berserk is that weak player. Fortunately for him, he does die on center map, just J0 up on top mid, and everything Envor can do to help here with this angle, it looks like he will do just that. But Tony, it's 48 all. 2 kills left on either side, and he's coming down to these 1v1 trades for 49. 1 kill to close the game here, and it might be down to us. Oh, you know what? We might not even see it. It might just be J0 clutching things up for a 2-0 in this series, but man, did that get close.
Yeah, Divine Mind really going the distance with Team War. And I said it before, I believe this team kind of goes where Envor goes. And I believe when I saw in the stats, I believe Envor might have ended with anywhere between 18 or 19 kills in a Slayer game 2 here in championship bracket. Big plays come out of that young man. Good job, Lee.
I mean, the man's popping off for sure. You said he was the person to watch on the team, and for good reason. And you got to love how he's kind of, listening to his teammates and timing his challenges. The first thing that we saw, of course, kind of going in top mid, putting excellent damage on that player, almost in melee lunge range, doesn't quite hit the melee, and then immediately backs off, does not even attempt to chase or follow the angle. Instead, just snaps onto a second player, wins a huge fight,
Discipline.
and then backs off, does go down below. And then there was that situation where he is down under in the planters, kind of just waiting, or I guess actually no, he's on the heat wave, waiting. And you've got the fridge spawners right up above him. He doesn't collapse on the spawn right away. He's waiting for communication. He's waiting to know who's weak and where they are, so that when he does jump in, it's just guaranteed kills, easy cleanup.
One of the biggest factors of high-level gameplay is knowing when to slow the game down, knowing when to speed up, knowing when to get that damage in, or knowing when to simply wait for your teammates. And Envoy really has a master of that flow, or like you like to call it, the dance of Halo.
The dance is more so mano a mano, right? 1v1, what do you do when you catch the guy? But yeah, sure. I think he's got that down too. The man seems to be locked in regardless of the situation, of what his role is in the fight. He seems to be able to adapt, and things are looking good so far. 2-0 in the series, very close. You know, could have gone either way, by all means, but because it went this way, things are looking tricky for Divine Mind at this point. I mean, CTF Bizarre up next. You can't afford to make mistakes, and you got a team like Team War that's so well coordinated, especially in objective. It just makes you wonder, what can Divine Mind do to answer here on Bizarre?
Well, I mean, luckily we've seen them catch stride. I mean, in that Slayer game, they were literally 1 kill away from coming out on top. That one mistake or one player just popping off for just one play, and they come out on top. So they showed me enough to make me believe that it is possible for them to come out on top, but obviously the chips are stacked against them. Team War, 1 win away from advancing forward into the winner's bracket, round number 2. Let's see if they can do it.
Bizarre CTF, we've seen a lot of great gameplay on here so far in this tournament, Tony. Of course, the rockets on the map, the shotgun, you got the grapple, you've got the OS to fight over, and the game, thankfully, is starting, so we can see all of those elements come into play right off the rip here. Bizarre CTF, once again, of course. How will they play it off the start? Tony, I know you got your tried and true starting strat, straight through the double doors, over to the grapple, right?
Yeah. That's my starting strat, but you know what? At this level of gameplay, I feel like they're watching every angle.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would work against this level of competition. I think at this point you need to have 2 players dedicated towards that rocket side, and then 2 players dedicated towards overshield. And for God's sake, do not lose both.
Hopefully not. I mean, what we saw recently was the very quick strat through alley, right? Drop sliding through the bottom of alley, skipping the shotgun, just so you can come up the other side with an angle across bottom mid. And what a detrimental angle as well, because if your teammates go out the front doors, they're looking down bottom mid, you got the pinch immediately. So bit of a high risk, high reward type play, and we'll see what they do. I mean, Tony, we talked about going through double doors. Most of them are. We got 2 sent straight out center, and the grapple picked up to the OS.
That's my strat.
Off his teammate. Is that your strat? That might not be your strat. Either way, they walked away with the OS, but what an interesting series of events there. And teammate going to block the grapple. We've seen that twice now. We've seen an enemy block the OS on the pole, and now we've seen a teammate block the grapple as well.
It's so funny because that's my exact strat. Going over towards the grapple, wrapping over towards overshield if it's up, and he almost got if his tag-on pesky teammate wasn't in the way. Meanwhile, Septify having the boom booms in the hand and laying down the hammer, trading off kills with slays. And now let's see what Envoy's up to, the big team battle specialist.
Oh, not anymore. Man's a 4v4 specialist. You're seeing him cross map and conquer here. Double for him. And wild to see how much flexibility Team War has had off the rip here, right? Like, I know that strat can be powerful going for grapple, grabbing the OS, but you got to have freedom to do that. War have somehow gained all of this freedom right off the beginning, and I think a big part of that, of course, just the coverage, the shots these boys are landing cross-map.
Berserk gonna run into 2 players here. The nade's gonna come in, trying to do more damage to himself. He did the enemy team right there as he gets cleaned up. 2 down, going Divine Mind. Slays going in, getting the melee kill on Jazeera. That's gonna be a big slay coming out of Slays.
I mean, he's living up to his name here, and he's gonna continue, hopefully, to do that. You got Envoy just sitting in that cubby. He does have a nade, doesn't have to throw it. Slays just gonna back off, reposition, hopefully somewhere better. OS popping up soon here. CC Envoy could tag team in just a second. Berserk's here to help. Nice shots into Envoy. He does drop for the trade. And Septify still here to ruin someone's day. Less than 10 seconds for that OS. They got a delay and slay.
Dynamo Nade's going out, and that's going to be a big kill for Jazeera right as the overshield is coming up. Combining overshield with the Mangler and the grapple. This is going to be deadly.
Oh, he's going to fly right in. And you can see Flex. I mean, nice decision to... Yeah, he's going for the drop combo, trying to kill Jazeera as quickly as possible. And it looks like he'll get Flex instead. Man, the crowd right now popping up. Tony, I know you hear it. This venue is coming alive, and you love to see it in LAN right now. Of course, Optic Sentinels taking place side by side with this series. There's a lot of hype Halo in this tournament today.
Overshield in the hands of just Zero, and that flag is already moving over towards the Rocket side of the map. 2 players are currently down for Divine Mind. That flag is going to hit the 50% portion, but Berserk is ready. Excellent shots coming out of him. Whips out the Mangle, but he has multiple players in front of him. He's not going to last long.
Yeah, he will drop in the alley. Now on board with Slays. Slays going to try to make his way to collect this flag, but that flag continues through and on board there to ensure that nobody gets to it. That's going to go in the pedestal. That is a guaranteed flag 1 and 1-0 on the board here. And once again, just one step closer to putting Divine Mind in that lower bracket.
Excellent shots coming from Jazero, holding down the height advantage right now, and he's taking some damage. He's going to be forced to back down. Meanwhile, Envoy getting really aggressive on the flex range. The nade's going to come in, and he gets the cleanup kill. Rockets coming out of Septify. Going to use that to get some advantages here. It's going to be him and Super CC creating some offense, but Berserk was ready.
Septify couldn't quite close that kill, so just a moment to breathe for Divine Mind. Jazero going to take his time here, too, in the vents. Doesn't need to move just yet, just getting info. Convenient for him. He can pick up Berserk nice and easy. Slays over in the locker. Flex. Rain sitting up above and tossing nades. You can tell they're communicating this. You got CC going to come in perfectly timed for the challenge. Slays here to, at the very least, pick up the trade. Nice to see some aggression at a Divine Mind, but can they fend them off long enough? Because Team War kind of breaking through.
Septify getting his hands on the overshield here, so they have the numbers in hands. He's actually going to save that overshield. Notice that they were 2 down, so he's like, let me get the overshield into a better position and take advantage of every second here. Going in, getting aggressive. That's going to be another 2 down here for Divine Mind. Going into the thrust. The thrust is not enough to stop you from overshield, and he's getting ready for the overextenders, which is Flex Rain ready on their side.
Right, he's already got a teammate grabbing the flag, taking it up through the alley here, so he has advanced timing onto this player in BR. I think somebody might have spawned behind him, though, over in locker as well as he moves forward so quickly here. Flag still does sit down in the alley. Super CC here has a line of defense on it. He's got a shotgun. Not expecting Slays to be there, though. Not even sure how this man got there. That might be the kicker. That might be enough to get the return here. Of course, Envor is still there to ensure that doesn't happen easily. Berserk wants to get in this fight, though. Can he get on for the return? Does get a huge kill onto Envor, and Envor did not touch the flag. That one is guaranteed to go back. And I think he's not done, too.
Clutch kill come out of Berserk, gets the return, even gets the double kill on Super CC, and like you said, he's not done yet. He's starting to push forward, and Blair's just gonna drop right in front of him, having no idea he was there. Finally able to spot him and put him down, but man, multiple Slays coming in, but Septify, all 4 players down for Divine Mind, and Septify is starting to move the flag.
Just a little rinse and repeat at a Team War here. They continue to pick up the flag. At some point, another one of these will go through. I don't know where that nade went. What was that? Was that a frag, or did he throw a brute nade or something? It looked like it just got caught in the wall, killed him for it. I mean, I think that's another flag return, I guess, off of it. So Divine Mind, another lease on life here, but they can't continue to play defense, play goalie. They've got to get a flag of their own.
Still on board now with Junior, trying to hold down any kind of perimeter here to try to get some kind of advantages on the enemy team. Super CC going right after Raiden. Berserk taking down Jazero, and Junior right behind enemy lines, able to take down Super CC. He's going to be the final player alive for his team. He's not even going to be able to get the overshield, which is going to quickly go into hands of Team War.
Septify with a thrust and an eye for the Rockets. Is anybody there in time to grab him? Looks like it's all Septify. Maybe a couple kills because of it. Not sure what happened with that player on his left-hand side. You think he would have got there to help, but instead, I mean, Septify going to walk out unscathed. And Envor going to walk out with yet another flag. He's got shields to ensure he gets a little bit farther this time. Berserk spotting up in lockers. You can see he tries to rotate immediately, but just gets melted. They cannot do anything off a spawn here. That flag, I mean, at this point, how do they contest it?
Envor dropping the flag to even finish off his killing spree, approaching the double doors, able to get it around. Junior able to play some defense over towards his bridge, but not in time to stop the flag. That's going to be a 2-0 run for Team War.
2-0 for Team War, and no signs of slowing down, that's for sure. We've already got Septify just locking down some defense here in the base. Berserk going to try to get up into him. But he plays it patient, right? He just lets him throw out the melee. Just get the 2-shot beat down instead. Guarantee you get that kill. And try to get out of dodge here as well. He's in a lot of trouble. Does skate behind the ledge. That flag going to get pulled. but can they get it very far? This is the first real effort I think we've seen at Divine Mind in this game.
And I mean, at this point, they got to make something happen here. There's only a little bit over 4 minutes on the clock. So, I mean, they have to put 2 caps on the board, or at least put 1 and be in position to force a sudden death. Slays and Divine Mind are kind of on their back foot, and we're going to see what they're really made of.
What can Slays do? Kill onto Envor. That's a good start. Flag still out. White want to touch it so that he doesn't have to go back and collect it once again. He's got a teammate to escort it just a little. You got Berserk holding things down from Rockets. Flag sits out double doors. I believe the opposite flag has been pulled, so we do have Septified. I think he was trying to walk that flag. He only managed to get it out to the shotgun before he did get caught, though. Well, that happened. Super CC picks up the OS. Return coming in, but CC, if anything, I mean, he can get a couple kills here, maybe a return of his own.
Ooh, double kill coming out of Super CC, going in for the challenge on Slays. Almost able to get the triple kill. Luckily, he's going to trust his trusty teammate in Envor to get the cleanup kill. And then Envor going to get the double kill of his own. Slays heavily going in favor of Team War. They're getting aggressive.
Double out of Envor. Jazero going to help out the player in Alley, but I mean, at this point, it's just impressive the amount of damage these boys are doing. Baiting and switching, or just individual slaying power here. Super CC coming out the base, out the double doors. Rockets about to spawn. Get tagged up left and right, though. Berserk will walk away with 1. Berserk with 2. Is it enough for the Rockets here? He's got teammates with eyes on it.
Slays trying to take control here with flex range in front of him. Actually, they're gonna take both angles here, so both perimeters being locked down here by Divine Mind. Hopefully they can create some kind of collapse after getting the Slays, trying to avoid damage. Raided watching the only exit point with the Mangler, so this is looking good for Divine Mind, but it can look as good as it wants. They need the kills. They simply need the kills.
I mean, Tony, you said it. Hopefully they're listening. Raided already picked up 1. They got the Rockets as well, making it through the alley. Rocket kill from Berserk, cross map to spawn there, so great work out of him. Flag now taken. This is the opportunity they need, right? 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Everyone coming out with this flag, all members of the team up with an opportunity to fight back. But of course, overextenders already there on the opposite side of the base. That's 3 of them ready to brawl here in the base. It's going to be a hell of a contest. Whoever comes out on top of this fight will come out with the flag. And so far, it's all red on the feed. War with 2. Flex Rain going to do what he can to Septify to try to live. This is massive for him, but that flag, I think, already returned. Unfortunately, Divine Mind just can't seem to get through the doors. And can they at least get their own flag back? Looks like they might. Oh.
Flex Rain's getting a nasty double kill, but Septify going to answer back. Big kills, a 2-0 run, still in Team 0. Now we're less than 2 minutes on the clock. This time is becoming a factor.
Looks like that return might come through. It did. Like you said, time's becoming a factor here. Divine Mind, they fended off 1 flag, but they still got to get at least 1 more before this timer ticks out so that they can trigger a sudden death. So a lot of work ahead of them here. They will try once again. Slay's going to come in. Teammate with him on the left-hand side. Nobody home as well, so an opportunity to pull flag. But once again, we know what's going to happen. We've seen it multiple times. They're going to overextend back, win their fights in the base, and then just be waiting for them with a flag. And they can't seem to win the last battle, the one that matters the most here. And now Super CC, somehow this man just got behind enemy lines. He just jumped up behind them and gets a double for it and another return. So they're going for these flags, they're pulling them, they're getting progress, but something's missing, Tony. There's a missing link here, and I think it's just getting the kills along the way.
Like you said, time and time again, we're seeing the same thing. I mean, we've read this book before over and over again. Just 0 excellent shots coming out of Raided, forcing them back down. And the nade is going to come in to finish him off. Just 0 playing excellent. Only 46 seconds left in this game. And I don't know if it's possible for Divine Mind to come back.
I'm going to say no. Definitely not, but I mean, we'll watch it and just see how it goes regardless. But look at this. I mean, at this point, it's just these boys winning their fights left and right. It might be a 3-0 in the next 30 seconds is what might happen here as they run that flag through the alley. Slay's going to spawn up. He's already getting tagged the moment he comes out the double doors from 3 different freaking directions. Apparently, the man can't do anything. That flag's going in. Tony, that's a 3-0, a guaranteed victory. They could put their controllers down because there's nothing Divine Mind can do in this game, in this series. Team War are just a little better.
What's a cupcake without frosting? And that 3rd flag cap is going to be the frosting right on top of the cake. Team War winning this game 3-0, and also the series as well. That can't be a coincidence. Team War advancing forward into winners bracket round 2.
Well deserved. and also somewhat expected, right? Team War, we know how strong this team is. They're a bit of a, I want to say that sleeper hit, right? Because they didn't get that advance opportunity into the pools like a lot of these top teams did. Instead, they had to fight through to get access to this tournament. They fought through the open bracket. I'm sure they did exceptional there. They made it into winners round 1 in the first place. And then, of course, Divine Mind. I mean, unfortunately for them, Divine Mind kind of just like an appetizer for what's to come for a team like Team War. You got to be honest. I mean, a 3-0, especially a 3-0 in the CTF to close it out. The Slayer, we saw some signs of life. We can take a look at a recap of the series overall, right? The Slayer, we saw something. Divine Mind, they can go toe-to-toe when it just comes down to 1v1 fights, engagements, right? But when it comes down to teamwork, coordination, and really playing these maps properly, I think especially Bizarre CTF, just Team War, there was an edge there that Divine Mind just did not have an answer for.
Well, I guess you can't have a full course meal without an appetizer, and Team War just eating up right now. I mean, and mind you, not a game 2. That was an excellent game 2. That Aquarius Slayer was amazing. I thought Divine Mind played really well. But to be honest, game number 1, game number 3, it was a dominant performance by Team War, and quite frankly, a clinic in favor of the boys in red.
Yeah, like you said, an appetizer, right? Because for a team like Team War, it's not going to get any easier in this pool. We only got more intense competition coming up. We got a peek at the pools a little earlier on. We got FaZe waiting for a competitor. We got Cloud9 waiting for a competitor. It could be Team War that's going up against one of these teams waiting in that winners round 2. So we'll see how that shakes up. We also have Optic and Sen that just played in the main broadcast, twitch.tv/Halo. If you're watching this, I'm sure you're aware of what just took place. Tony, we couldn't ignore it. The audience, the energy.
Yeah, great.
I could barely hear my own cast. It's coming through so loud. The Optic chants, apparently Optic just 3-0'd Sen, so hopefully you didn't miss that. Hell of a series, and we got some incredible series coming up. I'm going to get the update on what exactly that is in 1 second. I got it. It's G2 and Ascent coming up next. And you know what? We had this series, I want to say, is a nice little appetizer for that one coming up, because G2 looking like an excellent team at this point. They also beat FaZe. They beat FaZe earlier today in pools, and then you got Ascend, who have defeated some of the top teams as well, including Xset just earlier on, going toe-to-toe with some of the other top competition, of course, coming from EU. So, Tony, we got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
And that's going to come up after the break. So, G2, Ascend after our break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more HCS.
Mr. Onset. We
Hello.
got a great series up here in front of us. Ascend taking on G2 Esports. G2, we were talking about before the stream went live. They've been a pleasant surprise so far this tournament.
They certainly have, and they were a big question mark for me coming into this tournament because, you know, we were looking at that lineup, we're looking at the roster coming into Halo Infinite, and you're looking at G2, and you think this is a really good fit, right? You know, this is a really strong roster, a lot of experience actually playing together. A lot of these players have teamed in previous Halos and had a lot of success. But they've had a very slow start to Halo Infinite, and it sounds crazy to say because it has only been out a month, but we've had so many tournaments and competition. It's actually given us a pretty good pool of data to see how a lot of these teams are kind of stacking up against each other, right? Now, we came into this tournament, and I'll be honest, I've been surprised with G2, and in a very good way as well. The way that they beat FaZe, don't think many people would have said that happened. I don't think many people would have said they've beaten 3-0, and then, of course, they reverse swept Na'Vi as well, who have been playing some pretty good Halos. So G2 looking very, very strong, but on the other side of things, Ascend also looking like a real, you know, strong team here. I think this series is going to be a little bit of a sleeper of one of the best ones we might see today.
Definitely. I couldn't be more excited. Two teams that are playing out of their minds this weekend. We saw Ascend earlier on that main stage taking out Cole. Looking at the series breakdown, though, starting off with Capture the Flag, Aquarius, Slayer Streets will be Game 2, Oddball Game 3, and we'll see if we get to Game 4 and 5. Hopping right into this game number 1 with the anchor himself, Snipe Drone.
No messing about here on Bravo Stream. We bring you straight into the action, ladies and gents, and that's exactly what we want to be doing. Looking across the kills that have been picked up early on here, Goof, and you're seeing GT probably getting the better of things to start off with. Not quite sure where that camo has been located. It looks like we just got a little peek at it top middle, so no one has managed to get that in their control so far. But Straysick already making a little play on the base here, and this is one thing that's slightly worrying for Ascend, is when they played this yesterday, they were really struggling a lot of the time to get out of their base against XZ. A lot of the time they were spent defending their own base. It was only when they kind of managed to, were forced essentially to get into positions and were forced forward to try and pick up flags late in the game that they had success.
Sab making plays early in this game, double kill and able to throw that flag out and camo in hand. So once again, we're seeing Sab make some winning plays to get this series started.
And it's the same old story here for Ascend, just trapped in that base. Sab picking up those kills. The flag is going to be thrown out. Now it's about the slays. Only one player down, make that 2 now for Ascend, and you are seeing that flag being moved towards the closet here. Sticking with the big kill though onto Sab might slow things down ever so slightly, but here comes the cavalry.
Yeah, that was a huge kill just because it allowed G2, it forces G2, I should say, to slow down and allows Ascend to kind of stop this flag run, but Straightsick has other plans, picking up those dynamo grenades. Nice shots there on Snipe Drone, excuse me, as Sab able to pick one up as well. They might be able to pull this flag all the way to their base.
Shady trying to make some hero plays towards the latter half of this flag run. It doesn't look like it's going to happen though. However, G2 do have 2 players down, so I kind of like this play from Straightsick, playing the percentages, waiting for those spawns to come in. A little bit of a step here, but finally he'll put that one in and G2 start off strong.
Yeah, that flag in Halo Infinite is so delicate. The smallest crevice in the roof and it'll get stuck behind. We've already seen a few fumbles so far this weekend, but look at that, already 1-0 lead for G2 Esports. These boys have been rolling all weekend long, and we talked about it before the match started. I really think it stems from that reverse sweep they had on Na'Vi. That's such a confidence booster. Oh my God, we're gonna call that a ninja? Are we gonna call that a ninja?
Hey,
because
we didn't see the kill feed.
We did not see the kill feed.
We didn't see the kill feed.
It is an official medal, so until you see it, it can't be claimed as an official ninja, but nice kill there. But as I was saying, that Na'Vi reverse, G2 reverse sweeping Na'Vi really kind of kick-started their confidence, and they've been rolling ever since.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit of a kick up the rear, so to speak, to get the tournament going, right? To light the fire. And there was a few clips I saw on social media as well. Straightsick saying, you know, don't disrespect my body.
Yeah.
You know, especially early into a series. You 2-0 up, you haven't won anything. And it's a pretty bad thing to do, especially when you get reverse sweep. So Na'Vi are going to learn from that. G2 are going to thrive from that. But Snipe Drone picking up kills once again, but they're on his side of the base, which is, again, Ascend's issue here. They just can't seem to get any kind of mid-map control.
Yeah, and if I had to describe what type of playstyle G2 has, it's definitely that run and gun. Players that just hit their shots and have the utmost confidence, right? So players like Gilkey, Sab, Arctic is one of the new up-and-comers, and obviously Straightsick, the veteran on this team. These guys have such a good mix of players, and they've been taking advantage of all their capabilities and all their teamwork so far. And even in this game 1, they're just, it seems like they're the leaders in the game. They're the aggressors.
Yeah, but look at this once again. Ascend, you're quite right. G2 are being allowed to be the aggressors here. Every single time that we're seeing Ascend on our screens, they're trapped in the back of the base, and they're not trying to force the fights up the map. They're trying to wait to pick them up, but the problem is they're staggering them. So when they get those kills and staggering across, they're not able to move up the map quick enough, which is allowing the respawners from G2 to take mid-map position again, and they're just constantly hemmed in. They need to try and flank out a little bit here. They finally managed to get 3 dead. Straightick is going to be the last player alive here. They need to establish some mid-map control here, Ascend, if they want to move forward.
Straightick, knowing he's the last one alive, doing a great job staying alive, but even still being aggressive, right? Even though he's the last one, he plays his life smart, but still puts the pressure on now in his engagement. Top middle chooses to back down. I like that play, staying alive. That Camo player, though, does get spotted, and Straightick gets a melee on him, but Camo in the hands of Ascend.
I mean, you can just see what the issue that Ascend have, though, on this game type, and it's quite clear to see, and it's something they can fix quite easily. Straightick was the last player alive. They knew where he was, but he stayed alive for what, 15, 20 seconds? Nobody collapsed to give them complete mid-map control and force G2 back. By doing that, it allowed him to pick up a kill, Straightick. It allowed him to survive a little bit longer, and once again, all the attention then for his teammates can be put onto those players who are trying to push forward, and Straightick can do what he wants.
Definitely big plays out of one of my new favorite players, Shady, always in the right place at the right time. We saw him earlier on the main stage against Status Quo, always in their base on Bazaar, running those flag caps, running the flag runs, putting his team in positions to get objective done. Now hopping on board with Gilkey, one of the sickest shots in the league. Nice kill there on a player on Ascend there. Now moving into their utility, trying to win this battle against Legend, but Legend will get the better of him there. So good shots out of Legend. Maybe that can get their team kickstarted here and get a flat cap on the board.
Legend has been so impressive. I mean, I think he's been the standout player so far that I've seen on Ascend, as Arctic will be taken down once more. And hey, who is it? Surprise, surprise, it's Legend once again, who now has the heat wave in his hand. He's a playmaker for this team. He reminds me of the likes of Pistola, you know, always willing to take a risk, to make a big play, to create an opening. He's done it time and time again, and he's going to need to do it once more here as Ascend still 1-0 down.
Shady able to clean up Straightick there, looking for the double kill. Sniper unable to clean up that kill. Now Shady backing up into the opponent's utility, staying alive. One shot, Arctic gets a kill on the board. Snipe Drone gets one of his own, and that flag is out in front of the base, but Shady doesn't care. He's just putting pressure on the spawners, and I love that play. Keep the pressure on G2. You need to stay aggressive in order to get some caps on the board.
Now, I've been pretty harsh so far on the way that Ascend approach this game type. However, when they do get in the base, when they get that flag moving, they are so objectively efficient. And look at that. The first time we've seen them in the base so far, Goof, and they've converted it into a flag cap. That's the difference. That's why they're so dangerous. Even though G2, you would say, have had control of the map for, what, 75, 80% of this game, it's 1-1. You cannot sleep on Ascend. They will make you pay if they get that flag moving.
Efficient objective is the best kind of objective work, and the boys on Ascend are showing that to us right now. Tying the game up, one flag cap apiece on board with Shady putting down shots. Gilkey goes down, but Arctic gets one of his own. That's a double kill for Shady, looking for the triple against Arctic. No, Arctic does get the better of that engagement, but Legend right there to get that flag read.
Big plays coming in from Ascend, though. 2 dead now for G2. As you can see, the Legend is trying to move up the map, and this is better for me. This is what I want to see them do. Just take a second. Just anchor down top middle. Draw the attention away from those GT respawners and let the team push up. Much better here from Ascend. They're starting to grow into this game.
No trade there for Straightick, so a bit of a fortunate scenario for Snipe Drone, able to get that double kill, and now running the flag towards this pink side. This could be a potential second cap, but Gilkey right there to shut it down.
I have to see if they're going to be as objectively efficient with this run as they were previously. Legend trying to keep that pressure on. The flag is still moving here, so you can see that they're quite happy to run it, even though they don't have the numbers. Sicker's got this back to the base. Wow. Even with Straightick picking up that kill, Snipe Drone is there to give him a little bit of cover, but can they convert? No, Snipe Drone now. Snipe Drone is taken down. Shady has to now try and retreat to his base to think about stopping these players from getting in on that return, but it is going to be a return coming in by the looks of things.
Yeah, so close to capping the flag there for Ascend, but big plays all around out of the players on G2 to stop the 2-1 deficit. Things are all tied up still. One flag cap apiece. Gilkey on your screen now. Takes down Snipe Drone, but Legend once again gets the kills where he needs to. Camo in the hands of Shady.
One thing that's really noticeable about this Ascend squad as a European squad, how many times do we see the likes of Arctic, Sabinator, Gilkey, Straightick in a 1v1? You expect them to win, right, against an EU player. They're never comfortable in a 1v1. It's always a challenge for them to win it. You have to hit your shots against these players, and I think that just speaks a lot to what Ascend can do. Gilkey, though, will win that battle. The Psychic not quite connecting in the way they want it.
Yeah, big kill there for Gilkey, taking down that camouflage player, and Snipe Drone, once again, playing sneaky. I've noticed that a lot about his playstyle. He likes to get in these sneaky positions and get that first shot or get a back smack on a player that's not aware, but Arctic is, of course, aware of him in his utility, one of the most important parts of your map to control, and if you're trying to be aggressive, you have to get in the opponent's utility as well, as we're seeing car control all around here for G2. Good assist on the board as Sab gets a nice double kill, allowing Arctic to move up further on the map.
Yeah, the wingman medal coming in here as well, so lots of assists being picked up, and that means the communication, the teamwork is starting to click here for G2. So Ascend now, once again, have to make a defensive stand at the back of the base. Arctic will pick up one. Legend, though, once again, wins an important battle. And not only that, Goof, he picks up a double.
Big plays being made here, time and time again by Legend. Something I'm seeing on the scoreboard, though, Mark, that I want to point out, interestingly, 1 assist there for Legend. So he's either cleaning up all his kills or his teammates have a problem. But 12 assists on the board for Sika there. So overall, the kills currently in favor of G2 according to that scoreboard. You see Gilkey first one to hit that 20 kill mark. Straight tick on your screen, taking down a Shady. Big kill there. Anytime you get a kill towards that middle of the map, especially in a 1v1 engagement, it's such a crucial kill. It just allows your team to push up and opens up the map for you. Gilkey once again getting some shots down, getting some kills, trying to find another one. But doesn't know he has to reload or doesn't know he has some bullets in his chamber. Gets taken down there. Bit of a slip up for Gilkey.
A little bit of a misplay and a little bit of a misstep, and what that does is allows the map to be open. Mid-map control now going into Ascend, and they're starting to, I think, find their feet here. Something I highlighted right at the start of this game from yesterday that they were doing and that wasn't being successful. How quickly they've adapted has been so impressive so far in this game. They're picking up the kills, the flag is already off the stand, and they're not getting desperate now. They start to move in towards the back of the base. They're looking to pick up the kills, and they are playing this one to a T.
This is a big swing moment in this game. Camo in the hands of Shady. Unfortunately, runs into 2 members of G2. Nice double kill there for Arctic to shut that down. But on a map like this, that camo is really going to be such a big facilitator in helping you secure a flag cap. Otherwise, you just have to be fortunate enough to get 4 dead at the perfect time. But having that camouflage allows you to be sneaky, allows you to get a flank. But 3 members fall for Ascend, but 3 also fall for G2. So 1v1 here. Sab wins it. All members except him dead on the map, allowing Sab to just stay alive in the opponent's map, and he actually chooses to run that flag towards utility.
Yeah, this is a smart play. If he can get around this corner, then he's going to allow his teammates to get into a position to give him some help on this run. Is he going to go for the little slide? No, he's going to decide to double back and maybe look to pick up some kills as his teammates did fall. So with 3 players falling for G2, now Straightsick has to try and play a little bit of defense. He's already been spotted out. Shady's going to be at the back of the base. A few shots are going to be missed, and there's the help again. That swarm that we see from Ascend inside of the base on display for everyone to see.
And look at the timer, Mark. Only 30 seconds left in this game, so we may see an overtime on our hands unless one of these 2 teams can get a flag cap here in the next 25 seconds. 2 members fall for Ascend, but unfortunately for G2, they're not in a position to run the flag.
Yeah, G2 making the right play, though. I think just making sure you get that flag back at home. The last thing you want to do is have someone sneak behind enemy lines once you clear the base out, right? Get a quick double kill, jump on that flag and get it moving once more, and you're like, why did we just send that one home? It could have been so much more simple, but with about 9 seconds left, you're completely right here, Goofy. I think Sabanate is the only player really in position to do something. The kills will be traded out, and it looks like we will be going to overtime.
All tied up here. These teams seem to be very evenly matched. Looking at the scoreboard so far, though, Gilkey with 25 kills is what's standing out to me.
Yeah, I think Gilkey's always going to be top of those leaderboards, right? He's always finding himself in good positions, always landing the shots he needs to land, but also very good at playing his life in certain situations, recognizing when pressure is coming in. But this opening strategy is going to be very interesting for me. I always find it fascinating to talk about opening strategy when we get to overtime, because you've already played the team once, so you know what they're going to do off the break. I'm not going to be too surprised to see teams actually mixing up starting strategies. This time Ascend get the better of them. They got the flag almost home here, Goof.
Shady, untouched somehow, spawned and sprinted to G2's base, and this flag is already all the way back to his base. Shady gets taken down right on the flag cap. Will Ascend be able to capitalize here and capture this flag? Yes, they do. Ascend, just like that, will defeat G2, game number 1 of this series, Mark. What a play once again by Shady.
Well, I mean, I was explaining how important opening strategies can be on the restarts. We've just seen it there. I mean, that flag was just flown across the map. It was absolutely ridiculous from Ascend. And another example of how they only need a couple of kills, and they're immediately thinking about moving that objective. Ascend go up 1-0 in the series after that overtime win. I mean, we got a series, man. We were talking about it before. We were like, this is a hell of a series here. This isn't going to be a sleeper series anymore. This is going to be one of the best series you're going to watch all day. So you're in the right place, everybody. Stay here.
And Shady, actually, he didn't even get a kill. He spawned, picked up his thruster, went all the way into G2's base, and ran the flag untouched until he got all the way back to his base. So once again, Shady doing the objective work, making it look easy, but trust me, it is not. In order to navigate your way around the map like that, so sneaky, so slippery, Shady once again making the OBG plays.
Now, I got a bit of time here to actually explain what I was trying to talk about before Shady decided, you know, I'm just going to win this game because this guy's not staying quiet. But we'll take a look at the series layout. Why I do is we look ahead to our second map, which is going to be Street Slayer. But opening strategies, I think there is a fascinating asset that hasn't really been delved into too much in Halo Infinite. We have round-based game types in Oddball. We have the overtime, which is now a huge thing, which has been added as well. Opening strategy can be countered, and I think having a secondary opening strategy is becoming something now that teams not just have to think about, it's required to catch your opponents off guard, because if you lose that opening fight and you know the team is going to do it again when you get to overtime and you get to another round, you can counteract it absolutely perfectly, and that's what we just saw in that last game. And it's not just a case of winning the opening battle, you win the game because of it.
Yeah, and we just saw that here in front of us, Mark. The changes to the game types, the game modes. We know Oddball is 2 rounds now, and that capture the flag overtime adds a new dynamic to how you play that game, right? As we're looking at the series layout here, we're going to hop into our game number 2 very soon, Slayer on Streets. What are you looking for in order for G2 to bounce back after that game 1 loss?
It's going to be tough because this is a map that I think Ascend love. They love the speed at which they can play on this one. They like to play aggressive. They like to take the fight to you, and we've also seen that they can win those individual fights. I think one thing that's going to be very interesting is how teams approach it when they are down, right? Are they going to try and keep that pressure up? Are they going to try and go for a swarm on one of the streets and kind of overload and try and go for a clean sweep of players and take that little bit of a risk where it doesn't go well, then that gap can extend? Or are we going to see the game slow down a little bit? Are we going to see G2 try and slow the game down? Are we going to see Ascend try and slow the game down? I don't think we will. I got the feeling this is going to be like a 100-mile-an-hour game all the way through. I could be completely wrong, of course, but those rockets, man, those rockets are so influential on streets, not just for the obvious kills you can pick up, but it's the lanes they open as well for you to move around the map.
Exactly. You have the Stalker Rifle, also has its time and place on the map. We saw Formal in that earlier series trying to really utilize it in that top C terrace area.
Yep.
But those rockets, like you said, Mark, they will be the game changer. They will be the difference maker here on this game type. It just opens up the map for you and your teammates, and I think that's going to be the key to success for either of these teams, is winning that opening start, getting those rockets, and doing that snowball effect, right?
Yeah, that's one thing that you can certainly do in Halo Infinite, and I think it's kind of something that we've seen more and more as Halo has gone on and on, excuse me, through the years, right? You win that opening battle and you win it, say, 3-1. You get control of not only one power weapon, but say a Bulldog as well. You can turn a 3-1 into an 8-1, into a 12-1 if you play it properly. So opening strategy, once again, really needs to be focused on here as we're already spinning into our game number 2. I got a question for you, Goof.
Let's do it.
Who do you think is the player that's going to step up for G2 here to try and tie this series up?
I'm going to have my eye on Straight-Sig this game. We've talked about Gilkey and Sab all weekend long. Arctic has been doing his thing, but Straight-Sig is that veteran on this team. I want him to really step up and lead these guys into a win here in game number 2. As you see here on the board, Gilkey gets taken down, and good start for the boys on the
Good start. It's a 4-1. That's about as good a start as you could possibly want. Now, Ascend have the rockets. They also have the information of where those spawns are coming in at PD, right? So you can see how Shady's playing this. He's waiting to be pushed because he knows there's only certain angles and chokes that all of G2 can escape from. Snipe Drone also has the Bulldog, so the start we were talking about has been perfect for Ascend.
Ascend, textbook opening start to get this one. Oh, but not even able to get the trade there as Gilkey actually stays alive. So that rocket wasted, but fortunately Snipe Drone is there to get the kill, but he does take heavy damage. So rockets out of play, Bulldog still in the hands of Snipe Drone, but actually rockets are right there, excuse me. He will drop them for his teammates. So Ascend with a good start, but G2 is gonna need to fight back if they wanna claw back, already down by 6.
Yeah, that's one of those situations that you're so patient, you hold that angle for so long. The 1 second that you look away, who pops up? Gilkey does, and you almost lose the rockets. But now you're going to see Shady not only picking up 2, but he's looking to turn it into 3. Arthur going to be taken down as well. This man is a machine as he picks up the triple. Make that an overkill as Shady introduces himself to North America.
Shady can do it all, ladies and gentlemen. We know him as the objective mastermind, but showing us his slaying expertise with that overkill. What a way to start this game 2, and they are on fire after winning that game 1, looking to go up 2-0 in the series.
Now, Ascend need to not let that adrenaline get the better of them now. You can see 1 kill already gone to G2, so they need to recognize the situation. They're down numbers on the map. Love this from Shady. Love this from Ascend. Taking their time. A killing spree for Shady. They are looking so good here, Ascend.
These rockets are going to be huge for either of these teams, specifically G2. This can go from bad to worse if you do not get control of these rockets. As Sika, nice kill there on Gilku with that perfect metal. Not 8-kill lead, and those rockets are still on spawn.
I mean, Straight Sick, he highlighted him as a player who needs to step up. He's not had a good start here. 0 and 4 for him, and he's going to need to turn that around very quickly, because we have to say that Ascend have started off in the Ascendancy, excuse the pun, but rocket launchers now in the hand of G2. So G2 have a way to claw back into this.
Yeah, and this is still early stages of the game. Fortunate, nice trade there. So only down by about 5 kills right now, as Sav making his way over to these neon stairs, heading over to top C. Rockets in his hand, though, has one in the chamber. Not able to get it off, as Sika with a double kill and also picks up those rockets. So that could be a really big swing moment in this game.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge. Not only does he manage to pick up the double, but like you say, it denies G2 a kill by getting that rocket out of their hand. Shady will be taken down. Sika's still alive on the map by the looks of things. Legend falls too, but G2 starting to get back into this one. This is a really important kill for Sika to pick up. Not only that, if he can stay alive here, but not just stay alive, but look at the angle that he takes. One thing I love about how Ascend play, they never retreat after picking up a kill. They're always looking to help a teammate.
Yeah, and I love that, right? Whenever you have to press your advantages at such a high level, you don't get them so often. Anytime you have an advantage, you need to press it, and the boys on Ascend are really showing us that they're all about that.
A 6-kill difference here between the two teams. Shady going to be moving with a teammate towards the arcade side of the map, but now it is starting to slow down a little bit. This is something that I was very interested in, but look at that, Shady. I mean, they're always looking for kills. I talk about the player who picks up the most opening kills for his team. It's going to be Shady. Sika's going to back him up as well. And just look at this teamwork. It's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, and this is scary for G2 because you're allowing the boys on Ascend to get more and more map control and trapping you on your spawns. As you see right there, Arctic gets taken down straight, so they're going to compromise position. So the more kills that Ascend is getting, the more aggressive they're getting, right, Mark? We were talking about that earlier, and G2 really needs to weather the storm and start being the aggressors.
I mean, look at this from Straight Six POV. For everyone at home, look how difficult it is for him to do anything at the moment. It's difficult to take angles. It looks like Ascend managed to pick up the rocket launcher as well, and Straight Six just been surviving for now. He's not been thinking about picking up kills. He's just been trying to live. The pressure from Ascend in this game has been, it's been world class so far.
10-kill lead. Gotta be feeling good if you're on Ascend right now. Just do not make mistakes. Don't give up the map positioning. You've seen them all game be back here towards this cafe area, towards that tires area, and they're forcing G2 to fight out of C-base, right? And that is such a difficult battle to try to win. The angles don't work in your favor. We got Stalker Rifle in the hands of Savvy. Let's see what he can do with it.
Sika trying to keep the pressure on, and to your point there, it's a really good one. If you're fighting out at sea, always fight uphill, right? You look at the tower, you look at PD, if you look at the elevation of the map, you're always having to take an uphill fight, which is why this sea balcony area becomes such an important position, especially with the Stalker Rifle there. You have the ability to do the damage, to allow your teammates some freedom, to move up from the low ground to the high ground, to get any kind of advantage that they can, or even, you know, find an even ground to take some fights.
Risky push there by Sab, but a much needed one as his team does need to get control back, and that does open up the map for Sika to actually gets that kill, shuts it down. So once again, 10-kill lead. Sab trying to make a play there, allowed Gilky to get a kill or two himself, but ultimately these boys in the center are just too good at playing defense back here and not allowing G2 to push out of that C base.
So good at covering each other as well. It's one thing to note from the way that Ascend have been playing this. You'll see players taking down the no shields, trying to escape. A player might over-challenge from G2 and gets taken down because that extra BR shot comes across map. You know, a couple of extra shots, a grenade, whatever it might be, always there to help out a teammate. Now Shady's going to pick up one. Sab's going to be left on his own, and look at that, as quick as you like. Legend jumps on the opportunity. The comms are perfect. I mean, Snipe Drone a lot of the time has no idea what's going on because he's the only player who's, you know, doesn't speak French on the team, but it seems to be working for him.
Using both rockets there to get that kill. Good job, Legend, to get out of harm's way there. Just looking at that scoreboard, though, this could be one of the final chances that G2 has to really turn the tide of this game, because each time G2 tries to push up, they get a kill, maybe 2, and then all 4 of them go down, right? So what started as a 5-kill lead for Ascend and turned into 6, turned into 10, now it's all the way up to, again, a 10-kill lead. G2 really need to get some kills together without trading.
The difficulty here for G2, though, is they're probably thinking we need to play around a power weapon, right? We need to at least survive this game out until that rocket launcher starts coming up if we're going to put a big run together. But the pace that Ascend have been playing at, they're not allowed to actually move out without being challenged, without being stifled. However, saying that, 2 players now taken down for Ascend, that's going to give them the freedom that they do need. Straight6 has the Stalker rifle in his hands, and look at that score. It's starting to look a little bit closer now. And if you're Ascend, you have to be careful here that you're at least getting your trades.
And just like that, 2 kills unanswered. Ascend once again extending that lead out. 8 kills for them. Sab right here with the Bulldog in. Arcade, all the players on your screen you can see there are pushed back towards that A side, and this is allowing G2, Straight6, and the boys to push up and hopefully one more time try to win this fight.
Well, to my point though, look how Ascend have recognized the situation we were talking about. They were giving away kills without trading, so they've slowed things down. They've made themselves difficult kills. They've said to G2, you want to pick up the kills, you got to come to us, and Sab is going to do exactly that with that opening, but there is the trade. The positioning and recognition of game situation here from Ascend is very impressive.
Gilkey needs to stay alive here. Arctic there to help him out and gets the trade. So Gilkey's still alive, but unfortunately Arctic does go down. Straight6 trying to live right here, trying to milk his life. They don't have many kills to play with right now, Mark. Only 6 kills left to go for Ascend.
6 kills left to go, make it 5. The rocket launcher is going to be popping as well. Legend picks up yet another kill, so 2 dead for G2 with that rocket launcher popping up right now. Oh, it's looking like a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Straight6 and that Stalker rifle to hit some shots to keep Ascend off of that rockets. The players have now respawned, so it's a 4v4 across the map, but the rocket launcher, where's it gone? It has gone over to G2, so never say never here.
Arctic needs to stay alive here, but doing a good job trying to help Gilkey, but unfortunately Gilkey still goes down. Straight6 takes down his teammate right there, gets a double kill, but Arctic also goes down, unfortunately. There's only 1 kill left to go, and Ascend will be up 2-0, Mark.
Looking like this could be it. Sicker's going to pick up that 50th kill, and you're quite right, Goofy. 2-0 to Ascend. And you have to say, a very well worked and a very dominant performance from them. And I just love the way that they keep pressure on their opponents. I talked about this before the tournament kicked off, right? It's very un-European, the way that they play. They play like an NA team. They play like the likes of Cloud9, where they're always causing you a problem, always challenging you, always asking you questions about how you want to try and approach the map, and it's been really impressive. However, we've already seen the European team go 2-up on G2, and that didn't end too well for them. So we'll have to see if Ascend learned some lessons from Na'Vi yesterday and put them to bed.
Yeah, if I'm Ascend, I'm telling my teammates, hey, listen, we got to win this game right now.
Yeah.
We got to close out this series 3-0. We saw G2 obviously reverse sweep Na'Vi earlier in pool play, but that game 2, it didn't feel anything like game 1. Game 1 is so back and forth, either team could have won, whereas I feel like in game 2, Ascend had control the whole time and never looked back. They always had control of that high side of the map, forcing G2 to try to push out a C, and it's just such a hard fight like we talked about in that game, and unfortunately for G2, they find themselves down 2-0 in this series.
And we talked about the opening strategy, right? And it almost went to a T. It was 4-1, they got Rockets, they got Bulldog, and from there I think that was where that lead, where, you know, we saw the difference between the two teams once they hit that 50 kill mark, was established. That was pretty much kept there the entire time. It wasn't like, you know, G2 were in a position where it was really tight up to a certain point and then Ascend, you know, managed to extend that lead. It was just that opening strategy. Those rockets going into their hands to start with, and then it's difficult to play a map against such a good team, which is so close quarters, without being able to trade. So that's what Ascend recognized. They realized that, you know, if we lose a couple of kills here, just slow things down, back it up. If we have advantages, push it. Let's try and get that lead established a little bit more. It was very impressive. I think their game IQ is one of the best that I've seen in some time coming out from Europe. I think they deserve all the points they're getting so far in the series, and I say so far because there's still 3 games left.
We've seen plenty of reverse sweeps in the past. Let's see if G2 can win this game 3 and give themselves hope for another reverse sweep in this tournament. We've seen them do it once. Can they do it again? But this time, Ascend is a much different roster, obviously, than that Na'Vi, and it seems like they got the pedal to the metal right now. They're trying to close things out. Yeah,
they're going to want to get it done as quickly as physically possible, and that means a 3-0 result going in their favor. Now we go over to Livefire Oddball. When I saw them play yesterday, Livefire, they were very good at it. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they play Oddball. With Strongholds I saw yesterday against Exet, where, you know, they got out to like 100, 115 point lead at the start without response. And we were like, hey, Are Exit about to be put into the 0-point club? They weren't. They did pull it back, but Ascend did close it out in quite some dominating fashion. So Oddball live fire certainly helps, I think, Ascend with the fact that they've got the confidence of an objective win already in the series, albeit scrappy. But that Slayer performance, when you're coming off the back of a Slayer loss, I always feel like you're a little bit more hesitant in the 1v1s, especially at the start of the game.
Ascend able to get that sniper rifle back up towards Garage. Sika now great shots taking down Sab. Neither team able to really get that ball, but Sniper once again in the hands of Ascend. So this could be a good start for them.
Straight trying to survive for now, but Sika really has been impressing me in this series as well. He seems to be the glue for this team. Just consistency has been the kind of key word for me that he's managed to put together. Shady not only going to have the sniper rifle now, but Ascend also going to have the overshield, which he's going to pop pretty early here, but he was coming under somewhat of a lot of fire. And now you see the swarm coming in. You see the heat wave. That's not going to matter too much as a trade will come in. Shady gets a little bit fancy, but look how quick he turns the attention away. Even though he didn't get the kill, I like the idea of prioritizing certain kills after another.
Yeah, a little bit reckless there out of Shady. He had the overshield, had the sniper, didn't turn it into any kills, and actually lost the overshield and lost the sniper. So probably worst case scenario there for Shady, but fortunately for them, they do have some wiggle room here, obviously, in the series, and this game is just getting started. So neither team has a lead, or a substantial lead, I should say, as you see G2 getting a bit of time on the board. Sap trying to rotate over to the Garage, which is also a very strong setup. We've seen a lot of teams hold it back tower and get time that way. That way you can play the ball easier. Holding in Garage is more of a high risk, high reward situation, because if you die, the other team can just quickly reverse that setup on you.
I mean, this setup, though, from G2 has just crumbled away like, you know, styrofoam packaging that you get with those parcels through the post. It's just disappeared. It gets everywhere, doesn't it? It's really annoying. But it's just fallen apart. I mean, it was 3 dead almost instantaneously. Sniper Drone staying alive bottom middle, got that entry kill that they were looking for. Now Sick is trying to survive here. His 2 teammates have picked up kills as well, so now they have the information on where last 2 players alive are. You can see a little bit of a rotation coming out. Look at Straight Sick, again, a little bit like we saw in the last game. There's no way that he can have a fight here where he's not under pressure.
And once again, Snipe Drone just playing his angles, playing those little hiding spots, right? Like he was hiding behind that little brick wall right there and just caught Straight Sick off guard. Gilkey now able to get a kill. He needs to stay alive as long as he can. But unfortunately for him, 3 members of Ascend are there to clean him up. And this is going to be a pretty pivotal battle here. Whichever team can win this with some numbers left on the board, they'll be able to get some time.
There's a second overshield as well going into the hands of Ascend. It was Shady who had it, and he's done a lot of damage alongside having that in his hands. The ball is down for now, a 30-12 lead, but that's going to extend now as Shady picks that one up. You can see the spawns coming on the dummies as well, so it looks like the call now from Ascend has come in to try and hold this garage setup.
Looking at the kill feed, or the stats right there, Snipe Drone, Shady, Sika all have so many kills already to start this game. You know they're playing so well. Obviously, games 1 and 2 just going in their way now, trying to close out the series on board now with Shady. Putting down shots on Gilkey, takes him out, but Arctic right there to clean him up.
Now G2 need to make this work. They have the kills that they need. They have the option to rotate back, but look how quickly the pressure is already coming in. What? Straightsick had that ball in his hand for what, 3-4 seconds? Yeah. And already he was being focus fired, which means the ball is now down. It means it's a 4v4 Slayer on the map. A couple of kills are going down either side, but little information like that Gilkey's just received. He knows that he can't push top mid sandbags now because Snipe Drone was firing a mangler. So that cutoff is being picked up. G2 need to make something work here. Maybe a sniper rifle is the way for them to break this setup.
A nice no-scope cleanup there by Sab, and this can be an opportunity for them to gain some momentum and try to get the lead back. They're down by about 30 seconds right now. He has a sniper rifle in his hands. That's Sab picking up these plasma grenades. Trying to find a no-scope, cannot connect, but able to, unfortunately, trade there, so that sniper rifle will be down. The overshield will be spawning in about 10 seconds, and once again, Snipe Drone making plays, double, make that a triple kill, and the ball. He can do it all, ladies and gentlemen. Snipe Drone putting on a show.
Perfect flank coming in from Snipe Drone. It's what he does best. The damage being done by his teammates. Snipe Drone walks in the perfect route to pick up those kills and pick up that oddball. Legend now going to pick up the kill onto Sab. He's going to be taken down. Sika with another one as well, and this is just more ball time now being soaked up by Ascend. They have the next overshield. That's 3 in a row now for them. 3 overshields in a row. It's no wonder they have a 70-point advantage or so.
Ooh, I think he got that body shot on Straight Sick, but this Ascend roster right now is really impressing me, Mark. After yesterday, them getting 3-0 by SSG, I know they started off the day really well, beating Exit. That was a big match for them, but then I wasn't sure what to expect out of them coming into today, the way they lost yesterday evening, but they're showing us that they're here to play. They are one of the best teams in the tournament right now, and G2, unfortunately, on the other side of it.
14 points left. Ascent to take this first round. The body shot will connect, but the heat wave will also hit harder for G2 here, and G2 really only have one successful push to make. Sab's going to try and dive on that ball, but Snipe Drone just being such a pain once more. Staying alive, milking that time. Finally will be taken down here by Straight Sig. Sab already under pressure again. Sab already dead here. And look at this, G2 now having to retreat. The odd ball is down. Legend leading the push here. G2 need to win this fight. But the pressure, once again, I keep talking about it, it's just relentless coming in from Ascend.
Ascend is absolutely suffocating this G2 roster. They have no room to breathe at all, and Legend almost destroying Straight Sig right there. It's unfortunately for Straight Sig able to get that kill, but yeah, like I was saying, Mark, this Ascend roster just constantly knows how to play objective with the utmost efficiency. They're always suffocating their teammates, and the fact that they were able to win that Slayer game so dominantly, these objectives actually work more in their favor.
They need 4 points. They're starting to get a little bit desperate here, but look at that. Sika with the double kill. He might create the opening that his team needs. My God, Sika! That's a game-winning play. That is a round-winning play. They've still got a little bit of time to go, but having clocked over that 100 points, that's the play that you want to see from a teammate when things start to get a little bit nervy towards the end of a game.
And that out BR was actually for a triple kill.
Yeah.
So Sika with that triple kill, putting on getting some style points right there, absolutely demolishing that player to win the game. Now loading into the second round of Oddball. If they win this, if Ascend win this round, they will be moving on to the winner's bracket and knocking out G2 into the losers. Guilty, they're able to get that sniper rifle.
This was a ninja. There was a ninja in the kill feed there. 100% I saw it. I didn't quite catch who it was,
God.
but I saw some yellow text, and it looks like G2 have got out to a much, much better start here in this second round of Oddball. Ascend now trying to make this push on the low ground, but Gilkey has the sniper rifle as well. For the first time, really, in this game, we see G2 with a setup and the first kill in a team fight.
Very true. First time, definitely, as Gilkey finally able to get a bit more comfortable. Overshield in his hand and the sniper rifle. So this is a great opportunity for Gilkey to make his presence be known on the map and help his team get more momentum, try to make that reverse sweep happen in the series.
I mean, one thing to point out, like you said, he's got the overshield, but that's pretty much the first time we've seen G2 with an overshield here on live fire. So trying to put that to use is one thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's happening too much. I mean, they've had all the resources that they've required so far, G2. They've had a good setup. They've had the overshield. They've had the sniper rifle. They do have a 20-point advantage, and now they're going to be able to rotate that ball away. This is much, much better from G2 at the start of this second round.
Yeah, and Sab gets taken down there and just basically gift wraps the setup over to Ascend. And once again, this is the first time in this game that we're seeing the setup more on the tower side. The first round is pretty much completely dominated on that garage side. So a bit of a change up in strategy for both teams, but once again, Sab and the boys on G2 really gifting that setup right here to Ascend. Let's see how long they can hold it for.
Crazy fact about Ascend as well. If you didn't know, if you're tuning in for the first time, you're like, who are these guys? Two of them never played an event before. I mean, that's how impressive this performance has been. The first time they've actually played a live event on LAN, and they are really turning up here. Arctic picking up a double, but the play ball is going to come in. So 3 dead here for Ascend. G2 need to hop on that ball ASAP. Game pretty much tied up at the moment, Goofy.
Yeah, and just like that, you know, we were talking about G2 having a good start. They're trying to hold a setup, and now Ascend already has the lead. So these objective game types are really scary if you're on the other side of Ascend because they just play so efficient and they know how to get the job done. They're always helping each other, always baiting and switching. Now Sab's about to run into a heat wave player. Let's see if he can stay alive, and Legend takes him down anyway, so no heat wave needed right there, but Sniper Drone trying to stay alive, play his life with this power weapon.
Heat wave in his hands. Gilkey goes down. That was 4 dead there for G2 Esports. Now we're going to see Straight Six trying to push through this low door as quickly as possible, but there is Snipe Drone straight away, aware of where those spawns are going to be coming in. Once again, the first kill in a team fight goes to Ascend. Doesn't get the trade this time, but the ball time is racking up now. 41 points and rising very, very quickly, doubling up on G2.
Yeah, that was a big kill there for Sab, though, able to take down Sniper Drone with that heat wave. At least gives them a chance to try to get the ball out of Ascend's hand, but as I say that, Shady has the next best thing, which is that Mangler. It's so powerful, has so much range, and one shot melee will take out your opponent. 50-22, Ascend is just once again rolling in this all-ball round, and it looks like they're going for the sweep.
Look at this from Snipe Drone. I mean, this is the best I've seen Snipe Drone play in quite some time. When he is confident and when he is trying to play at a pace that matches his teammates, he's one of the best players in Europe, without a doubt. It's when he plays a little bit slower, I had some concerns about him, but playing alongside 3 psychopaths like he is at the moment, who just like to fly at people, like we've just seen from Legend, it almost forces you, right, to play faster. He's playing some lights out Halo right now. He really has been an MVP for them.
I couldn't agree more, Mark. I think having these type of teammates really brings out the best in a player like Snipe Drone. It really allows him to be in his comfort zone and kind of actually forces him to play that, more aggressive style of Halo while still, basically staying true to his roots. And Shady, once again, putting that sniper rifle to use and now putting it away for his BR to try to help his team with some team shots. Finds Straight with the quick scope. That's not an easy shot to hit, and that Ovi's about to spawn as well.
I say, oh my god, because Shady has just been running around the map like he's playing training mode at the moment. Every single player he walks into is low shields, not looking at him. There should be another kill. The man is on fire right now, running around like a man possessed. He's just thinking about kills. He says, hold the oddball. Someone else hold the oddball. I'll do the rest.
15 seconds left to go, and this will be a clean 3-0 sweep as Snipe Drone trying to get the trade, does not. Straight's a good job there getting the kill. G2, you really need to step it up right now. You need to get the kills on the board. You need to get a setup for more than 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and right now, Shady trying to shut that down with that trade on Gilkey.
Has to be perfect from G2. Cannot make a mistake at this point. Like you say, with the send, only 15 seconds away from closing this out. There's a Mangler, though, from Straight Sick, which is certainly going to give them the opportunity to pick up some kills in those close-range encounters. Straight Sick now rotating the ball away. Sab picks up one as well,
okay.
So don't count G2 out just yet. Finally starting to find some footing on this map.
There we go. 2 members fall for Ascend, allowing G2 to really kind of predict where they're going to be spawning and basically bring a little bit of calmness to this game, but unfortunately for them, Ascend doesn't know what calmness means. They're going to be pushing you all game long, so Ascend is about to be running at them, hand-held together as a team. And just as I say that, Legend already snuck his way all the way back pillars, putting 3 shots in the ball guy, hasn't even been spotted yet, and Straight Sick there actually to help him out. The 2 members fall, 3 members fall for Ascent. This could be big, 77-85.
Really, really good hold there from G2 Esports. The kill from Straight Sick was so instrumental. The fact that they got the information, and not only got the information, but were able to capitalize on having it before their opposition, means that they have this hold. They now have a lead as well, and even though I've been saying this is Ascend, G2 have come back into this one. The play ball is finally going to be forced. They need 7 points to win. This next team fight on the map could decide not only how this game goes, but the series as a whole.
And I think a member of G2 is already, Gilkey went down. He was bottom middle. So I wonder who's going to be able to pick up this ball. It's Legend and the boys on Ascend as Overshield goes in the hands of Sab. So this is the final moments of this game. This will make or break the series for G2. Nice kill for Sab. Picks up one, gets the double kill. Looking for the triple. 3 members fall. The last one is Shady, bottom middle. Only 7 kills left to go. And G2 will keep their hopes alive in this series.
G2 stay alive, and it's all thanks to the decision-making from Sab. Going for that Overshield was so vital. He does not stay alive. He does not get those kills if he does not have the overshield. G2 only needs 6 points, but look at Ascend now coming back into this game. The ball tries to be stolen away by Arctic. Arctic will be taken down, and the ball will be picked up by Ascend. They keep their cool here, Goof. They keep their composure, and it's looking like they'll win the game.
Ascend absolutely clutching up there to finish off the sweep. They know what G2 can do when you give them even a little bit of room to breathe, and they shut it down. They actually completely sweep, G2 with no room for them to even win 1 game, let alone a round.
I mean, who would have guessed that? Let's be real, coming into this this tournament, that a European team would stomp G2 in the way that they did across 3 games, 3-0. In a winner's bracket. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable, and I think there's a little bit of revenge maybe for the Na'Vi boys yesterday as well, for the Europeans. Shout out to you, Ascend. Big shout out to G2 as well for their performance yesterday. But I mean, I think we've been watching these guys for a while over in Europe. I want to get your reaction actually to what you've seen, because that's top level Halo, and I'm not just talking about a good European team. I'm talking about the world stage here.
Definitely, this G2 roster are some of the best NA players in the world. We saw them snipe down, and the FaZe team 3-0. They 3-0'd their whole pool, whereas Ascend was struggling in the pool. So this Ascend team isn't just a good European team. They're a amazing Halo Infinite team all around the world, across the entire globe, right? And we saw them. Their aggressive playstyle is so fun to watch, and you have that perfect mix of aggression mixed with smart plays, mixed with someone like Snipe Drone who plays that anchor position like a Snipe Down or like a Royal 2. They just mesh so well together, and that was such an impressive win for them.
That's the confidence they play with as well. That's just outstanding to me, and no surprise to see that confidence. They've gone unbeaten for a couple of years, it feels, in Europe. I don't know the exact amount of time frame, but I think it is about 2 years now that they haven't lost the tournament in Europe, which is just crazy. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, to have that level of consistency is absolutely unbelievable. Have a look at the recap of the series as well, just so that you could you know, keep your eyes on what just happened. I mean, Aquarius flag was incredibly close.
Yep.
We should say it was won in overtime, but from there, Goof, it was all Ascend.
Yeah, that game one definitely could have gone either way. And honestly, I really believe if G2 was able to clutch up and win that second round, it would have given. I actually would have predicted them to win the game and push it to a game 4. But unfortunately for them, Ascend wanted no part of that, and they shut it down with that 3-0 sweep. That Streets Slayer game was so impressive. And talking to Gaskin earlier on the stream, he was telling me that this Ascend roster prefers the objective game types. They thrive on that. Not to say that Slayers are their weakness, but their preferred game type is the objective. So the fact that they were able to win that Slayer so dominantly, it was just looking good from them right after that.
It was indeed. I think we have the winners bracket ready now to have a look at as well, so we can see how that actually influences this tournament. And
wow,
let's take a look down. You can see Optic, Quadrant. I mean, I'm just saying, by the way, as a European right now, I have the biggest smile on my face. You look at the quarterfinal teams, 2 of the 3 are from Europe. You have Quadrant, all 4 of them French gentlemen who are playing some amazing stuff, taking down Chiefs in the previous round. Ascend now go into that quarterfinals where they will match up against Pioneers by the looks of things, who have taken down BBG. And also you have eUnited. They did knock out Mocket by the looks of things, but it looks like it's 2-0, excuse me. The series hasn't quite finished yet. Of course, they're best of 5. Sorry, I'm used to casting the online stuff where it's been best of 3s for the entirety of Halo Infinite, it feels like. And then down at the bottom, you have another opportunity here. Space Station versus Na'Vi. Goof. We could have 3 European teams in the quarterfinals.
Wow. Wow. Halo.
Having said that, we probably won't now, but you never know.
Halo has traditionally been an NA-dominated kind of esport, but as the game becomes more global, right, it's free to play, it's on PC, it's on Steam, it's so accessible now. I genuinely believe we're going to start seeing amazing talent from all around the world, and we're seeing that this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's healthy for everyone, right? It's healthy for Halo, not just to have one region dominating the world, because it inspires everyone, right? Everyone's back at home right now. If you're watching from Europe, you're probably thinking, like you say, hey, this game looks pretty good. I love the way that this Ascend roster's playing. I'm being inspired to jump on the game and get good and, you know, do what they've done, because these guys have been waiting to compete. These are young guys. They've been waiting to compete for quite some time. I remember getting some DMs. I think it was from Shady. He's like, come on, dude, like, let me compete in a tournament. I'm like, dude, like, I can't, like, change the laws of the country. I'm sorry. I'm not that kind of guy, Goof. I know I have some pull and some sway, but changing the legal laws of countries is something that certainly doesn't
Some
fall
things
under
even
my,
Onset cannot do.
I know, right? It's crazy to think, but yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see. Like you said, Halo Infinite multiplayer, completely free to play, to download. And if you're watching right now and you've been inspired by the European teams and what they've done so far, get it downloaded. Show that you can do it as well.
Yeah, I'm just so excited. We have so much more amazing Halo matches ahead. We've seen Optic Gaming absolutely dominate the competition so far. Ascend is looking like they are a problem for anyone they go against, and I'm just excited to keep on watching some more matches.
We are going to call it there, but our next match up, I think, is FaZe versus Exit. That's going to be coming up on the Bravo stream, so plenty more action to come our way, I think, on the Bravo stream. This is just going to be an amazing day. Good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Stay here. We'll be back very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to HCS Raleigh, our kickoff major. Good to be back. We got a hell of a series coming up, Tony. We got FaZe and XSET. Of course, I'm Shyway, by the way. In case we're not acquainted, I got Tony, my man, with me. Good to be back, man. We got a hell of a series. We've been waiting for this, I think.
Yeah, the last series we got the cast was sadly a 3-0, but something tells me that this series might just go to distance. We're talking about two high-caliber teams.
Right.
G2, along with Kratos-led XSET. You know what? Let's just hop right into it.
By good fortune, Tony, we're here. We're already here with FaZe and XSET. No waiting. Right into the gameplay, of course, on board with Foul. And a little trade to kick things off. Camo up center map here. Filthy G and Suspector watching it, but Foul going to drop a couple nades. Those tags going to give him some info on where these players are and looking to put it together and pick up the camo as he goes by two. Falcated. Oh, man, the potential there. But Suspector shuts it down.
Breaker right now is going to switch on board. Now we're Bound, who ends up getting a big double kill. If you guys are not familiar with these rosters, we're talking about Falcated, Boo Bound, and some random named Snipe Down going up against Porky J, Kratos, Filthy G, and Suspector.
Snipe Down. Who's that guy, right? Tony? Of course.
From Apex, kid.
But man, what a team. What a pleasure it is to see this team on screen, of course, next to XSET. This is a hell of a series, Tony. This is some top caliber Halo. We're here to witness it, and we might not be witnessing it too long if that flag stays out. Looks like it's almost captured here by FaZe. Just in the last link, Snipe Down will get the kill, and before he punches that in, Kratos is there to stop them, apparently. Kratos on the return, Bound on in position to save it, so last second, Kratos with a heat wave, he just ruins their day.
The self-proclaimed best player in Halo is showing what he's got. He has the heat wave in hands. Meanwhile, off the screen, Falcated was able to take down Suspector, and Kratos now playing some offense here, trying to get behind enemy lines. The shots going in on Boo Boo, who gonna force him to back down.
Kratos drawing enemy attention to himself, being in this base. He's waiting for the moment to pull it, and he waits for Filthy G and Porky J to get their kill. So just a little opening for him to take the flag through. Of course, sits down next to Heat Wave. Next to the planters, either way. I mean, the flag sits down. They're waiting to collect it. Suspector here to cover the flag. And can he do that? Man's in a tough spot. Almost return. Bound will get his feet on it. And that's just enough to ensure they don't get any farther with it. But XSET quite a bit of a run there to stop the flag and almost return it.
Filthy G needed to win that individual gunfight so they can secure this camouflage. He wasn't able to do so. Falcon gets the big win. Now Boo Boo going right in. Bound comes in for the cleanup kill, and most likely that camouflage is going to go in the hands of FaZe.
Bound with a bit of a flank here. Filthy G not ready for it. Melee in. And Kratos still waiting at the back of the base here, so Bound going to try to play carefully. The nades will do the trick. Kratos knocks him, but can he deal with Snipe Down and Falcated knocking on the front door? Man's got the camo too. Snipe Down. Unfortunately, Porky was waiting behind the corner, got a back smack, and that dealt with Falcated quick as well.
Excellent dynamo nades coming out of Boo Boo. Actually, the second one might have ticked onto Kratos just a little bit, but Boo Boo still going to like to back down. Ultimately, the player's life currently sitting at 3 kills, also having 6 assists as well, leading his team by far in the assist column.
Back on board with Filthy G, making a rotation with Suspector here in the back of the base. All while they're focused on that blue flag, they are ready to get a counter pull, but do they do it yet? Waiting for the moment here. All 4 members of FaZe currently up around the base. You got one defender there to slow it down, and that defender is Porky J, who is sitting perched up in the back of the base, and honestly, take notes on that spot. Good place to sit to ensure that you can slow down these boys, and I mean, well, it happens. Filthy G, nice little run in session here. Of course, he has to get through Boo Boo, Snipe Down, and he's got to hit his jump too, which unfortunately he didn't, and Bound took advantage. Flag still in play though, Suspector going to carry it.
Yeah, XSET was the first team to actually get that flag across. Meanwhile, FaZe actually have a counter pull of their own, but it might end up getting recovered here by Porky, and it looks like FaZe are trying to recover it as well, but just before it goes in, they come out of nowhere and grab the pull. Snipe Down ends up getting a double kill, but even that, not enough. Filthy J gonna go down. Suspector, the final player to go in for this flag touch. He's sitting over towards top utility, and Boo Boo being real fancy, getting right behind enemy lines instead of taking that direct route. Suspector goes down.
XSET just throwing their bodies at that flag in a hope to get the return, but all for naught. Boo Boo going to bait and switch with Foul. Easy kill on the Kratos, and an opportunity to pull the flag. Of course, that return now comes through. Camo does sit up on top of it. Porky wants it, but Falcated not going to let him get close. Can they get the hands on the flag, though? Of course, Suspector already out front base here. Not looking back at that base where the flag currently sits, though, right? He's in the middle of a pinch because of it.
And we're finally seeing what that camouflage is made of. Filthy G just sitting towards the top of the map, putting damage on everybody. Somehow not able to stay alive. Still rocking the camouflage. Still getting behind enemy lines. Has a player in front of Boo Boo. The shot's gonna come in. Can he stay alive? Oh,
Apparently not. Boo Boo would take him. Val gonna now rotate this flag out through. Bound here to escort him as well, and looking like he should be able to get it. I don't see a Kratos here with a heat wave, so it looks like they're okay. First flag in. FaZe gonna start things out confidently, as of course it's only the beginning here.
High IQ play for Boo Dubu to pass that flag right over towards Bound, who was full shield while he was one shot. Bound able to secure that flag cap without any kind of resistance. Commando now in the hands, right into Kratos. Back, not able to get the kill, goes in for the melee, takes Kratos down, 2 down. Go team exit. I believe I saw a bit of baggage.
I mean, it's already coming out. You got to expect it, right? When you got the heat from somebody like Kratos on exit, you already know the bags are coming one way or the other. If you're FaZe, if anything, you want to get that timing on it early on. Make sure these boys feel that mental pressure. We'll see. On board with Kratos. Speak of the devil. Going to try to rotate through to flag. His teammates are dead in front of him, but that is quite convenient. He predates the jump up, and Bound clambered it at the moment that he threw the nade in. He got stuck because of it. So Kratos, you know, if luck and awareness combined.
Yeah, 2 great nades coming out of Kratos. First to take out Falcon, and the second one actually sticking Bound right there. The kill lead of this actually entire game, sitting at 15 and 7. Meanwhile, Boo Dubu working a 1-2 combo with Falcon. Falcon gonna be the first player to go down, leaving Boo Dubu by himself. So what he's gonna do? Smart, high IQ, backing down, and now working on a cutoff for Porky J, who's running the flag with those dynamo nades, going a little haywire.
Yeah, that dynamo went not where it intended. Because of it, unfortunately, he took a little bit of damage. That flag continues through. Porky J with it. Kratos here to cover. Kratos going to replace him. All while that flag makes it to the door. Can they get to the last links? Falcated there to play defense. Can Falcated get the angle? You got Boo Dubu looking at it too. Foul with a pickup on the Filthy G, by the way. He did die to Kratos, but it's not enough to stop that flag from going in. Exit, they tie it up. We got a series, or a match at least, on our hands, but very quickly snipe down a team. They're ready for a counter cap. So this is, of course, the next step. Exit, they can cap, but are they ready to counter?
And now Suspector actually forced to go in for the overextension. Meanwhile, that flag hasn't moved very far since. Boo Dubu off a screen, going right after Filthy J. Suspector now just waiting for that flag to make it towards Round Utility.
Here it is.
Easy shots coming in, forcing Bound to be one shot in the back down. Suspector doesn't want to stay in the same spot because he knows that he's getting called down, and here comes the Stimpies.
Suspector hopping on return. Throws a couple days down. Like you said, they do get that return through, so great play at a Suspector to just have faith that reach out would come in time. On board with Boo Dubu, of course, though, does take a nice kill to start things off. Going to rotate all the way through, overextend behind enemy lines. And the awareness out of him. Does he get the kill, though? Kratos going to chow through and pre-fire his way to success there. Unfortunate for Boo, he did not return a shot, and he doesn't come out of that fight on top.
Falcon actually going to run into 2 different players. The bait and switch is going to be too strong. Not able to even get a trade-off in that situation. Meanwhile, snipe down shot looking good. He's going to go down to 1-shot. Suspector coming in for the cleanup. 2 down. Go team FaZe. Exit 4 minutes and 13 seconds. They can make a run. There's enough time on the board, obviously.
Of course. On board with Bound here. Got to watch out for these dynamo nades. Slides up into Filthy G. You got Kratos, who's got his reticle trained on him, though, right? So trades out Bound immediately. Suspector here to bait and switch with Kratos. Does lose him, but Suspector's still behind enemy lines in the base. What can he do? Does he go for a run immediately? Gonna try to tag up Boo Dubu. The man's weak, and Boo Bu's ready.
And let me tell you, I know Bound has 17 kills right now, and that's quite impressive, but my MVP has to go to Boo Dubu. 15 kills, but also following that with 11 assists. Nobody in the game's even close to that, especially not on his team.
On top of that, Boo Dubu, I mean, he's got the resources to keep it going, right? Throws a dynamo over to the closet. Got a heat wave in the back pocket. Cleans up Filthy G. He'll make his way through here. Flag taken. Can Boo stop it? Not yet. Thankfully, the flag's been taken from the other side. It's foul with it. He'll rotate it through. Trying to play it patiently, though. We got a bit of a joust. Contested flag on both sides. And Porky J might be the one to ensure that they get the return.
Wingman actually being earned right before that player is going down. Now we're approaching the final minutes of the game. Every second counting here. Suspector actually going down to 1 shot, but luckily he's able to get those dynamo nades. The nades coming in, but no audio tick just yet. There was a second player in there. Falcated. The dynamo nades are actually ticking off, forcing Falcated to back down. Porky J taking out snipe down, and that's actually going to be 2 down, going for FaZe. Now Exit can take advantage. They have the numbers. 3 out of 4 players on FaZe are down. Exit are on the offense.
Suspector doing what he can just to hold on to the flag. He's got Kratos with him, but I think the nade's looking too strong here. Filthy G, Porky J, they're holding on to top map. Meantime, foul. What a move at a foul! He jumped off the post there, got the extra height, and he was just not ready for it. Snipetown gonna win his fight too. And it's little moments like this that might give them an opportunity for a flag. We got a return at the very least. Thing's gonna hold on. Wow, you can't hide. You can't hide from Bound.
Man has Promethean vision, apparently able to find that player and using a Promethean gun in the heat wave. Excellent job for him hunting that player down. Falcon is sniped down. Yep. Back-to-back kills. 3 out of 4 down. This time going in favor of FaZe. The camo in the hands of Boo Boo Dooble. The flag making it toward the 50% portion of the map. FaZe are phasing up.
They're making progress here for sure, but can they close this flag out? Sits down bottom mid. They made it to their side of the map, past that 50-yard line, but Filthy G's here, playing goalie. Bound rotates to the base, tags him up a little bit, lets him know he's there. It's foul. Actually, no, it's Bound. Look at this man. He comes from the back and then flies out front without any concern for his own life. Their flag did get returned, I believe. A second one now pulled immediately. Spectre, he'll take out Snipetown. What else can he do?
Gets the big kill. Now going to run that flag. Porky J actually has his back, so if they can slay out this one player in Bound, they can easily run that flag. But that's easier said than done. Bound flying out there, taking out Spectre immediately. Boo Boo Dooble utilizing the sidekick, making that player one shot. Not able to get the kill just yet, but there it is.
Something I've noticed with Boo Boo Dooble, he's always got that sidekick whenever he's in this section of the map. He never neglects it. He always opts to pick it up, and it just works, right? Close range. You get the shots in quick, you do that damage. I mean, you'll walk away with that kill. You got to take advantage of the sandbox. And as I say that, even if you have it, sometimes that heat wave just isn't as good as a well-trained BR. Beauty of Halo, at the end of the day, you just got to hit your shots. That flag is out, by the way. It's all the way next to the pedestal, and it's going to go in. Thanks to Boo Boo Dooble and Team FaZe, they're now up 2-1. And Tony, look at the timer.
FaZe capping that flag within the last 30 seconds of the game here. Now, Porky J going in for the challenge. Snipetown now exits. Backs are against the wall. They have to make something happen. Meanwhile, FaZe are already pulling another flag. 20 seconds on the clock. There's a chance for sudden death. But if FaZe play good defense, that's going to be it. They take game number 1.
FaZe making XSET feel the pressure. XSET, they got 10 seconds to touch a flag for a sudden death. And at this point, it's not looking likely. You got defense on their base. Boo Boo is just sitting there, says, come at me. Come at me, I'll take the kills. He'll take them too. One player left, that's a Spectre sitting below, but honestly, it's just not enough. It's too little too late. A 2-1 for our game 1, and a 1-0 in the series overall. FaZe currently leading. But that was pretty close enough that, Tony, I'm getting pretty excited for what's coming up.
So am I, man. Let me tell you, it seems like every capture the flag game that we have on series seems to go down to the wire. Yep. And FaZe needed to use every last second. I'm talking about, I think it was the 37-second mark where they were to cap that final flag. But man, XSET were playing good. And XSET actually even had FaZe 3 down with about a minute 30 left. And it looked like if they were just a little bit more objective efficient, they would have been able to cap that flag, and maybe they would have been the ones winning 2-1. Either way, FaZe go up 1-0 in the series.
They traded blows left and right, which I think is the biggest thing. It just felt like they always did have an answer for any slight opening that FaZe would create, right? They would overextend, they get their players in the right positions, and win the pivotal fights to keep things close to the end. It's just, unfortunately for them, when the flag went in, there was 30 seconds left, not a lot of time to make a play. Let's take a look at the maps and see what's next in this series here. Of course, very important. We got Slayer on Streets. Tony, I haven't seen a Slayer on Streets just yet in all my casting so far, so excited to see how this plays out. Of course, XSET, they need this. They need this Slayer to regain momentum. I think this is their opportunity to do so. When you get to the objective game types, at the end of the day, the better team, the more coordinated team, typically comes out on top. So far, FaZe, it's slight, but they got the advantage.
You know, sadly, we actually haven't seen Streets that much here in this tournament, and most because in the earlier brackets, you know, it came kind of later in the series, and some of them were 2-0s and 3-0s, but we're finally seeing some Slayer on Streets. My favorite map, I can't wait.
I mean, welcome to Champ Bracket, right? Welcome to midday, Saturday, Halo. We get all the best teams, all the weaker, you know, it's nice to have a lot of teams in a Halo tournament, but some of them got to go. Only the good ones get to stay, and we get to appreciate and witness it, of course, on screen. Tony, you said we haven't seen enough Streets. Talk to me about why we should be seeing more Streets. What do you like about Streets?
Great map. I think it's very simple to control the map. In my opinion, I think top A, you want to control that A side of the map, especially whether it's Slayer, whether it's Oddball, even Stronghold. I think that top side is going to be really important. And forcing those spawners over towards bottom C. They do have the Stalker rifle, but having that height advantage, in my opinion, is better. You have the rockets, you have the drop wall, you even have thrust as well. So a lot of goodies on the map that you have to fight for. Yeah. And I promise you, when that game gets stalemated and it slows down and you can feel the tension.
Oh, for sure.
That's when it gets the best.
I mean, I like that you said the drop wall, because every single component on this map, it all has a convenient use, right? Like the drop wall can take a full rocket explosion, as flimsy as it might seem. That temporary shield, even for extending out for more of an angle on a player, but really, like I said, taking an entire rocket can be very useful when you got rockets spawning up center. I watched Formal make a huge play with it on his stream. He dropped one down, blocked a rocket, and landed this beautiful kill. But just when you put it together, there's a lot of potential here, just knowing what items to use in what situations. Talked about the Stalker as well. It spawns in C-side, and C-side is not exactly where you want to position yourself for the most part, but if you can take that gun and rotate it to A-side, you got high ground, you got sight lines, it's deadly. So something to keep in mind. Something I've noticed with a lot of these high-level players, they're using the AI scan. Not sure if you guys are using it enough, by the way. You press, I believe, down on the D-pad. It shows you a visual of what's on the map, like where all the weapons are. Yeah. Whether or not the weapons are up, you can see them through the wall. So the Stalker is a good example of this because it spawns in C. You might not want to go commit to it, but if you hit AI scan, you can see if it's up on the map. And if you know it's up, you might make that rotation. If it's not up, you might rather hold on to your position. So little things like that I think these pros are implementing, and I can't wait to see how it all comes into play as we finally get in the streets.
Going into the Slayer on Streets game number 2, we have FaZe up 1-0 in the series so far, and Exit knows they do not want to fall 0-2 against a team like that. I promise you that if they smell blood, they will strike. Exit, in my opinion, this is kind of a do-or-die game for Exit.
Exit are no strangers to Slayer. I've watched Kratos, I've watched Suspector and Halo 5. These boys, main Slayers in their own right. They can hold their own. Porky J, Filthy G, haven't seen as much of them, but I know how dominant they've been in Halo 3. Can't wait to see how it translates. Of course, this is their moment, their opportunity. It all comes down to this spanker, center map, a shotgun above as well. What can they do?
It's funny you say that you haven't seen much of them. I saw a lot of them when I played in a game battles match, and I ended up matching up against them. I had no idea who they were, and let me tell you, they put me in the dirt. Yep. Suspector starting off by taking down Snipe Down almost immediately off the screen. Meanwhile, Filthy J has his hands on the Bulldog. Let's see what he can do with it.
Porky J just going to lock down center right now. Snipe Down sitting in the arcade. Does Porky know? We'll see. Suspector in the meantime, he's got a bit of a tightrope back there, right? Trying to hang on to his high ground, but getting angled from two sides. Back on board with Snipe Down. Still holding down the cafe. Might play, or it's not the cafe, the arcade. I'm going to say maybe he'd play a couple games there, but he's got no time for games. Only Halo. He'll win that fight, too. My God, Suspector, sit down.
Suspector was not ready for that one. Great kill coming out of Snipe Down, but meanwhile, Filthy J going to answer back right on the screen here. We're actually hop on board with Falcator, who currently goes down. So one shot, tries to jump up, plays his life. You can avoid so many nades in that danger zone. Boo Boo Doo going after Kratos immediately.
A nice little spot. I don't see too many people sit in that spot. Suspector was just, he's doing it, sorry, Falcator is doing right now. Jumping up and down there, avoiding nades, bound with a double on the feed. And a fist to the face of Suspector. Foul will take it. That's 14-5. On the board as we get back on board with Snipe Down. Rockets coming up shortly as well, and Snipe Down in a great position to help. We'll see.
You said Exit were no strangers to Slayer, but apparently FaZe are not either. This is a dominant lead to open up things. The stick grenade going to go off, and Boo Boo Doo Boo not able to get it. Luckily, Falcon coming in for the bait and switch. Great trade coming out of him. Every trade really going in favor of the boys in red with that dominant lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo also having the drop wall, and here's the Sentinel Beam.
I do not see much of this weapon. I might not see too much more, though. We'll see. Actually, Bounce got it. Got it back out. Be a very powerful weapon. I think one of the biggest things with that gun is when you shoot your opponent, I believe there's a bit of a visual distortion that makes it kind of difficult to shoot back if you're tagging him up. So we'll see if it comes into play a little bit later on. Bound, of course, still alive, still tagging up Filthy G, and honestly just milks that life long enough for the rocket to come in.
And Snipe Down noticing Boo Boo Doo Boo's by himself. What does he do? He rotates over and collapses from 3 different sides. Does FaZe. That's an excellent push coming out of them, but they're not done yet. Falcon actually going in for the challenge on Filthy G. Better be careful, young man. Filthy G is actually nasty, who ends up getting a double kill, taking down Snipe Down as well. Hold on. Filthy G's going off, but we're on board now with Porky J.
I mean, they got to keep going off, Tony. It's a 10-kill deficit. Something needs to happen, something big. Porky J's playing it slow. Kratos and Spectre over in the alleyway. Filthy G lock it down left side. They got all the perimeters. They got high ground. The entirety of FaZe in C. So this is the advantage State Exet are looking for, but they don't have resources to take a risk at this point. Instead, gonna hold on with the AR here. Suspector, does he go for the challenge? Snipe Down. He's got kills on the feed already. Falcated with one as well, so now they're losing resources. Suspector needs a trade here.
Exeter are in trouble right now. I mean, literally, you have Filthy G, who has literally 6 out of the team's 12 kills. He has half of the kills by himself. His team is not stepping up at the moment. Sniped out, going in for the challenge, and Filthy G actually put his 7th kill on the board. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo keeping Porky back, and not only do the shots come in, not only that player one shot, but he's giving off the information for Falcon to come in and easily clean that player up.
Speaking of foul, he's dominating the scoreboard right now. This man 10-3. Winning all of his individual fights and backing down from the ones that don't look good. Boo Boo Doo with him now and Bound with 2 in the feed. I mean, look at the scoreboard on the other side. It's not looking good for these boys. Kratos 1-8 currently, 2-7 at a Suspector. As much as I know they can slay, they're getting slayed. Can they answer back? Bound sitting, or making him sit down. I was going to say sitting on him, I guess. Not looking good, no matter which way you shake it here, Tony.
Yeah, producer, do me a favor. Let Exeter know the game started. I don't know what's going on, because Filthy G is apparently the only person that knows here. Suspector actually is going to get a big kill on Boo Boo Doo. Now he's going to do a great job of staying alive here. And the nades are going to come in, not from the enemy team, but from his teammates. What is happening here?
Okay, he's still alive. It's not pretty, Tony. It's not pretty, but he's up. We'll see what they can do. Bound rotates through here, does pick up the kill. He's got Foul with him, and nice shots at a Suspector. He'll pick up his 4th kill off of that. Needs some momentum, though. What else can he put together here? AR in the back pocket. Nobody close by. He's waiting for it, though, just in case. Suspector's here to cover fire. But they can't afford to trade anymore. 32-18. All they can do is take these individual fights and not take risky challenges as well. We're seeing this with Suspector. Going to try to back off. I like the movement out of him, but just one step ahead. These players are ready on phase right now, and exit, they can't breathe. It's a double for Boo Boo, and maybe a little more.
And you know what's really crazy to me, Alex, that you're seeing a dominant lead going in favor of FaZe right now, and Snipedow's not even having the best game. I mean, Snipedown currently only having 3 kills for his team right now. So, I mean, imagine coming to the next game where Snipedow's going to probably pop off. How much of a lead are they going to have? FaZe are going off. It's incredible. It really is.
I mean, I kind of like to see it because I know how talented Snipedown is, and a lot of the time he is that main slayer, but when you see Foul, you see Boo Boo Doo, Bound, you know, Foul and Bound really popping off. It's nice to see that vary. It's nice to see some of these players that haven't hit that spotlight quite as many times showcase that they can carry, that they can take these individual fights, and a little bit more here too. Boo Boo Doo playing very conservatively. Snipedown, look at, he's really just a line of sight here, right? Snipedown getting assists, holding things down from behind, while his teammates, Boo Boo, Bound, they're getting right up in their faces, and whether it's a trade or a guaranteed kill, or I mean a perfect shots, they're gonna walk away with that W at this point. More than a 10-kill advantage here.
Shots coming in from Filthy G, but the nades are even better. Bound going to be able to get that clean up kill, and we have FaZe joining the 40-kill club. They're now 10 kills away from going up 2-0 in this series. Exit are in trouble.
42 and count. They make it 43. Porky J hits the floor. Bound. He'll continue through, but back on board with Snipedown. Where is he? Filthy G being tricky, but Bound's got him. That's going to drop that what's it? Why do I want to call it a skewer, Tony? It's a stalker rifle down, and Snipedown's had that all game, and I'm sure he'll put it to good use. 44-25. At this point, it's just a matter of when in this game. And Boo Boo Doo going to still play it safe, right? Despite the fact that they got an advantage, they don't give anything up.
I would love to see the skewer competitive. I think it's an interesting weapon.
I think so too.
Yeah. I'm down, but I love me a stalker rifle even better than that. Boo Boo Doo now going in for the challenge on Suspector. Luckily, Suspector making it as hard as possible on them. And like you said, Snipedown doing a great job of just holding down top C, utilizing this stalker rifle to put that early damage and grab himself some assists, but more importantly, feeding the information to his teammates to collapse. I think that's what's kind of driving this team right now. 44-29 going in favor of Team FaZe. But watch out, Suspector starting to heat up a bit as he hits the black screen.
I mean, we talk about Seaside not being, you know, ideal coming into this game, but you watch how Snipedown and team plays from C, and honestly, it's looking like the game plan, right? You can lock down those angles with that stalker and just continue to kind of peek out and pester them, and the result of it at this point, 48. Bound now coming up off his spawn. Let's see what he can pick up with the Disruptor. Haven't seen this too much just yet. The residual damage from this gun can be so difficult to deal with. And where we might see it out of Bound. Just continuing to hurt Porky. Porky eventually is going to die. Bound does drop. Val picks it up. 1 kill left for the game. And FaZe, they don't look shaken in the slightest, Tony. That's a confident win of 50-35. Close out game 2.
FaZe are going up 2-0 in this series, and they are now 1 game away from sweeping Exit. I don't know if we have some FaZe fans in the chat. If so, drop your Fs in the chat right now. If you have the emotes, even better.
You know how to do it?
I don't know.
Oh man, I should have learned this before I came on the broadcast.
Now that's an F. You know, put an F in the chat for the fail.
Yeah, all right. Or an L in the chat. Taking those. Either way, thankfully we get the cast. We don't need to take the L's. So you can let the team, Exit, I guess in this case, currently might be taking one in 1 game from now, right? They've taken 2 so far, but of course what matters most is the series overall, and that's not done yet. But it's not looking good. Exit, oddball, live fire. Tony, what the heck do Exit need to do to mount some sort of a comeback, some momentum at this point?
You know, I know Exeter are known for being very good slayers here, but however, I think their play and objective is actually even better. And you know, it told me that in game number 1, CTF Aquarius was really good. That's what it kind of showed their stride. They were able to actually go toe-to-toe and almost even steal that win away. Slayer obviously heavily in favor in FaZe, but guess what? We're going back to an objective, which is going to be oddball and live fire. I think they're going to put up a much better fight going into game number 3.
I mean, they don't have a choice. They better put up a much better fight, or else that's it for them in their winner's bracket run. Of course, they'd be dropping down to lower. Not out of the tournament just yet, but not where you want to be, right? FaZe, they're kind of coming back with not a vengeance for Exit, but for some losses earlier that I think, I mean, obviously they don't ever want to lose, but there's some kind of upsets, I think, that have already taken place with FaZe in their roster. We had G2 defeat them in what I believe was a 3-0 back in pools earlier today. I know they lost to G2, which is really the kicker, considering FaZe, I assume, would believe they're a higher caliber, you know, currently. So you don't want to see that early on for them. For them, it's what I assume is let's beat Exit, let's 3-0 Exit, regain the momentum, and reestablish ourselves as a top 4, top 3. Who knows? Sky's the limit, I think, with this roster. So this is just the beginning for them for oddball, live fire. What do you expect to see, Tony, as far as keys to success? Where would they control the ball? Or I guess, how would this play out? Let's go.
When it goes to oddball, I want to see both of these teams feel comfortable with slowing things down. I want to see them rotate that ball over towards the C tower. Holding that C tower setup is so dangerous. You can have one player, even the ball player, looking down dummy street, looking down top mid. He can now give off that information or drop the ball and shoot and put down that damage, while you only have one more player that can sit over towards that Nest bridge or even towards Nest, watching the final push over from a garage door. 2 players essentially can watch the entire map, giving off that information, also putting in damage as well, and guiding the troops where to collapse. I think C Tower is so strong, and as we always say, playing the ball, throwing it off the map, and resetting it is probably the greatest strategy you could do in oddball. I even saw an article that seemed to be confused about that strategy on Twitter.
Kotaku, right?
Yes,
Kotaku,
I wasn't a call.
I mean, not to completely go off the rails here, but Kotaku, I don't know what you're doing with your articles recently, but they said they got to take the play ball out because it's an unfair strategy that they jump off the map with it. Of course, a strategy that's been in Halo for a long time. And ideally, you don't just jump off the map right away, because if they're doing that, that's kind of throwing your life away. Play the ball first. If you have to jump off the map, sure, jump off the map. But if you can live, get a kill, keep things going, ideal. And then the better teams, they throw it off the map, but they know it's a coordinated effort, right? They know that ball's going off the map, so they know to already put themselves in position for the respawn for the next ball. A good team will know, let's say that the ball is played, a good team on the other side will also know that this team is going to be ready for it. So basically, it's a race to the play ball in the end of the day. Let's see how it goes, though. In this game 3, and the last opportunity for Exit to give us a show, give us a series, which I'd like to see. So Exit, please wake up or die to FaZe in a 3-0.
So aggressive.
I mean,
hey, you know what? We've seen reverse sweeps in this in our day. We've casted them ourselves. We've even seen them in this tournament.
Yesterday.
So anything is possible here. Exit, show us what you got. Kratos, I've heard you say many times that you are the best player in Halo. It's your time to prove it.
I mean, I do have to respect the man for speaking it into existence. I think that's one of the important keys to success, just in general in life. But in the end of the day, I mean, these players, they put just as much time, if not more time, into ensuring that Kratos is not the best. So we'll see. Of course, on board with Kratos. Going to land an opportunity for the sniper here. Needs to kill Boo Boo first and deletes him. And here's what I like to see out of Kratos. Put something together.
Momentary 2 down for each of these teams, and the sniper rifle now in the hands of Kratos as that power-up is coming up. A sniper actually putting some great damage inbound, going to get the cleanup kill. So that power-up still in play. Snipe down, taking down Filthy G. Can they get it? They need that overshield. They grab that overshield. They can mount the push.
Oh, the attempt was good, but the shot didn't land. Not where it needed to. Foul walks away with that kill, and he didn't play that snipe either. Couldn't do it in time. So Foul and team might have that snipe. Do have a melee coming in from Boobadooboo. Porky J does turn one, and Suspector actually managed to walk away with the sniper. A body shot to start. Snipe down better get in that doorway because Suspector's looking for him.
And he was able to get down in the doorway. Sadly, Filthy G was there to get the cleanup kill, and Suspector immediately going to drop the ball off towards his teammate. He has some sniping to do.
Bound's going to barrel straight through center map here. Can't quite get the kill. A little bait and switch here with Kratos Suspector. Going to toss a couple nades just to stay alive a little longer here. Suspector, I think, still has a snipe in the back pocket. Not sure if it has ammo. Got the repulsor unlocked, 2-3 uses. What can he put together?
Shots coming in from Suspector, and just buys enough time for Filthy G to come in for the cleanup kill, but there's multiple phase members now going to push in. They're trying to clean up the one shot. Suspector still having the sniper rifle in hands, and now we have 3 players for exit. A 4v4 situation, but not for long, because 3 down go exit.
Suspector with 1. Suspector, oh, he does get 2 for the double. Nice little connection. And the man opened things up, hopefully, for his team. Snipe down almost collecting that OS. It does get dropped, I believe, by Filthy G. That in contention. All while that happens, Foul going to hold on to the ball, get some scrappy time on it. Bound going to clean up a kill as he flies on through outside. Ball now down bottom map. We'll see what he can do.
Nobody having numbers advantage just yet. I think Falcon was the first player to go down. Bound now making his way over towards the tower, but he is going to trade off kills. Filthy G following up with the heat wave, putting down the damage on Snipe Down, winning that individual damage battle. But Snipe Down going to utilize that repulsor to stay alive, and Filthy G having nothing to do but back down and play his life.
Filthy G with that suppressing fire, massive, right? It backed these players off. It's giving Kratos an opportunity to steal that ball back and maybe get away a little further with it. Suspector dead on the feed, and so is Kratos. That ball taken, unfortunately. I don't think it was played. Got Bound, gonna jump back up, take the kill, and the heat wave as well. So FaZe, a bit of a roll here, might be getting started. I mean, despite all of this, though, the time, I mean, still slightly in the favor of XSET. We haven't seen quite a bit of control. Set up a remote detonation. What is that, Tony?
That's when you actually shoot the nades on the ground, and the explosion from the nades actually gets the kill, and we saw that coming out of Falcated. That was fancy.
I mean, I wish I saw it. Didn't quite get to see it. Still on board with Snipe Down. Bound with the sniper. Here's something we don't want to miss, and hopefully he doesn't miss. He's got multiple outside. Snaps onto Kratos. Body shot in. It's just not enough for a kill. It'll back him off. Snipe Down with a flank. Gonna delete Filthy G for it. Can he play this post? Not quite. Kratos will take him. Okay.
All right.
Back to Bound with perfect timing. Unfortunately for him, he drops with the sniper. Boobadooboo gonna get some hands on the ball. And we'll see how much more he can get as far as time here. 59 on the board.
Filthy G making his way over towards Sandbags. He's well aware that Overshield's coming up in just a second. The nades are coming in to try to shut down Snipe Down, but not able to get the kill. That's coming in the opposite way. Meanwhile, Suspector taking down Boobadooboo, but Suspector gonna go down as well. So do 3 members on Team FaZe, and Filthy G able to get the Overshield largely because of it.
Filthy G with the OS. A rotation out through Seaside. That ball still in center map. Filthy G sitting up on top of tower. You'd like to see him use that OS, maybe get aggressive with it. See what happens there. Boo Boo in the meantime gonna rotate out through center. There's Filthy. And Boo Boo sees it, he backs off immediately. Porky J with the kill in the feed. Foul with the snipe, and interesting use of the repulse. I think he's trying to anticipate a nade throw his way. Repulse it back. Boo Boo and Bound with kills. Suspector can't quite get one with the heat wave because of the perfect shots at a foul.
Perfect coming out of Falcated, but not able to get that cleanup kill. Slides in there despite being one shot. Boobadooboo having that mangler, forced to back down over towards bottom mid, and somehow FaZe still putting some good time on the board, and Boobadooboo's on a flank.
Boobadooboo with 4 repulsors in the back pocket here, and a mang to shut him down. That's a double for him. He could get a lot more started here. He's got a heat wave back pocket, plenty to work with. And honestly, just lock down bottom map. Spawners out B side, that's Kratos and Porky. Snipe Down holding the ball. This might be the last ball hold right here. All spawners coming up in B, and they've opened that up and allowed it too. See how they're blocking the entire map? You got Falcated sitting out front door of A to ensure it's a B side spawn. And because of it, they might all die to quite the impressive spawn trap here. Nice trade. Is it enough though? Not quite.
Mangler shots coming in, even opposing that player back to shut down any push. That's going to be a 1-0 round win for FaZe. They are now 1 round away from coming out. Exit, you got to step up now.
It's a beautiful close out of FaZe, though. Just to kind of look back on that, the way they spread out to force the spawn, like, there's not much you can do. If you spawn in B, you got to walk through open field, essentially, to make any progress. So great way to shut out the team. And one more shutout, and that's it for the series. Foul going to get up behind enemy lines. This trade. Back up board with Boo Boo, though.
And Boo Boo Doo having an assault rifle in his back
Nice
pocket.
slide.
Excellent slides coming in. Kratos is going to take down Boo Boo Doo, kind of making himself an easy target right there. Filthy G going to rotate over towards the C side and maybe try to put some pressure onto Overshield, which has come up. And Falcated was able to get away with the Overshield, so watch out for him.
Okay, so Porky, Kratos with progress.
Oh my.
What a sandwich. What even happened there? I think somebody got deleted with the heat wave. Kratos got one before he died. Ultimately, OS out of the picture. Filthy G in trouble, though. Boo Boo Doo so ready, bottom mid, to ensure this man does not escape. Ball still up, ready to be grabbed. And Falcated can ensure nobody is there to do it.
Falcated was working a little 1-2 combo with his teammate, but he trusts his teammates to get the Slays. Drops down for the ball, gets himself a Mangler here, so they have the Slays advantage. They already have that tower side set up.
Yep.
FaZe are poised to make a run. Can they capitalize?
FaZe just looking so comfortable at this point in the game. You got a snipe in their hands as well. Not quite sure who has it, but somebody on FaZe with a snipe in the tower. Falcated locking it down.
Oh.
You got Boo Boo Doo with him. So Boo Boo with the snipe, I believe, and a Mangler in the back pocket, a foul as well. Multiple. Wait, we got a Ninja on the feed as well. I think Snipe down just Ninja Suspector. No. I mean, Tony, it's all coming together for FaZe, and at this point, Xset, I mean, dare I say, they're just flailing. They need an answer.
Yeah, as FaZe was rotating that ball over towards the tower side, they already had 2 down, so a second round of Slaves was very easy for them to get. They're holding on to this setup. Bow's now sitting over towards Sandbags, and Overshield is about to come up, and there's not enough kills on the board. Exit needs to wake up.
They don't have time to wake up. They got to do something. OS didn't get applied. Foul's still here to ensure that nobody gets it except him. We'll see. Kratos with eyes on it. Suspector wants a piece. That's 3 players that will charge him down. Keep the OS on the map here. Bound's going to continue to peek out and make things tricky. Sniped down with a flank. Not quite enough, though. They'll delete him. That ball's still in the center of the map. Will they get these kills, right? It's nice to see all this carnage at an Xset, but it needs to convert to time. So finally, they pick up the ball. They're going to rotate it back to C. And we'll see if they can get some sort of a setup together. Suspector, important line of defense. He does double back, though.
Yeah, Exit started winning their rounds of Slays. They actually ended up forcing FaZe to play the ball and even got the Overshield because of it. So now Exit starting to show a little bit of life here. Boo Boo Doo going immediately for that challenge. The trade's actually going to come in. So now Kratos now going right at Snipe down here. And hold on, Exit are getting dangerous.
Xset with an opportunity. 25 points to their name already, but Foul with a sneaky play coming in. Bound with the pickup on Porky. Foul going to sit top tower. Snipe currently up. Boo Boo Doo Falcated. It looks like it's going to be Foul. Who picks it up? How does he put it together? Head level, snaps onto the shoulder for one. Filthy G with a trade on the feed. Boo Boo Doo with one as well. Players dropping left and right. Ball now up. Suspector will try to get it. Put Snipe down there to ensure that he doesn't get far. Looks like the entire team of Xset, though, is there to help Porky with that rotation. So nice work with the heat wave. All while it happens, Foul still has the snipe.
FaZe wants to go on a 43-0 run. It's actually been dropped down to just a 10-kill lead. Exit has done a great job of coming back into this game, but Falcade is still having that sniper rifle, and as long as he does, anything is possible. One good round of Slays, and the setup is going to be back in and locked for Kratos. Going in, taking out Boo Boo Doo getting the double kill on Snipe down, almost able to get the triple, ends up getting the assist, and Exit have a setup of their own.
This is beautiful out of Kratos. Huge kills out of Kratos. Going to drop Foul as well. Snipe in his hands. OS now up. Ball in their hands. And his reticle trained on it. Oh, couldn't quite snap onto Boo Boo. Oh, he'll hit that, though. He'll whiff the second shot, but man, that's enough to put a dent in their plans here. Filthy G notices they're not going to get OS. So he brings the ball to the edge and plays it immediately. And I wonder, it's interesting, right? He could have held it for a couple extra seconds. Instead, he played it early to try to fight. Bit of an interesting dilemma there. Either way, he knew he would die.
Kratos already putting the shots on Bound. Forced the back down. Now Snipe down, holding the Mangler, waiting for anybody to overextend, but the nades are coming in hot. Falcon already watching top mid. They have a setup locked in, but Suspector gonna get that first kill on bounds here. The heat wave comes in, but Filthy G is winning, and somehow Snipe down getting right behind enemy lines. It takes a little bit of team nades. Exit putting phase 3 down, but the ball was played. Luckily, Porky J's on it, rotating that ball back towards the seaside tower.
Beautiful work out of Porky J. The entirety of Exit, they're committed to tower side, but Porky J just in position to pick up the ball immediately and get out and keep the run in their favor. Now 63 and counting, your Suspector gonna come up forward. Undefallicated, just melt the man. Send them to another dimension there. Heatwave sits down on the floor, Snipe down under pressure. Gonna rotate down the bottom mid. He needs to stay up and make things very tricky for Exet, but Exet with real progress here, Tony. They could walk away with a round.
And mind you guys, FaZe does have one round up, so Exit having an ample opportunity to tie things up and force a round number 3 as Falcon now chasing Porky J, who was able to play the ball. Luckily, Falcon getting the double kill right there. Snipedown's actually ready for the early pull on the ball, but Kratos and Filthy G are still up.
Foul with the movement, too. Love the slide off right there. Gets behind the box, stays alive, ball in their hands. 90 points to Exet. One ball hold could be the game. Could be, sorry, the series. But they have to get that hold first. 69 and counting here. Kratos in trouble. Shots into bound, knows he needs to double back. Filthy G picks up a crucial kill. Porky J with one as well. 3 dead. Ball gets played, but Kratos in position. He can pick it up immediately. This is the opportunity Exet have been waiting for. He's got the heat wave. He's got the ball. A rotation to C. The final seconds here, and somehow he dies bound with a nade. Can they get to the ball?
Bounds already over towards the tower. He ends up throwing an excellent nade over towards the Spectre, but not able to get the kill, and it looks like that's going to be it. We're going to a round number 3. If FaZe win this next round, the series is over. If Exit win it, they'll have a bit of momentum.
Honestly, Tony, I love to see it. We've got some signs of life out of Exit. They're not ready to go down without a fight. Can they put it together in this final round? On board with Falcated, who wants to ensure they can't. We'll see. Bound gets right up in the face. That was actually Filthy G who got obliterated. Back on board with Snipe now. Going to play it slow. Ball in their hands and a rotation to A to start and an early hold here for FaZe.
Falcon already having use of that heat wave. Bound actually going to rotate this ball over towards the A side because the spawners for Exit are spawning over towards the tower. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo Boo holding things down. Snipe down, able to get the overshield. Another setup locked in for FaZe.
Look at Snipe put it together. Kratos now down for the count. Going to sneak up onto Filthy G. Couple shots in, leaves him behind. Target prioritization here. Knows that that kill is counted for. Instead, deal with Porky. Put the man down. Reversal kill. Jumps back out for Suspector. And he didn't need to. Foul's got it. Under control.
Falcated is going off. That's a beautiful double kill coming out of him. Multiple players going down on the kill feed here for Exit. Snipe down spawning over towards Dummy Street, so they know that the pressure is coming on the opposite side. What does Falcated do? Rotate over, watching top mid, ends up almost bodying that player, and he even has a heat wave in the back pocket.
Tony, look what happens when you poke the bear, essentially, right? They win round 2. All of a sudden, FaZe says, nuh-uh, that's not how it goes. You're not winning a game on us. We're going to get a ball hold to 65 and counting off of a single hold. This is from the beginning of the game here, Tony. They have not let go of the ball since the game started.
Well, you know,
until now.
In round number 2, they did go on a 43-0 run, and obviously Exit were able to come back, so anything is possible here as Filthy G holding the ball in hands, and Kratos watching sandbags the early damage and to come in and force him to back down.
Aboard with Kratos. Big pickup on the Falcated. Found that weak out in front of him. Double. Shots into Boo Boo as well. Leaves him behind. Can't re-challenge just yet. Suspector here to help. OS about to pop. An opportunity for Exit to not only collect more time on the ball, but an OS as well. And Boo Boo Doo Boo knows that. He'll back out, can come back with the team. All 4 members of the team coordinating around that OS currently. Falcated above, Snipe down. Looks like he's going to drop down for this. I think that OS must have been picked up by Blue here. Nice little bait and switch, though. Suspector counted for. We got Kratos here. Good luck. That's a double to foul. Thought it was Boo Boo for a second. And maybe a little more.
I love the dedication of FaZe to wait for their teammates to spawn up before they actually try to initiate any kind of push. It's that teamwork which allows them to break these setups that Exit are able to hold. But, I mean, while it's happening, Exit are still putting good damage on the board. So they're waiting they have to also win the gunfights. That's important. They have to break it as Falcon and Boo Boo Dubu are now making it over towards A house.
Oh.
The Slayers are coming in. 2 down for each of these teams, and Boo Boo Dubu has the ball.
Xset with quite a blow back, but is it enough, right? 47, FaZe pick up the ball again. Kratos with a double. He'll drop to Snipe Down. Ball still in play. Snipe Down rightfully backs out, knows he can't stay on it. Shots into Porky, Snipe in the hands of Foul. Snipe Down with a hell of a rotation. Scary, but it works. And it gets him just out of the line of fire for Foul to pick up a couple shots here.
Sniper rifle still in the hands of Falcon. He has multiple players with him. They're going to collapse over toward the A side of the map, but there's 2 players here. The first no-scope's going to miss, and so does the second one. Filthy G not going to allow him to get any advantages on that one. Now back on board with Suspector coming from Xset.
Foul delayed quite a bit of time right there, though. All time that's been relayed over to Boo Boo Dubu and team now 82 points before he drops that ball, plays it out. Suspector seeing it, gonna back out and pick up the ball himself. Porky J with a kill on the bound. Another rotation to A. The man's got a heat wave in the back pocket. They got a snipe in the base here. Snipe Down, not afraid of it. So he will have to back down now. Filthy G needs to guard the door. And Boo Boo Dubu right here to delete him.
Slays heavily going in favor of Team FaZe. The setup has actually been broken, and now they're having the ball in hands, and we're approaching the end game here. They're 15 seconds away from coming out with the win, but Porky J has the overshield.
Less than 10 seconds away. Oh, wait a second, Snipe Down is hiding behind the wall here. Oh, he got the melee in, didn't get the back smack. He'll spin and take him, but 92 points here. Ball sits down, and they did manage to stop it for now. Porky J, no more OS, great positioning. And great movement as well. Can he stay alive though? Boo Boo Dubu looking for him. Drops the drop wall. Filthy G staying by the doorway. Rotates the ball out. Just narrowly gets away. But look at the kill feed. Boo Boo Dubu with 2. And Filthy G, he didn't take the ball with him. That ball is now collected by Bound. This man needs a double. He'll get it. Ball now fumbled at 97. They cannot afford to drop it, but they will. Snipe Down will shut them down for the last time in the game and in this series. That's a 3-0. Xset, they tried. They tried, Tony. It just wasn't enough.
Eric Rona coming in on top. His team actually went 3 down right there. What does he do? He drops a double kill, grabs the ball, puts the final 3 seconds in, and stops any chances for Xset to come in. Eric Rona, you're a beast.
We've seen it time and time again. It's not a surprise, right, that Snipe Down pops off. At the very end there, it did get very close. So I think it was Filthy G who needed that double desperately to just stop the ball, and he did manage to do it. So some excellent plays. You know, we saw some returns there from Xset, especially round 2, closing out round 2. We had a perfect ball hold the start of that round, 65 points, I think. Xset, they pick it up to get 47, right? So there's like kind of a blow for blow. Definitely Xset, they can you know, withstand it a little bit. They can trade off a little bit. It's just not enough, right? At the end of the day, the better players kind of reign supreme. In this case, it was Snipe Down and team. We'll take a look at the series and see how it went. Of course, you just got to witness it, but 2-1, 50-35, and 2-1, Tony. What are you thinking looking back at it all?
I think Xset maybe couldn't hang with FaZe when it came to the Slayer. I don't know if it was the map or the game type, but when it came to Slayer, FaZe really dominated. But however, in both of the objectives that we saw, game number 1 and game 3, Xset really put up a fight. And we're talking about a 2-1 in both of these. 1 or 2 mistakes that get corrected, and Xset come out of 2-1 in the series, and maybe we're going into a game number 4. Either way, FaZe, they phased up, they clutched up, Snipe Down's the animal, Bounds beautiful, Falcated goes off, and Boo Boo take my freaking Dubu.
Take the damn Dubu. That's a lot of red on stream, by the way. All the FaZe plus the FaZe and Xset conveniently a red branding too. Either way, love to see it out of FaZe, and love to see some contention out of Xset. Of course, for them, they're not done, right? They knocked down the lower bracket, not ideal, but definitely a team with potential and a team that showcased their potential several times already today and yesterday. I don't think they're gone without a fight, Tony. I think that we could see them again. Yeah. But of course, you got to think about who else is in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at the championship bracket because interesting things have happened here today, Tony. We got Sentinels sitting in that lower bracket as well, losing to Optic Gaming in a hot 3-0. I heard the Optic chants, by the way, in the stands. I couldn't even cast. It was so loud. We got Quadrant with a 3 over Chiefs. We got C9 with a 3 over Team War. A lot of 3-0s, Tony, by the way. All of them.
There's a big 3-0 that you're missing right now. Ascend, formerly known as Cartel.
Over G2.
3-0 G2.
Wow.
Now that's insane. That is incredible.
Now check, I mean, yeah, it's like you said, incredible. Check it out. The series is currently taking place. Pioneers Ascend are facing off currently. It's a 1-0. That might be happening on one of our streams right now. It might be on the main broadcast. I'm not sure. There's also the Charlie stream, the Bravo stream, of course, as well. HCS_blue and _red. We got C9 and Quadrant, I believe, yet to play. We got Optic and FaZe. That's a hell of a series. The series we're going to jump into, though, is C9 and Quadrant. Tony, we've seen C9 a couple times. And how have they looked in the moments that we've seen them? Can we just talk about that?
I mean, they're the number 2 seeded team for a reason. This team is disgusting.
They're not looking like number 2.
I mean, I'll tell you that. They're aggressive. Renegade can pop off at any given moment. I heard Frosty refer to Eco as one of the smartest players that Halo has.
Yep.
Stellar plays that secondary Slayer role, and I know West Clutch, another caster, is a big fan of Stellar. The whole team, and obviously Penguin, that objective player extraordinaire, going into the Pro Series in Halo 5, he had the most flag caps out of anybody in the entire tournament. Right. So that team is just very well put together. Cloud9, they are who we thought we were. What I'm more proud of is we have Quadrant and we have Ascend in the winners bracket quarterfinals. 2 EU teams.
Top 8?
If ultimately, if they make it into the winners semis, they will be guaranteed a top 8. Even if they lose, they can be dropped out and be guaranteed top 8. We have seen international teams do well, but usually it's only one.
Right.
Now we're seeing 2 teams come out of the EU region and 7 out of 8 players are French.
I mean, isn't that a beautiful thing to see? We got new players, new blood, new faces, and they're talented as hell, turns out. It's not done yet, of course, but that's some great progress. I think the goal, or the record, I think, in competitive Halo for a major, EU is about top 6, I think is the record we saw in Halo 5. They get to top 6, they match it, they get above that. We're breaking records in our first tournament, which I think is incredible. Though, Cloud9 and Quadrant is the next series, and as good as Quadrant have been, Cloud9, I mean, this might be the team to stop them. We'll have to see. We'll see it after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Cloud9 and Quadrant. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. I am currently in the venue for HCS Raleigh Kickoff, not the Kickoff Major. I got to stop for a quick second because, Tony, I didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, I mean,
Who needs that? Right?
don't need that anymore. We're here.
We're about to turn the camera on. I'm like, wait a sec. Take off the staff badge. I'm gonna take the jacket off in just a second too, because this match is gonna get incredibly sweaty. We got FaZe. No. We don't have FaZe up on the stage.
C9.
We got C9.
Yes.
We got Quadrant coming up, and it's already ready. We don't even need to talk about it, Tony. Of course.
Don't talk
C9,
about it. Be about it.
C9's been dominating. Quadrant, on the other hand, they've been doing good in EU, but this is a different beast, Tony.
Yeah, you know, I would love to see one of these two EU teams make it into the top 6, replicating the success that FabE had in the past. They both have a chance if they Ascend actually just dropped down into the losers bracket here. If Quadrant win this, they are guaranteed a top 6 placing. But let's be serious, they're going against the number 2 team, Cloud9.
It's about to be a series, and I am ready for it. Of course, on board with Nurix, and not for long, though. Penguin going to delete the man, pick up that camo bottom mid, already planted on the body here. He's got Renegade to cover him as well and ensure that Penguin gets out safely. This is a completely different beast than I think anything Quadrant has faced in the entire tournament so far, Tony. I don't know if they're ready for it.
Yeah, when you have the aggression, the objective efficiency coming out of C9, if you think of a perfect team, you're probably going to construct them the same way as C9. Renegade, that main Slayer, Stellar, that secondary Slayer, Penguin, the objective player, Eco, again, one of the smartest and high IQ players in the game. Cloud9 are perfectly constructed.
Especially for LAN. Something about this LAN environment, Cloud9, they've woken up. They're playing at a level that I don't think I've witnessed from any other team, and we'll see if they're still at that level. Of course, game still very close. Oddball recharge, 8 points on the side of C9, and maybe a little more in just a sec, assuming they can get around the corner here. Renegade gonna rotate the ball as far as he can. SLG gonna try his chances on Eco, and a very tough fight to win with that slight bit of height advantage.
Fragger now going to try to stay alive over towards the B pillars, trying to be elusive, but sadly to be taken down. Eco and Cloud9 both getting back-to-back kills. Meanwhile, Chick was able to take down Eco, making his way over towards Long Haul. The initial nades are coming in, but he's by himself.
Chick gonna do what he can, despite being alone, like you said. Shots into a couple players cross map, gonna make the rotation through yellow. Renegade out-rotating him, though, back to A. It makes it so difficult for the boys on Quadrant to get any form of advance onto this ball. Getting kills is the first objective, though, and looks like Fragger and Nurix will do that. That's Penguin. Eco now down ball. Immediately dropped out to center map. A bit of a play spot for it, but Fragger, thankfully for them, he's in position.
Numbers advantage going towards the boys in red, who are able to get their top A setup, and Chick is actually holding down control room at the moment. The crossfire going in towards Eco, almost able to take him down, ends up getting the assist as SLG coming in for the cleanup. 45-15 lead going in favor of Cloud9, but Quadrant seem to be able to make a run here as that ball is going to be pseudo played.
Yep, drop down the bottom once again. Renegade chasing Fragger down and maybe regrets it. Fragger going to put the man down on board with Eco. Penguin, Stellar, they get their kills. Eco in position to pick up ball. Nurix last line of defense. He'll put shots into Chick as well, but now he's got the ball. And I think the sword just got grabbed from C9. Renegade also. So a bit of coverage here. We're going to see 50 points on the board. Renegade blocking the perimeter. Ball already in session at A side. Big kill on Renegade. An opening to push through, and immediately the ball played once again.
Sword is going to change hands onto SLG2, going down for Cloud. I mean, take all 4 players, a full squad wipe. Renegade actually going to be the first player to actually spawn up, but the shot's going to come in, and the ping's coming as well.
Renegade going to do what he can to tag these boys up cross map, but of course, ball in the hand of Quadrant. Nurix going to rotate it back to A. Ideal spot to have it. Was not ideal for this blue team. Of course, is the sword in the hands of SLG. Penguin, Eco, they deal with 3 of them right quick, though, leaving Nurix alone and now dead. Full team wipe, ball in their hands once again, 62 points and counting. All spawners up on C side in the long haul, and I mean, look at this. They're so aware of it. Shot, wait, what the? Did he beat him down?
I don't know what happened.
It looked like he kind of shot him, but kind of didn't shoot him twice, to be honest. I don't know.
And mind you guys at home, the Slays actually really aren't that far, but the objective efficiency coming in out of C9, that's an 82-26 run right now. Again, despite the Slays not even being that far apart, Stellar going in with the shock rifle, missing the no-scope, goes in for a second one, SLG able to shut him down.
Couple shutdowns left and right here. Renegade last shot kill Gonna drop a couple shots on the chick below. Camo up. Nurix available to pick it up, but can he get to it in time? The Demon's on the hunt, of course. I think he picked up a sword too and a grapple.
Oh my gosh.
What a nice little use of the sandbox there to bring the ball to a vantage point that Penguin can get to.
So quick.
And we'll see what Penguin can do so quick, like you said, less than 10 seconds. So quick till this round ends.
Fragger taking some frags right to the dome. Luckily, Eco having the camouflage. Stellar, Penguin,
That's
Renegade all getting kills, and you are right. That is going to be it. Round number 1 goes to Cloud9. The boys in blue looking good. Meanwhile, Eco fragging out 13-7. Can anybody stop this man?
I don't think so, to be honest, Tony. It's just, it's brutal. For anyone that goes up against C9, they're so well coordinated. It just seems like they're never threatened. They're never really under pressure. We'll see 40 points from really what is that to, to stop the boys on C9. Trade to kick things off here. Eco with a couple kills as well. And Renegade with free reign to rotate the ball.
Renegade going to make his way onto the shock rifle, and I can only imagine how deadly this man is going to be with this weapon in hands. Eco now going there right in.
Okay, what's happening?
Looks like the player's starting to stand still here for Quadrant. Not sure exactly what's happening.
Appears that there might be an audio issue currently. So it's not a game-related issue, not a disconnect. Of course, you can see all 4 members are in the lobby on both sides, but someone is having some trouble with their headset, with their audio. And of course, audio kind of important in Halo. You got to be able to call out. You got to be able to hear the players coming for you. So, right, pew pew. You got to hear the shots, Tony. I mean, I see you. I guess we'll get it sorted. The moment we get it sorted, we're going to get back into the game. Thankfully, it's not a disconnect, and the game will still continue very shortly.
Yeah, bit of technical difficulties. We're going to get that fixed up here, but man, yeah. I mean, lots to be tell. I mean, still, C9 running away for it in that round. I mean, the slays were so close, but the objective efficiency really coming out of Cloud9 right there. Despite those slays being close, they take round 1 handsomely, and I kind of expect that to happen again.
Is it safe to say that the audio issue that we just experienced is a saving grace for this team, just based off of what we've seen, right? So much momentum out of C9 to the point where, I mean, yes, they got some points on the board, but there was no point where it felt like C9 was threatened. They always had an answer. They always had the ball ready to play off of a setup. They would get it right back immediately. They win their fights majority of the time. I think it was Stellar with 13 kills.
Yeah, no, Eco, 13
Eco
and 7.
with 13 and 7 off the rip here. So if anything, gives Quadrant, hopefully, when they fix the audio, they can also get a chance to kind of regroup and maybe talk amongst each other and figure out what to do off of the first game.
All of that fire coming out of Kevin, I highly doubt that was eco-friendly. The man was actually literally going insane.
Burning the whole forest.
And I don't know if I want to use the word, because I know these Quadrant boys.
Okay.
They want to win the right way. They don't want to win through the technicalities. They don't want to stop that momentum being stopped. They want to win the right way. So the last thing they want is any kind of technical issue or anything.
For sure.
Yeah. These guys are good. These guys really are. And I've been paying attention to them a lot since the HCS started back up. With Halo Infinite, we were casting the EU side of things. And that's when I really got to learn about SLG and friends. And I'm a fan. I'm not going to lie. I like those guys.
They do seem like a very disciplined, I want to say very polite kind of, I mean, we'll see. Maybe the trash talk will come out. Maybe a couple body whacks. I don't think I've seen it yet from the team. But very disciplined, right? Very well-read players is the sense that I get, that they take a lot of time to not only play the game, but to do their research, to watch other players, to watch, even talking to SLG, watches a lot of shots, he watches a lot of the top players, and downloads, takes notes. Of course, I assume all pros do that to some extent, but you don't realize how important it is to read up in advance, to do your homework. We got a little tag on the bottom of the screen here. Apparently C9 leads in oddball 1-0, of course, in case you're not already aware. The match not over yet. The first round is, though.
Yeah. And talk about body disrespect. I mean, are you as a player, you body disrespecting when you get those kills, especially on LAN. On LAN.
So what I do one thing, and I don't do it often. I do the stare, the death stare. I walk over top of you and I just look, and I just kind of hold it for a second and then I walk away. That's all I do.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm trash. I'm a trash talker. Okay. I'm a trash can. So I'm a trash talker. I can't beat you physically, so I'm gonna try to beat you mentally. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna let you know about it. I'm gonna try to get in your head if I'm on LAN. But there's a reason why I'm back here, because I probably would not make it into championship bracket. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I want to see you in that environment, because all I know of Tony is I just think you're polite. You're too nice. You don't know. I couldn't see you trash talking and me witnessing it and thinking that it's real. I feel like I'd laugh.
No. I stand up like, you're so handsome, you're good looking, and I hope you have success in life.
I hope you succeed. Damn it.
And if I get really angry, I hope you have a bad day. I hope you stub your toe. That's what I really get bad.
That cuts deep.
Yeah.
Stub toes, man. That's not ideal for anyone. You know what else isn't ideal? Audio trouble. Of course, that's what we're currently experiencing. We will get over this very soon. And as we, before we do that, we're going to make sure you know everything there is to know about C9, about Quadrant. Tony, what can you tell me about C9? Let's talk about these boys just a little bit. Of course, so far, so good with this team. They are dominating. They're looking like the best team in the tournament just based off of the matches I've seen. Of course, they have yet to face Optic, Sentinels, etc.
Yeah, I mean, again, we kind of talked about it before, Renegade being that main Slayer. I remember back, he obviously was a part of that championship roster with Splice, and, it was kind of interesting because, he, in my opinion, he was kind of like that second fiddle, I guess, behind Shotzi. Shotzi was the main guy on that team,
right?
And I feel like one of the best things to happen for Renegade and his career is for Shotzi to move on to Call of Duty, because that's when John kind of came into his own, really. And that's when he really stepped up, because that team needed a leader. And who stepped up? It was John. And then the young man, I believe, comes out of California. Then you have Penguin. Penguin, fantastic objective player, but also can pop off at any given moment. I think he rounds out the squad really well. Eco, again, we talked about Frosty calling him one of the highest IQ players in Halo. Obviously fantastic. And then I think Stellar out of Arizona, to my knowledge. He's obviously, again, that secondary Slayer. He can pop off at any given moment. And here's the boys right now. They understood it. Look how good they look.
Look
how good they look.
They also look very kind, too. I don't know. I feel like, especially with Renegade, notice how all three of them can smile quite nicely. And then Renegade, it's not a true smile. It's like a halfway. He's not committed. Because the man, maybe he doesn't want to give you the full smile. He's busy being, we call him the demon in Halo, by the way. In case you're not acquainted with Renegade, in Halo 5, he's got the tag, he's got a couple tags. He's got Renegade, and he's got the demon. He activates demon mode, so to speak, and he just does not miss. He is kind of ruthless to get behind. When you watch this man pop off, to the point where I don't believe he truly smiles. It's just only halfway.
Actually, I saw the video that they put out. Like, all of them were actually boxing it up and whatnot. They were about to go toe-to-toe. I was like, I don't want to see Renegade in the dark alley. He looked kind of dangerous, man. He couldn't even throw hands, and hopes are kind of big, too.
They don't mess around. None of these boys mess around. They're incredibly talented. They're well-read. They put the work in, and it shows on LAN. Finally, it's their opportunity to really showcase where they stand, right? Second place qualifier 1, second place qualifier 2, heartbreaking spots, and then top 6 on the final most important qualifier. Now, today, very different story. Let's take a look at Quadrant as well. Of course, the other side of the coin here, Quadrant up against C9 currently. We got a hell of a series ahead of us. Quadrant, unfortunately for them, 0-1 in the first game in Oddball, but a lot more Halo left to play.
Yeah, I mean, SOG kind of that vocal leader, but on top of that, not only does he play that IGL role, but he also slays and slays and then slays some more. Luckily, Chick is that secondary Slayer, and then the rest of the and Nurix. I've seen Nurix pop off. I remember during the HCS qualifiers, I believe it was the second one, he dropped a killing frenzy when they were down by about maybe 9 kills. Drops a killing frenzy and single-handedly gets his team right back in it, and they come up with a big win. It was winners bracket round 2, but still, it was really good coming out of this old OEX roster now called Quadrant.
Tony, here's hoping he can do that now, right? This is the opportunity to get that killing frenzy and to pop off and hopefully allow his team to avoid the imminent defeat here. Of course, 1-0 currently in this oddball game, despite the fact that the game itself is not displaying it. One round needs to be won by C9 to close out this game 1. I've said 1 a couple times here, Tony.
And luckily, we actually watched Quadrant and Cloud9 go toe-to-toe in the Slays column. So I truly believe that Quadrant can steal a round or 2 here, but it's going to be really hard with Stellar utilizing that Commando to perfection.
Stellar, Commando, BR, couple nades that he'll toss into Control. All of his nades, apparently. Doesn't need them. Gonna lock things down in long haul. Well, that happens. Penguin picking up time with the ball. 10 seconds and counting. Eco shots into SLG, deals with him nice and easy. Shots into Fragger, and then turns around in time to get the melee onto Nurix. Nurix does walk away with that kill. But how much more can he get? Penguin gonna rotate the ball straight to center, and I love that play from him. He avoids the player in long haul. He gets the ball too. Not quite a play position, but a more difficult one to deal with.
Only one player down here for Cloud9, but Quadrant still trying to take advantage of that, rotating the ball over towards the C side of the map. Meanwhile, Nurix actually getting the ball towards long haul, somehow still alive and putting good points on the board. Finally going to be spotted, and shots are starting to ring out as Cloud9 are going in for the collapse.
Still the early game, but Quadrant doing what they can to go toe-to-toe with the juggernaut. That is C9. Ball still sits out. 12 points for Quadrant, 20 for C9. Let's see what Eco can do with it. Ball's in a bit of a tough spot to get to. Fragger aware of it, gonna try to rotate out front. They need Slays first. That ball, I believe, might be reset back to B in just a second here. Still is sitting there. Stellar gonna try to advance through bottom mid. Fragger got a beat on him, but not quite ready for Penguin. Flying up in his face there. SLG does take the trade. Eco in position with a perfect, apparently too. And that's a camo for him. So ultimately, C9 kind of walking away with the advantages here.
That they are. Both teams putting kind of some scrappy time on the board here, but nobody actually able to get a full setup just yet. But Camouflage might be able to help them as Renegade is going to be taken down. Eco's Camouflage runs out right in the nick of time, but luckily able to get the kill, and now a shock rifle in hand. Oh my.
You got to wonder when you're scoped into the door like that, do you react in time to the one player who just flies out in front of the doorway? Bit of a jump scare for Eco. Renegade's not scared of anything, though. Nice little set of shots out of him. Gonna drop Fragger. SLG and team, they do have the ball. They're trying to rotate it as far away as they can, get as many points as they can. They have actually elapsed the score, taken the lead. We'll see how long they hold it. SLG can't quite get two. Little marksman medal out of Fragger, though. He will turn 1 and a second. Nice double onto Eco. And a little more time for these boys, tell me. He's got something cooking. Shock rifle in hand. And an opportunity for Fragger.
I thought that was about to be a triple kill once he got the off. I thought it would be off the rack triple kill, which would have been an incredible 2 down going Cloud9. Back on board here with Stellar, one of the final lines of defense as the shots are starting to ring out off the screen. Eco taking down SLG, and now Stellar chasing down Chick, but the nades are too good.
Was that nades or was that a nade repulsor combined? Because it looked like he got blown backwards. I think that might have been the repulsor coming out there. Either way, Stellar could not hang. Neither could Penguin here. Going to go down, unfortunately. Multiple dropping. Bottom mid. More with Eco. Chick watching that angle. So he's going to double back real quick. Couple nades above him. I like the attempt out of him. Shots into Nurix. Going to keep Nurix stuck where he is. Renegade here to at least pick up the trade nice and quick. Ball sits down bottom. Stellar in position to collect it. Can he get far, though? No, he can't. Chick will grab him. And Chick with 2. And all of a sudden, Quadrant proven they can fight back for just a bit here.
And Camouflage is coming up, so this is really good here for Quadrant. Able to get away with the shock rifle, not the headshot, but the body shot is good enough to force that damage and force Renegade to back down. Off the screen, Fragger getting that big kill. SLG's pinging over towards Pit. They have to get the cleanup on board now with Fragger holding down control room. And mind you, Camouflage is still up.
Quadrant look like they're in a good spot, but for some reason, Fragger, like he's going to get tagged from every angle. I'm not even sure where. No matter where he steps, where he looks, he's just getting shot left, right, center. And that's it for him because of it. I think that camo might have been on the body of a C9 player. It's been fought for in bottom mid. All members of C9, I believe, currently up now as well. Ball at the play, or the respawn point. Fragger, Nurix. Fragger with a kill on the feed. Nurix trapped in the back of yellow there. And Stellar doing what he can just to put damage in everything.
I just noticed, actually, SLG, the only player in the entire lobby with double-digit kills, actually Fragger just joining him with that 10 kill on the board. Eco getting a big kill, but Nurix gonna shut him down. Renegade sitting on top of Bad Ledge, avoiding all of the nades, but he has 2 players in front of him. Excellent frag coming in, able to trade off 1 kill, make the second one shot. Great damage going on Renegade before being taken down.
Tony, I gotta say, this round of Oddball looking very different than round 1. You fix an audio issue for one of these players, and then all of a sudden, they're hitting their shots, they're making big plays. SLG off his spawn, he's got the ball, rotating it back to Repulsor. Is anyone in position to stop him? It's Stellar above him. Ball whack comes in, and a kill. He didn't die. 84 points and counting, and SLG with a massive play with the ball.
Massive play indeed. Actually going to be hitting the 90-point mark. We are 10 seconds away from tying up these rounds. The nades are coming in. Chick able to take down Eco. 5 more seconds here, and it looks like Quadrant are going to tie things up.
Unreal plays out of SLG. I'm not even 100% sure what happened there, Tony, to be honest. It looked like he came in for the double melee. I think it was Stellar who came in from above, could not connect, and you know, SLG just turning the situation around, earning a round win because of it, and all of a sudden a tie game here. 1-1 on the board, anyone's game.
And mind you, just to remind you, Cloud9 did get a big win before the reset happened here. So again, 1 round for both of these juggernauts to come out on top. Meanwhile, Stellar having the camouflage, having the mangler, and getting behind enemy lines.
I was going to say, conveniently, the glitch on the scoreboard is true this time. It is actually 1-1 in this current map, and we'll see where it goes. Stellar We'll see where he goes. Man, getting a little sneaky here. Right up behind SLG. Can't quite delete him. Instead, he'll lose his life. Thankfully, I believe Eco was in position to pick up that kill. We got Penguin on board, locking it down from control. Shots into Chick. Chick not going to get far. That's 2 reticles from C9 trained on him. Penguin with an opening. He can rotate through to yellow. Let's see how he plays this. I believe he has a grapple. 3 uses. Going to get right behind enemy lines and behind Fragger for a kill.
Would love to see him grapple that shock rifle over to himself and get that advantage. I'm not sure if he saw that it was still up, but Penguin earning himself the wingman. Love to see it. Chick actually still down on the feed, so numbers advantage going in favor of Cloud9. Quadrant need to slow things down and push as a team.
Penguin going to play it slow as well. Just watch the angles here. If he can hold down top red, we've seen this previously in their sets against Optic. Penguin does tend to play this spot, to be honest, holding down next to Commando. Nice line of sight. Nice perimeter position, and they can hold down quite a bit of the map if that ball rotates over to A at the same time here. We'll see what they can do, though, because the ball is already out center. Stellar needs these kills, along with Eco, to bait and switch their way for it. Ball still in a bit of a scrappy spot.
Cloud9 have gone on a 26-0 run, which is great for them, but easily able to come back from his Quadrant as the camouflage is going to come up and SLG getting his greedy little paws on it. Now he's going to rotate over towards Chick, and all 4 players for Quadrant are up. And just to say that, back-to-back kills going in favor of Cloud9, and now SLG kind of by himself. Excellent initial kill on Eco, but can he stay alive?
You gotta love how he's prioritizing targets here, playing it so patiently, looking for a weak player to clean up, and almost gets a double. Unfortunately does not. Those 2 players do drop, though. Damage done. Renegade here. Renegade with a quick pickup on 1. It's a trade. The Chick will come in, answer back. Eco can't quite get that trade. Chick gets a double instead, and that gives an opening for SLG to get the first points on the board in this round. And what a beautiful toss! I love it. That is some ingenious play at a Quadrant.
I'll be honest with you, I probably would never have thought about tossing that ball over to that ledge towards a teammate. Excellent job by them, but it doesn't translate really much because they actually end up going 2 down. Luckily, Nurix neutralizing the situation, taking down Penguin, but he has no idea Renegade is right behind him with the Disruptor. Love the use of this weapon.
Weapon we don't see too often just yet, but I think players are elected to pick it up a little more often now. Starting to realize why, the damage that thing can do, especially over time if you tag him up. And what a nade. Penguin cross map, gonna land a nade for the Hail Mary. That does stop the ball in his tracks here. Nurix, he's getting stopped in his tracks because Eco has the bat ledge. Eco with a great vantage point here. His teammate already has the ball for time, and Eco, you gotta take notes on those nades, right? Bounce them on the ground, they blow up in the doorway, and no matter how many nades you bounce, so those 2 players, a bit of a challenge there.
Yeah, he's wishing he had even more dates to kind of deny the access for that. Renegade now dropping down over towards bottom C, getting ready to play the ball, playing it early, and going to try to get away with his life, which is actually able to do so. Now the denial dates coming out of Renegade, taking down a Chick, and now going right in after SLG. The thing about Renegade, there's no timing loss. He's so quick. It's from one decision making into another, switching targets. He's so daggone good.
And his teammates are so in line with the plays, though, too, right? Renegade will put the damage in, but Penguin's so ready. He's looking at the same target, and what a fight! How do you win that fight on Fragger with the ultimate level of high ground there? Penguin just looking up and burning the man out of the sky.
We're now approaching the midway point in this game here, and Cloud9 still having a nice little lead, and it's a little bit less than 2 minutes on the clock, so although they're not putting time here on the board, I mean, every second ticking is going towards them. All they gotta do is just play defense, but obviously that's not gonna happen here. SLG cross-map shots over towards Stellar, forcing him back down, who might have been able to get away with the sword.
SLG with quite the fortunate backsmack there. Not quite sure what happened, but that player turned around, didn't quite see him, or just missed the opportunity. SLG taking full advantage. Ball now sits down in B. Like you said, time an issue. I love the new settings in Oddball, though, that allow the timer to stop when you hold the ball. So everything can change even with 10 seconds left. We'll see, though. They need to start coordinating because that time is definitely a threat.
Oh, sword in the hands of Stellar. Penguin actually trying to play behind him, letting Stellar body shield a little bit. He's going to be hunted down. The trade comes in out of Stellar. Eagle's going to go down as well. That's a beautiful double. He'll come out of Nurix, and now they're going to put some good time on the board. The setup is locked in for Quadrant.
I came into the series saying that C9 looked like the best team currently in this tournament based off of what I've seen. What I didn't expect was Quadrant to be this good, to answer in the way that they've done. 2 rounds now back-to-back. They are fighting toe-to-toe to the point where they have now tied and surpassed the score of C9 Tony. is this happening? Quadrant with the potential to win game 1 in this series. And if you look at the layout here, they need a kill. They need an answer. Renegade is afraid to approach these doors, and for good reason. There's a cover. There's a security guard.
Fragile utilizing that sword, putting Renegade right down and going in for the second one, getting the audio cues. No audio issues anymore. He heard that player, strikes him with the sword, back on board when SLG was baiting the ball.
Okay, time is a factor here. Less than 50 seconds. SLG can lock things down, but the hands get on the ball will stop the timer. But they got to get slays to ensure it stays that way. Eco gets into the hallway. Nurix with a huge kills. Renegade with a trade. SLG gonna slide in, try his hand at it, but 2 players ready to face him. Ball still up. They'll collect it. Just a 10-second difference. Everything can change with this single hold, and it looks like it might. Stellar gonna keep it in hand and rotate it back to Eco. Eco's with them to get the escort. They'll take the lead. Tony, timer's still frozen, but this is a devastating hold. Fragger and Chick, they'll rotate through together. They got the kills. The ball back in their hand. They can retake the lead here, and anything can happen.
Quadrant are playing lights out right now here. 30 seconds on the clock and points being put on the board here for Quadrant, who now have a 1-second lead, but Renegade taking down Fragger. The shots are coming in. Renegade currently having the invis. SLG trying to hunt them down and trying to grab the ball, but 4 down go Quadrant. Renegade and friends are on a roll.
In the most important moment in the game, a full team wipe and all the resources sent over to C9. Renegade looking at the spawns. And this might be the final ball hold of the game here, Tony. They could potentially just drop it and go time. It's a bit of an interesting dilemma. Do you drop it, bleed out the timer, you just play for the full setup? Looks like they're going to play for the setup and get a couple kills along the way.
Perfect coming out of Eco right there. The ball not in anybody's hands yet, but 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're electing to bait it here.
Maybe.
Renegade having the shock rifle, trying to stay alive. That ball actually go back in the hands here of Cloud9, who are now 8 seconds away from coming out of top. Tick, tick, tick.
Like you said, tick, 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 and 100 ticks to close out that round and close out our game. But what a battle that was. What a game. Like, I did not expect. And of course, it's going to reset the round. We're going to close out that game because we did have the reset on it. But man, I did not expect that type of contention at a Quadrant game 1 here. There's potential, I think, in this series. C9, they still locked it out though, right? You got to love the patience, the slays that we saw in the very end, that full team wipe. And then the way that they coordinated that hold with all the resources, with the shock rifle, the sword, etc.
Yeah, but it really took C9 to get everything out of their utility because Quadrant pushing them to the edge. That was a great push by Quadrant. That's any indication of how the rest of the series had to go. We're in for a treat.
I mean, I think we are. Look at the series layout here. We got 2-1. Oddball recharge, of course, over to C9, but not by a landslide. A very close game. Slayer on live fire up next. Strongholds on streets, TTF, Bizarre, and of course, Slayer on streets. We said we didn't see enough streets, and maybe somebody heard us, Tony, because we potentially could have 2 streets maps in this series if we get to Game 5, which, just based off of what I've seen with C9, they don't really allow that to happen too often. So we'll see. I think Slayer is a great test for Quadrant. C9, it's their wheelhouse. They know how to slay more than anyone. Can Quadrant hang? Can they trade? Can they take advantage?
I guess that's the question. I mean, we haven't seen enough of streets, but one thing we have seen a lot of is live fire. I think I'm a live fire specialist for all the live fire that we've seen here. Strongholds, Oddball, Slayer, going into Game 2, going on to live fire, and like you said, Quadrant are going to be tested right here, right now. The last thing you want to do is fall 0-2 in a series, and if there's any game type that you're able to kind of get the best of sometimes a better team, at least on paper, it's usually going to be on a Slayer, especially Game 2.
Right. Slayers tend to be a little more volatile. Anything can happen, so to speak. But once again, it's C9. They're very consistent. They're good at what they do. And in order to ensure that C9 can't do what they want to do, what would Quadrant have to do in this game? What would you think would be the ultimate key to success? We've seen it a few times with Livefire Slayer. How about this time?
Well, I mean, like most of the teams that go against Cloud9, you're not going to want to challenge them. Most of their shots are just way too good. Those 50-50 gunfights usually go in favor of C9. So the best thing you can do is utilize that excellent communication that Quadrant are known for, that teamwork, that unselfish gameplay, playing for each other and forcing the 2v1 situations. That's how you get your numbers. That's how you punish the spawns, and that's Quadrant's game.
And you do that with the sandbox, right? Like we've said time and time again, kind of like you said, force staggered spawns, 2v1 situations, pick up the snipe along the way, hold it down in tower with that line of sight. Of course, interesting with the way the map works, even in that tower, not quite as powerful as it might be in another map. You've only got so many things you can contest, but a lot you can still put together through that center lane, whether you're looking over to B side or A, or contesting the OS, which we see time and time again, snipe on C side as a stopper to get to OS, get the camo. A lot you can put together with it. Of course, we have the OS, I believe, in play as well. We've got the Heat Wave bottom mid. We've got the Mangler to work with. We got a lot. The Repulsor as well. The Drop Wall. Drop Wall I don't see quite as much in this map, I find. In Streets, there's very dedicated spots to use it, but in this map, I think we're still kind of figuring it out.
I think one of my favorite ways to use the drop wall, which I want to see implemented in these tournaments as well, is grabbing that drop wall early. And when you're starting to play for a power-up, utilize that drop wall for cover. Drop it early to avoid any kind of nade or shot damage. Just give you that extra bit of tanking to grab that power up and secure it so you don't die with. Whether it's overshield that you're fighting for, which is kind of weird because it's up on that pedestal, but especially sniper. I think the drop wall is excellent for avoiding nades and early damage when you're fighting for the sniper rifle.
It's interesting because you have to have foresight with the drop wall, right? It's not like Halo 3 with the bubble shield where you're in trouble. Okay, drop wall, put it down, block yourself instantly. It's a little bit slower. It takes time to deploy, and because of that, in a pivotal gunfight, you put it down last second, it's just not going to work. It's not going to get there in time. So, like I said, you have to have a little bit of foresight. You got to predict the engagement, drop it in advance, and make a play. I want to see a couple plays in this, Tony. More than a couple. I want to see dozens of plays, and I'm sure we will. We got C9, of course, Quadrant, Game 2, 1-0 in this series. Quadrant, they are not out yet, but they need an answer.
And we're going to see if they can answer right here, right now. Like I said, it's game number 2. And right off the bat, I'm expecting a flank. I was expecting them to fight over the sniper, but at least one player to flank over towards pillars and or the B side of the map. And it looks like Fragger's actually well aware of it, but watch out. Dave's already going towards the garage, and it looks like Chick was able to handle that and clear out towards the B side.
Fragger and Chick, 2-player push to B, but very quick they swerve back to center after picking up Repulsor, though C9 just a little quicker to grab the snipe. And just for a second there, Renegade had an option, but I like the cutoff we saw at a Chick. Couple trades on the feed here as well. Player's going to drop, but ultimately that snipe's going to go in someone's hands. And I think it might be C9's. Nurix, smart decision. He'll back down with OS, apply it. He can come back, do some damage, but might want the teammates to help him for this.
And in case you're new to live fire or Halo Infinite in general, that overshield on live fire has a 30-second delay. So it's usually going to be fought over if it spawns right away. But first you have time to fight for the sniper and the Heat Wave as well. Double kill coming out of Renegade, but the cleanup comes in quick.
Renegade tries to slip out of there, unfortunately cannot do so. On board with Eco. Eco in a little bit of trouble too. Thankfully he's got Stellar nearby. And oh, he hit the shot! Are you kidding me? He didn't even need to do that, that was overkill.
And that's a full squad wipe coming in favor of Cloud9. Quads are going to have a hard time coming back in this game if they stay on the black screen. Stellar already watching the flank over toward bottom mid. Nobody coming in just yet. So what does he do? Hop right up the top tower and get a better vantage point.
Should we leave Stellar's POV? Because I kind of don't want to. I mean, the man's got a snipe. He hit a repulsor, no scope. We do have Penguin with the heat wave. I can't complain about this. But, man, I mean, everyone on C9 with an opportunity to make a massive play here gets right in the face. Eco back on board with the man, Stellar, the man with the snipe. And what does he do with it? Fragger? Yeah, be careful with that clamber, by the way. Oh, he hit that shot too. Good thing they dropped him there.
Yeah, that young man don't miss. He was body shotting everybody, and they had to shut him down immediately, and luckily they were able to do so. Penguin now going to try to defend that overshield, which is coming up in 1 second, forced to back down and sacrifice the overshield over towards Chick. They're currently down by 4 kills, but if anything can be utilized for them to come back, it's the overshield and with the flank, not taking any damage on that one, able to take down Eco, and now he's going right over towards tower, which he's well aware there's a player near him.
Chick just going to fly up into tower here. Renegade got out last second. Chick, no shields, but damage is done for sure. 17-14 on the board here. Slight lead to Cloud9, but a lot of pressure coming out of Quadrant as Chick does everything he can to survive. Just barely. Fragger in trouble too. They're just going to hide behind the tower here, and honestly, it seems to be working for now. Eco playing it slow. Beautiful shot to clean up the first. Damage enough into the second here for Stellar and team to clean up Chick. And Stellar right now, we had him on screen with the snipe previously. We might get to see it in just a second, considering he's winning all of his fights in front of it.
Stellar able to take down SLG, going all the way down to one shot, but plays his life just long enough for him to stay alive. Eco off the screen, taking down Nurix. Penguin just sitting over towards open field, wants to work a 1-2 combo with Eco, who's going in for the collapse on the sandbags. Easy kill on Chick, but nades are flying.
Nice patient play out of Eco, slides out of the line of fire. Teammate replaces him, that's Penguin. Nice damage to get the kill. Eco going to back out. Nice safe position too. Doesn't need to commit to bottom mid until he has to, right? Stays at that vantage point. The nades will force him down. He's got Penguin with him. Can fly it with perfect timing to kill Fragger as well. C9 with a kill on the feed. And look at that score line start to separate here. 26 to 26 kill advantage.
Shots coming in, Penguin taking down SLG. On board now with Eco, takes some heavy damage over from the side, trying to back down, but ends up running into another Quadrant player. Meanwhile, Fragger taking down Penguin. Stellar ends up going down as well. 3 out of 4 players for the boys in blue are hitting the black screen, and it looks like Quadrant might want to make a run. Chick, 10-7.
Nurix with a big opportunity. Shots into the back of Renegade. The entire team is rotating out to OS, and Nurix, look at the vantage point he has. Stellar stuck one shot. Can he get the kill, though? He's getting milked just a little bit. And he's got to rotate out. OS now up. Cloud9, they want to get on it. SLG has the snipe. Doesn't look like he had the angle just yet. Instead, he'll take a shot to the knee. Almost snaps for the second, but cannot afford to drop below. He's lost his teammates. And nice spot. Look at this. At SLG. Is it enough? Oh, he hits it! The snipe and the beatdown for the kill. And that's it for an OS.
Love the high IQ play from SLG to drop that drop wall. Like you said, you have to be able to predict really well. But notice how Renegade using that same drop wall for the same exact cover that SLG used. So kind of any player can use the drop wall as long as you are behind it. Renegade off a screen, getting a double kill. Chick gonna try to stay alive as multiple players with their eyes set on him. 2 of his teammates go down, and Chick might not be far after them.
Oh. I mean, every time we jump onto a Quadrant POV, it looks like they're doing all the right things. But the score still separates, right? Still 7 advantage, now 6 kill advantage here. SLG gonna try to chase down Renegade, but Renegade just turns and burns him. He'll die shortly after, getting a little bit confident there with the repulsor jump backwards, but despite it, they got an advantage they can hold on to.
Double-double coming out of Penguin right now. 10 kills, 10 assists. Having the Mangler wants to add some more stuff to his scoreboard. Sneaking over towards top mid. Excellent damage on Fragger. Easy kill for that one. Stellar also taking down Chick. And what's going to do? She's going to stay alive.
Penguin with the cheeky weapon drop combo to the BR. Picks up the BR quicker, draws it quicker for the instant execution. They're 2 dead. And you love to see some of the best players in the game take full advantage of all the tech to ensure they stay on top here. C9, Eco, Renegade, all positioned outside. Snipe about to spawn up. And honestly, Quadrant, they don't have the opportunity, the resources to take the risk for it.
Overshield coming up. Renegade having his sights set on Chick, also having the heat wave. The first 2 shots are going to miss. He ends up catching a nade. He's going to go down.
2 dead.
Chick now staying alive. Plasma grenades are starting to fly, but what happened to the overshield?
Not sure about the OS, but I do know that the snipe, there's the OS. The snipe went in the hands of Quadrant, though. They managed to rotate it out. Take a look at that board, by the way. Chick popping off with 15 kills. And you better hope Chick is the one with the snipe. I think it's SLG, actually. SLG has it. He's looking for Stellar. He knows he's there. Stellar 1 shot, now dead, 44 to 38. Not unwinnable if SLG hits these shots. And he does. But the man's got to hit a couple more.
I mean, great slays come out of Chick, but what really is standing out to me is the assist battle. You have about 20 assists coming out of Quadrant, but almost, 30 on the dot coming out of C9. It's a large reason why they have the 3-kill lead, but the drop wall's coming in. Chick now gonna play, and Renegade ends up taking him down, only down by 2 kills. They're within striking distance. SLG has the sniper, but he has to stay alive.
SLG with a quick little slide to get back to the door here. Eco there, 1-shot player in front. It's Penguin who drops 2. Penguin with a massive play, 48. Kills and a 4-kill advantage, and all of a sudden Quadrant's options have narrowed quite a bit. What can they do? Nurix can't afford to die, and thankfully Chick is here to trade out the kill. That's 2 dead, by the way. Now only 2 kills separate these teams. Anyone's game, but 1 mistake and it's over.
Nade started coming out of Fragger, staying alive over towards Tommy, actually going to back down onto sandbags, and SLG still having the sniper rifle, just waiting for anybody to step in, but Stellar actually going to go down. So does Nurix. Penguin going to answer back, and Cloud9 comes in. So we're looking at only 1 more kill needed here for Cloud9, but 2 kills for Quadrant right behind them, and Chick having the heat wave.
Just a 1-kill game. 1 kill to close it, 1 kill to tie it. anything could happen here. Where is that snipe? I think SLG still has it. OS about to spawn. That's going to draw the attention of these players, but nobody wants to commit. Renegade, he's chasing Nurix down. Renegade wants his kill, and he doesn't get it. 49 all. No, but he can't get the final kill. Did it look? It looked like 2 died on the feed. I mean, I took a double take there, Tony. Either way, what a game. When things get down to the wire like that, so much happens at once, and it's honestly hard to see it all. But C9, they weathered the storm. They came out on top, and what a play we saw at a Renegade who, I guess, saw the opening he wanted. He got aggressive, died for it, but Stellar, I think, was the one behind him who picked up the kill to save the game and give us a 2-0.
Yeah, it was actually Eco, and man,
Kevin
Eco Smith just playing that perfect with the bait and switch, getting that 50th kill, and my gosh, again, high IQ player, playing with his team, baiting and switching, ready for that. But I kind of, like you said, it was really started by Renegade's pure aggression and the damage they were able to put on the map that allowed Eco to get that cleanup kill. Renegade kind of the MVP of that final kill.
I mean, yes, it's a 2-0, but the fact that these 2 games have been as close as they've been, this is an EU team, top 2 in EU up against C9, who's top 3 in NA, and they're trading blows. That was a 1-kill game. I like, correct me if I might be wrong, Tony, but the feed, it looked like they got a kill before the game ended, like in the feed. But I think what happened was it's still the first kill was Eco's. I don't know. I think Eco got it first, and then a second one came in, but it was too late. I'm not sure. Either way, we're talking like just, you know, like the fraction of a second difference. What a nail biter. And is that the difference in skill that we're currently witnessing with Quadrant, with C9? Because I did not expect this level of play out of them.
Yeah. Let me tell you, man, Quadrant are that good. And again, this is the number 2 team coming out of EU, taking on the number 2 team out of NA. The winner of this, I believe, is guaranteed a top 6 placing and going in and when we one round away from getting into the top 3. So a lot of implications on this match here. Stronghold Street's going to be game number 3. Cloud9 having all of the advantages, and Quadrant's backs are once again against the wall.
If I'm Quadrant in this situation, these are heartbreaking losses, but at the same time, your heads should be held high. To go this close in tow with the best of NA is an incredible precedent to set. Hopefully they are full confidence going into Game 3 despite the narrow losses in these first 2 games. Now, Strongholds on Streets coming up here, Tony. Quite a map, quite a lot to work with. What are we working with here on Streets?
I mean, obviously work with the drop wall. You got that thrust. I love the equipment on this map, but it's balanced out also by the power weapons. You have rocket launcher that spawns in the middle of the map, which is going to be really tough for any team to gain that first advantages right off the beginning. What's easier to me to grab is the Bulldog off of spawn. If you spawn over towards Seaside, that Stalker rifle, those are the utilities that they're going to use to get those first round of slays and then secure the rockets. In my opinion, on Streets, if you're the first team to just dive out for the rockets and not properly get those kills, you're going to lose them. Even if you get them momentarily, you're going to drop them, they're going to change hands. Which is something we're seeing more and more is how long the rockets actually just sit there off the rip, right? You really do need that guaranteed kind of opportunity, round of slays, whatever it is, the opening to collect those rockets and ensure that you don't, have a scrappy fight, die with them immediately, because if you do, it's free rockets for the enemy team. Yeah. We see that more and more is just the rockets kind of sit there for, upwards of 30 seconds. Instead, they collect the shotgun, they collect the stalker, and put those guns to work early on. I mean, especially the Bulldog, Tony, in a game type like this where you've got enclosed encounters in different sections of the map, the Bulldog, it rips through these boys. Yeah, I think if I spawn over towards the C side of the map, I want one of my teammates to go in for the Stalker rifle, and then I'm going to personally go after the thrust. Those are the advantages that I'm going to use to try to fight over the rockets. If I'm on the A side, I'm grabbing that drop wall, and I'm going to try to use that to secure, and also the Bulldog as well here. We're starting on bottom C, and forget that, SLG going right in for the rockets, and able to stay alive. So forget what I'm saying. That's why I'm behind here on the caster's desk. All the preamble only for SLG to instantly beeline for the rockets and somehow get away with them. So he knows something we don't, of course. He is the pro player here. C capped for Cloud9, but an AB hold for Quadrant. That might not last too long because look what you did. You gave Renegade all the weapons. You do not give the Demon the power weapons. You don't give him any advantages. You catch him with nades and force him down to one shot into the red building, jumping up. He's avoiding all the damage possible. Finally going to be shut down, but buying enough time for Penguin and Stellar to grab his back. I like that idea, though. It looked like you can actually jump from one side to the other and stay above the door the entire time. So Renegade with a beautiful attempt there. Doesn't quite survive. Instead, Fragger
now has the shotgun. Still an AB hold, 35, 36 points, of course, every second going to go up here as he rotates back to C. Tony, what are you laughing at?
I love how you were asking like how that's possible, and then Fragger just happens to look at the fire hydrant that you used to jump over the door frame on red. It's almost like Fragger heard you, looked at the fire hydrant, kind of showed you what you have to use to jump over that door. Right. Either way,
He's breaking it down for me.
Going in, melee kill on Renegade. Excellent kill coming out of Chick. Quadrant actually going after B, but they're seeing some resistance on the arcade. Penguin leading the charge.
Oh my God. And SLG just deleting shields despite Penguin's advances. He'll take him down, and quite the combo. Actually, no, he dropped the Sentinel beam for it. I respect it. Shotgun in hand. Nice little jump thrust to get to the bridge. Quick and clean. And behind enemy lines to pick up the kill onto Eco. Despite Eco's cap, that is no points for them. A trip cap instead coming out of Quadrant. What is going on early game here?
There's only one player alive there for Cloud9 going after C, and that beautiful play to get behind enemy lines with the thrust allowed him to and put them 4 down. Easy trip cap going in for Quadrant. They're trying to defend A, but Nurse taking some heavy damage. They're going all the way down to 1 shot. Strong siding away, playing his life. The nade comes in, he almost gets the kill.
What a live out of Nurix. Stellar had to go out of his way to get the kill, if anything. It delays the situation. It gives more opportunities to Quadrant, especially to get more points. What does exchange of melees, Tony? I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like that melee went through and didn't quite connect, and because of it, the double beatdown did. And an opportunity for C9 to collect 2 captures off of this. But look what Chick has. He's got the boom booms.
That he does. 2 caps, 1 in favor of Cloud9, but the Rocket dropping the hammer. 3 down. Actually, all 4 players down for Cloud9, and that's going to be another trip cap. Quadrant have woken up in game number 3.
Did he shoot a rocket or did he shoot a nuke, Tony? I'm not too sure. The radius on that explosion kind of blew my own mind. I got to say, that's 3 dead in quick succession, and man, what a way to clear the captures. Quadrant, they're right back in it. Nurix, he's got the Stalker. He's got presence in A. We got a bit of a square off in B, but ultimately Quadrant managing every single fight, and maybe a little bit more than it. What's going on here? Stellar, stop moving. And don't tell me they're throwing in the towel. We'll see.
Yeah, not sure that was pure out of frustration being shot in the back. It looks like Penguin is currently playing things out and going after.
No, they're punching walls. What's going on?
You're right.
We're going to get an update from the producer in just a second as to what is going down here. Maybe it's the audio concern once again. And if so, we'll get it sorted. I don't know why they're half playing. Right now they're playing again. What are you doing to me, boys? You're confusing me. Because right now Quadrant looking hella good. And C9 are suggesting that this is not true. So I don't know. We'll see.
All right, well, looks like Eco's sitting over towards the red base. Looks like he's not playing the... There he's going for the challenge. So I'm going to assume these guys are playing things out. A little bit of confusion here, but it's a 2-11-9 lead going in favor of Quadrant. And it's, like you said, it's like a half play. I wasn't sure exactly what's going on. Looks like they're playing.
There's a conversation being had about this somewhere. Someone's... I don't know. We'll find out in just a second. We're trying to figure it out. The game is still going. The time is still going. And, of course, Quadrant about to close this one out dominantly. But something's up. We'll find out what it is. Rockets now up currently. SLG 237 and counting as C9 do seem to be fighting back.
Yeah.
But is it futile at this point?
Rockets in the hands of Chick right now, making his way over towards the B stairs, ends up catching a stray nade, luckily able to take down that player with the rocket. 2 down, end up going Cloud9. Penguin now gonna be forced to play through C and try to defend B, but catches a rocket right to the mouth.
2 caps on board for Quadrant once again. Final 10 seconds to close out this game. And SLG gonna make sure they do just that. My God, here's the double and a triple. And they'll close the game 250-22. But Tony, we're gonna figure out what exactly happened there. What a beautiful way to close it. I just wish that C9 were showcasing their full attention. Well, it happened. We'll see.
Yeah, really weird. We're still trying to figure out exactly what was going on there. I mean, as of right now, Quadrant able to get that win, and that's what we're gonna roll with, but we're still trying to wait for the producer to give us some word on what exactly happened, because as you saw, Renegade stopped playing for a bit, so did Penguin. They were kind of
corners.
Almost in and out, man. I get mad at that corner too. Let me tell you something, that's a bad corner. Over
in a LAN tournament, you don't get mad at the corner, okay? You don't got time to get mad at the corner. You gotta, okay, well, that's why we don't team together on a LAN, Tony. If you're punching corners, I'm not.
I'm teaming with you on LAN right now.
Well, this is a different kind of team, okay? This is why we cast and we don't play. Either way, we're going to find out what exactly is going down with the update in just a second. This would, I guess, mean 2-1 in the series if we do roll with it, which would be incredible for Quadrant. Gives them an opportunity, of course, the best of 5. They still are facing a loss and a drop to lower bracket. Bizarre CTF could be it. It could be Slayer Streets. And, I would expect C9 to come back with full force and ensure it in the next 2 games.
Yeah. Either way, it's still so wonderful to have 2 EU teams, actually 7/8 of them being in the top 12 guaranteed. Again, if Quadrant managed to come back and reverse sweep Cloud9, they'll be guaranteed top 6, matching right off the bat. Not even playing that series, but matching the best placing coming out of Fab E, which is now Na'Vi now. So that'd be really incredible. Again, Quadrant and also Ascend. 2 teams come out of the EU, international teams, in the top 12. Good for those boys.
A lot of talent in the EU. I mean, even ANZ showcasing their stuff for sure. It's nice to see that, regardless of region, despite the fact that they don't have quite the same number of opportunities, they still got incredible players, very talented players that continue to get better. And hopefully this tournament is an opportunity for them to do so as well. Hopefully we all get better as a result of watching this tournament. There's so many great plays, and there's going to be so many more after a short break. We're going to figure out what exactly happened with that series. We're going to get back to you the moment we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more HCS. Hello and welcome back to our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. Just to give you an update on what's going down, of course, you can see 2-0 in the series, Cloud9 up against Quadrant. First series, we had a bit of an audio issue that slowed things down and got us to reset the oddball. Turns out that audio issue has persisted into this game, and it's the reason why C9 were punching walls just before our break. C9, unfortunately, they had the issue. The issue, I believe, is now solved, but because of what happened in that game, there's a 50-point advantage for Quadrant coming into this. So Quadrant need 200 points to close this game. C9, they need the full 250.
That's exactly. I mean, Quadrant earned a nice little lead there, and obviously, it's rightfully so that they have a bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, B&C being heavily controlled by Quadrant, so kind of picking up exactly where they left off, and C9 tried to make their way over towards Alpha, but it was stopped short. Can they get the reset?
It's gonna be hard to with all the weapons on SLG at the moment. He's got the beam, he's got the shotgun. Renegade has 2 kills though, and SLG now trying to dip out of this engagement. Renegade will spot him, take him down, and because of that, he's now dropped the shot. He dropped the beam, Sentinel beam for the Cloud9 team to pick up.
Cloud9 able to get the Slay's advantage, largely because of that, able to steal away A, and now actually working their way towards C and B at the same time. So it looks like Cloud9 trying to get a trip cap here. Excellent Slay. Renegade now trying to up the tempo, not able to take away B. Meanwhile, Quadrant are trying to out-rotate him over towards Alpha.
Renegade gonna dive up into that fight with the Stalker. Unfortunately, does not quite work out for him. And end up dropping that weapon down. Stellar does collect B. A couple points on the board for it. Remember, Quadrant only need the 200, so already making quite a lot of progress towards that goal. Stellar, of course, with a big kill, he can start to shut things down.
He earns himself a Stalker rifle largely because of it, putting it to work immediately, but there's 2 players. Actually make that all 4 players for Quadrant, spawning over towards the backside of A. Eco off a screen, taking down Frag, and looks like Penguin able to take down Chick, and somehow Stellar is still alive. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Not for long. He'll come back, though. In the meantime, Renegade, he'll take the rockets. Opportunity to put something together. He's got, I thought he took the rockets. Looks like he put him down, picked up the Stalker instead. And I mean, maybe for good reason. The man's hitting shots. He's getting 2 kills, apparently 2, making 3. Oh, not quite. Teammate will take it. That's Eco with the kill, but either way, damage is done.
And now they're going after B, a momentary trip cap going for Cloud9. 78-51 advantage, going in favor of Quadrant. However, the momentum is in favor of the boys in blue. Renegade still having that Stalker rifle. Show me something nice.
This is the heat I was waiting to see out of C9 in that last game. And of course, now that things are solved, we get to see their full potential. And boy, is it deadly. Renegade gonna rotate back to C while this happens. AB still in progress. 74 points and counting as they close the gap here. And Penguin just waiting with a shotgun. He'll pick up 1 for it, just a trade though. And maybe an opportunity for Quadrant to progress here.
SLG steal away A, but looks like actually having some pressure put in, able to take down Stellar, and then also able to stop B, so Quadrant playing lights out at the moment. They already have the point, a 50-point advantage, and they even have the lead in the current game.
Aboard with Chick. 86 points in count here. The AB hold locked on. What else can they do to lock things down here? Stellar tries to get out. Thrust doesn't quite work out. SLG with a big kill. They got 2 players on one perimeter, 2 on the other. So nice little hold here as Quadrant look to pinch and attack and continue to apply pressure. I like the timing of this too. Eco's still holding on to that bridge. He's going to try to rotate out with time. It looks like Eco actually is being quite the weasel. Picked up a kill with a nade. Nurix very quick to get behind him. Make sure he's dealt with. BC now on their... Oh, man. I had to stop for a second anticipating a triple, but Renegade not going to let it happen.
Renegade strafing shot just too good and not done yet. Going and adding Chick to the kill feed, now getting right behind SLG. That's actually going to be a double kill. The 3rd one available. Damage comes in for the Pulse, but not able to get the kill. Penguin does get the cleanup though.
124 for Quadrant, 79 and counting here for C9. Maybe a little more if they can get to C. Penguin going to start the cap. Little presence into A. Renegade going to drop Nurix right quick. And he can continue to lock things down from center map. Fragger and team, they'll get A, but only really to stop the bleeding. And a bit of a traffic jam there as well in the alley. Neither player expecting to bump into each other. Renegade falling though.
Almost able to get that stick. Luckily Penguin gets that beautiful frag. Assuming Fragger gets the kill on Penguin, excuse me. Eco getting a big kill off a screen. Chick having the Bulldog in hands and also rotating to Charlie. But Renegade has something to say about that.
He definitely does. He'll put the man down. Renegade will put 2 down. That's a double. Don't tell me. Oh, he had to reload. And honestly, if he did it, Nurix might have been dropped too.
Penguin able to stay away, and look at that, a momentary squad wipe. Quadrant actually going all 4 players down, and Cloud9 taking advantage of that immediately as they're starting to put some good points on the scoreboard. Just to remind you guys at home one more time, Quadrant only needed 200 points in order to take the win because of reset. Meanwhile, Cloud9 would have to put the full 250 on the board.
A lot of work to do for C9 still. Like you said, full 250.
Oh,
And anything could happen. And what he wasn't expecting was player flying in from above to kill him, that's for sure. SLG with another kill in the feed, followed by Chick to continue to lock things down. They'll get into C for this, and hopefully some points. Rockets about to be in contention, though. Chick already positioned for them. But can they get the kills? They need to pick them up safely, especially with Renegade here to chase you down.
and this is going to be one of the first times that we're seeing Cloud9 winning the Slays battle, with them being as objective efficient as they are and not actually winning in the objective. Quadrant actually just really out-rotating them here, even having a momentary trip cap, but Cloud9 finally able to put their second point on the board. Meanwhile, Quadrant again out-rotating, now working towards Charlie. SLG with the Rockets.
SLG coming in and just wrecking shop. B and C currently capped. About to be lost, especially A, but SLG dealt with that pretty quickly. What else can he do? We'll see. Through center map here. Cut right in front of Eco, and having none of it too. Eco getting dropped immediately, and still Quadrant with the presence in this game. They only need 200. They're getting very close.
That Stormboard now with SLG, IGL coming out of Quadrant. Nades are coming in, putting the shots on Stella, but Stella gonna put it right back on him. Fragger's winning for the challenge. He's gonna win his. That's gonna be Reversical coming at him, but he's gonna be cleaned up as well. And Nurix trying to steal away Bravo, but the nades are coming in, and so is Jick.
Nurix needs the hill. Nurix needs 2, and he won't need to get 2. Instead, SLG's there with a saving grace with the nade. B and C now cap 150 and counting 50 points to close this game, and the first one for Quadrant. They need to hold on to make it happen. SLG straight through center. They do drop one from C9 to slow him down, but turning around and not spotting Eco in time. Instead, Eco's going to drop a double on the feed, and they're going to start to collect the caps off this as well.
All 4 players for Quadrant were down, all 4 players for Cloud9 were up, and Eco coming in with a stick, taking down Fragment, even getting the damage on SLG as well. SLG now going to try to stay alive, being one shot over towards the seaside, and gets himself a Stalker rifle.
Just pinging important locations here, letting them know the Penguin's hiding in the corner. See how that worked out. Chick knew exactly where to go to get the kill. You gotta love the execution Quadrant can put together here. SLG flying right up in the face of Stellar, making that Stalker look like a shotgun. That's what you need to do at this point in the game here. Of course, getting narrow, dangerously close, we'll say, to closing it out. Just 25 points. You got Renegade right up in your face. Doesn't use the rockets yet, though. Those rockets drop down in B. Shoddy in the hands of Penguin, though, and his whole team is here to ensure they collect the rockets once again. So they will rotate over to C. Can C9 clutch up at this point? Because Quadrant, they are getting close to closing it out.
Yeah, them not being able to utilize those rockets, end up trading hands over towards Eco, who uses right back on them. Eco now by himself over toward the A side of the base. Luckily, 2 down go Quadrant, but like you said, time is not on their side. Only needing 22 seconds worth of time as Quadrant to get to that 200-point mark.
Eco just gonna hole up in A. Sure, Nurix stays back in PD. Looks like he will succeed with A. That's A, B hold for them. C almost capped. Quadrant will do that to slow the bleeding, but at this point the pressure is on from C9. Penguin in C. Gonna try to live, can't quite slide out. Renegade here to replace him. Shots into Fragger, thrusts back and finishes him off. You gotta love the movement there. You start to worry when you see that early jump, but Renegade, and dare I say, he's feeling himself, doing a bit of a celebratory crouch there.
Great play by Renegade, utilizing that thrust. It's oh so deadly in one-on-one combat. Fragger having the bulldog in hand, luckily able to stop Renegade, but the stick still comes in. Stella gonna get a big kill. 2 down go Quadrant. Nurix trying to get right behind Stella, but the bait and switches there. 4 players going down for Quadrant. Can they pull off the trip cap? Eco is already in the base.
The tide's starting to turn here for Quadrant. They were so close to closing it out, but Cloud9, they got a second win. Starting to stop these boys the moment they spawn. Nurix in C. Can he at least get the kills? He'll take Renegade. Rockets about to pop, though. Penguin, he's on. The Penguin hitting shots. But Nurik's doing everything he can to live. He'll collect C. They got B. That's points for them. Less than 20 left to close this out. Huge pickups across the board here as well. They might very well be able to close it if C9 can't get in the hill.
Renegade has the rockets in hand, turns around and uses it to trade off kills. Looks like Penguin able to get the kill, but it looks like 4 more seconds only needed, and Penguin is not in that hill. Stellar able to slide in there along with Eco. Can they grab the kill? Takes down SLG, and B is going to be captured by Cloud9. They cannot give up not 1 more second.
Quadrant needs 1 point to close this, only 200. And here it sits at 199 with a triple out of Eco C9. They won't go down.
Kevin Eco Smith once again clutching it out when it comes back. He was able to put the 50th kill on the board for game number 2, and he comes out with a clutch triple kill as well. 10 more points needed. Eco is an animal.
Oh, no way. The man is still going. He thrusts back. He gets out. They're getting an A, though. If they cap that. Oh! What? No way.
He got on C.
Wait. I can't even read it anymore because they have progress. Dude, can you even understand what's going on? The points are held on both sides. They will collect B. They're going to try to rotate to A here to counter it.
What?
And the rotation, I don't know. I can't even understand it at this point. They continue to out-rotate. Tony, I'm looking at the score frozen. I see you pointing at it. About a second away from capping B. They can't do it.
That's it.
Quadrant will, my God, they will get B and C. Okay.
Wow.
What's the big thing? We got to talk about what's making this so difficult to catch, though, right? So confusing for us because it's, first of all, this is incredible. It's some high caliber Halo, and I love to see it. But it's the updated settings to Strongholds that are driving me up a wall, right? So, okay, so the timer stops if you step in the hill, and the timer will continue to stop if you are in the hill still with progress towards the capture. If somebody steps in to contest it, that timer I think is still stopped. Yeah. It's if you leave the hill without fully capping the hill that the timer continues for the team that has 2 hills, even if one's partly capped, right? Yeah. So if you succeeded in capping B and C, but somebody gets in your hill and half caps B, but then leaves the hill, then the timer will tick again for the team that has B and C. So it's just hard to read in the moment, in the very end, when you're like, I can't, who's got half, who's jumping into what cap? I don't know. It's crazy, honestly. But Quadrant won a game is the result. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, the moment Quadrant went after A, Renegade and Friends went after C. The moment they went after C, they would rotate. It was just continuously rotating, and that was absolutely crazy. Finally, we have a 250 to 245 win, but more importantly, going in favor of Quadrant, putting their first win on the board against C9. The question is, can they pull off the reverse sweep?
One thing's for sure, it's good to see Quadrant on the board considering how freaking close every single game has been up to this point, right? 50 to 49, 2-1. In the end of the day, if you're not watching this series and it's a 3-0, you think they got destroyed, right? You just expect that C9 is just another day on the job. They walk through, they 3-0 Quadrant. No, that's not how this has gone. So Quadrant, now there's a storyline here, right? Now there's an opening for them. Apparently 250 to 245 is kind of the final tally on it, right? Because they were that close in the end.
Yeah.
Wild to see. CTF Bazaar, maybe a new beginning for Quadrant, or maybe just the grand finale for this series, because C9, you know they will come back with a vengeance.
And if you thought the rest of the games were close, guess what we're going to see? Another close. I'm calling it right here. CTF Bazaar. I'm going to call it maybe a 3-2, but most likely a 2-1 win. And I'll say go in favor of Cloud9, but it's going to be that close. It's going to go down to the absolute wire where literally 1 or 2 kills will make the difference.
Well, I want to see that difference maker, Tony. I want to see it happen. We'll see it in just a second. Of course, the rockets on the map, the grapple, the OS, the shoddy. So much to work with, so little time in some cases. In this case, though, 12 minutes. We'll see.
And to check, actually, we had 2 players trying to go over towards the double doors, but the nades are coming in, making both of those players one shot and stopping them. Cloud9 starting strat. Beautiful. You have all players chucking all of their nades towards the double doors, which stops that push. Rocket comes in, taking out SLG. What a wonderful starting strat coming out of Cloud9, and here comes Overshield.
Now, Chick, I was trying to keep an eye on him, but I think he did the double door jump. He did die immediately after, but I think he managed to pull off that very challenging jump behind the double door. Of course, here I am gushing about it, but the result of the situation is C9 killed everyone, and now they're running the flag straight through the doors, and all Quadrant can do is overextend the counter.
Flag is very clearly on the move here, but like you said, the overextenders are actually coming in. Fragger making it right behind enemy lines, but shut down immediately. 2 down for both of these team. Nurx actually try to win this individual gunfight. Not able to do so because Penguin is too good.
It's too good. But so is Chick. Look at the nades out of him as he bounces multiple to try to get damage into Penguin. Tosses everything he has at that flag. It's enough to do damage, but not enough for a kill and not enough to stop this flag. Penguin, love the play. Does not need to go down for it. Instead, pulls it right through him.
Sadly, that is going to be his last grapple used there and not able to use it to get out of that situation on the palm side. Nurx now going to try to elect to go for a counter cap, but he needs to stop Eco.
Oh.
Excellent kill, and now the flag is being pulled.
Nurx with an opportunity. Once again, all the nades going out here. Unfortunately for him, a nade in his face will take him out. Grapple potential for SLG. Does back out of the fight early enough to potentially use the grapple. We'll see. Got a player up on top. Rockets this Penguin. Nice shots coming out of SLG to back him down, but Eco in his way and almost gets the kill onto Eco, but Eco runs out of it.
And you can tell Nurx actually has a dedicated paddle towards pinging. There's no way to be able to ping and aim and shoot at the same time without utilizing a paddle. So shots are coming in, pings are going down. I love that communication. Diamond teammates, please do the same thing.
Tony, you can't expect much out of Diamond teammates, let me just tell you right now. Even Onyx teammates, I can't expect too much sometimes, I gotta be honest. Either way, when it comes to pros, you can expect the world of them. They know exactly what they're doing, well coordinated, and the communication always so solid. Let's see what Renegade can do here. Because that flag is out. That OS is on the body of Chick as well. He's got the, actually it was, I guess, extra shields. Not anymore though.
Oh no.
Penguin, no, don't tell me Penguin turns. No way. How is he alive? My God, Chick had to work so hard for that kill, but Penguin to dodge the nade and still put damage in just goes to show you how annoying these boys can be.
Always got to be aware how much ammo is in your gun. Chick went in with that gunfight against the one-shot Penguin and ran out of ammo at the wrong time, and the nade almost not enough. Luckily, he had that thrust to buying him a little bit of time. 1-0 lead in favor of Cloud9, but Chick trying to get that flag a little bit forward, but Eco getting the big shutdown.
And because he couldn't get that touch, there's a double stack on the re in the alley, so that one looks like it's definitely going through. Flag now returned, Eco on the challenge, and Fragger gonna deny him. Still 2 more coming in. Renegade, Stellar gonna try to tag team their way through. Stellar with a kill and trade. Renegade last one up and now dead. And Quadrant fend off the defense, or fend off the attackers. And it's their turn now.
Ooh, nade coming out of nowhere. That's gonna be from SLG taking down Eco right off the rip. Fragger doing an excellent job of staying alive. Forced to back down. Meanwhile, Nurx gonna start the run. Still needs that round of slays. The nades are excellent and the pings are going down, but Stellar will not.
Nurx might, though. Very weak in the back of the base. Fragger is 2, just down to 1 shot, trying to play it slow. Flag out, though. C9 wasting no time to get that flag to bottom mid. Hopefully Chick can help here as Fragger is got quite a few targets to shoot at. And can't take any of them. SLG, it's up to him. Nades in, stops the OS. Can he stop Renegade 2? Not quite. Penguin and Renegade, they'll get out. Only temporarily. SLG's got his reticle trained on the Penguin. Now up to Renegade Eco.
Renegade tossing that flag out and gonna leave it alone for just a bit as they go in for the slays. They need the good kills. 2 down. Go Quadrant. The OS is gone out of Renegade, but the work is being put in. That's gonna be a double kill. Marksman kill. Penguin will be capping this flag. This is gonna about to be a 2-0 lead in favor of Cloud9.
I mean, when you look at the series of plays out of Renegade there, gets the double, thrusts back perfectly to the locker to stay alive, and then just leaves that opening for Penguin with that guaranteed flag cap. I mean, it's just beautifully executed. It's the reason why they're as good as they are, or why they're doing as well as they are, I guess, in this tournament. And, of course, plenty more plays coming up from them.
Excellent shots coming out of Renegade, forced to back down, but luckily Stellar's gonna work a little bit of a 1-2 combo. Now we're gonna switch gears. And hold on, shots are flying in. That's the needler in hands. Actually, to Chick that gets right behind Eco, ends up getting the kill. And to Chick behind enemy lines for a Quadrant.
It says Renegade, but don't let that fool you. That's Chick on screen. Chick's making big plays here, too. So deserving of his name tag. We'll get into just a second. Fortunately, he'll die before we see it. On board with Fragger. Fragger gonna make his way through to Rockets. Not unscathed, though. Look at that. Multiple people. You got Penguin and Renegade just looking at him as he clambers up. What can Nurx do here?
Well, so far staying alive. Nobody able to spot him just yet. As I say that, Penguin hitting him with the mangler shots, dropping it immediately, trying to get the finishing kill. But Nurix is being an absolute nuisance. Meanwhile, Fragger off the screen, taking down Eco, and the flag is being pulled.
Flag pulled, it's Renegade with it. Take it all the way through. While that happens, we had Nurix, I believe, in position to pull a counter flag. We'll see how far he can get with it. Fragger gonna try to defend here, but Renegade will chase him down. Flag still sits out front at the double doors. Stellar deleted. OS up. Nurix will continue the run. He's got no time to worry about that OS, but that OS will be a bait in just a second. Thankfully, he's got Fragger for the coverage. Eco with the OS. He can drop that flag behind and turn around and slay.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Nurix able to get the flag all the way over towards his base, and looks like Chick is actually anticipating the push. Meanwhile, SLG taking down Renegade. That first kill going to go in favor of Quadrant. Eco can equalize the situation.
Nice.
Eco getting a double kill. Penguin throwing the nades over towards Nurix, who might not be able to defend this flag from being returned for much longer.
Beautifully timed little tag team. Penguin coming in the nick of time with that grapple to ensure they get the 2v1. Nade's still coming in, pelting and making it difficult. Fragger will try through double doors, but the Eco, I mean, he's guarding the doorway. Not gonna be able to get away with that so easily. Chick and Fragger baiting and switching, those swapping places. Making it tough for Eco, but Eco playing it carefully. Penguin's still alive. They've got presence in that BR, but Quadrant doing great work to ensure it's not an easy fight. At any moment, though, things can change.
A little bit less than 5 minutes on the clock, and this stalemate really favors Cloud9, currently holding on to a 2-0 lead. Quadrant are desperate for this one. Meanwhile, Cloud9, all they have to do is just wind down the clock. Nurix going to try to defend this flag on board with Renegade. Let's see what it can do. Try to create some offense along with Stellar, but throwing that nade over towards his teammate takes down SLG, and Stellar staying alive.
Renegade just knows, right? He's just like, Stellar, I know you can handle this. You got enough shields. Let me just get the kill, and you can just back down for just a second. Now he'll come in, and now Renegade's there with him. Renegade does drop up to Stellar. Stellar with the trade, but another trade to answer back as Quadrant work very hard to keep the defenses up, but it just seems like only a matter of time. They pulled the goalie on the flag, by the way, though. I believe a spawner should spawn up. I think it's Stellar. Will spawn up and get the touch, at the very least. As they try to get advanced timing. I kind of like that out of C9. They know when to push forward when they have the opportunity and ensure that if they lose a teammate, that new spawner can get the flag and keep things in session.
Fragger was over on the bottom of the map and had no chance of getting away with that overshield, which I believe was in the hands of a Cloud9 player, at least momentarily. Renegade anticipating the push out of Quadrant. Excellent nades coming in. Now going to go in on the challenge on SLG. Great kill coming out of the best in the West Coast, that is. And Renegade not done yet.
Quite a stalemate, right? We haven't seen a flag returned in at least a minute at this point. Time's starting to bleed out too. Ideally, Quadrant can find a way to come out on top here, because it's just the more the time goes by, the worse the situation looks for them. Nade's coming in here. Nurix running out of options. That nade's gonna kill him, or the shots will. Stellar and Renegade together will ensure that Quadrant can't do anything about this flag. Fragger, oh wait! Wait a sec, Fragger with a kill. Can he touch it? He couldn't touch it in time. And once again, C9, they plan to flag a 3-0 Quadrant. They are not giving up. SLG, he is zooming with this flag with the hopes of a counter. But C9, I mean, off of what we've seen, Tony, they're ready.
Love the awareness come out of SLG. He knew the flag was going over towards the middle of the map, but the spawners were going to go over towards Rocket Alley. What does he do? Throws a couple of amazing nades with the Dynamos. Ends up getting a kill. Penguin now going to try to stay alive. Fragger with the rockets in hand. Here comes the boom boom, sniping that player off the rack. That man's off the hook.
It's off the hook. Oh, okay. I see you, Fragger. Grapple offsets him, keeps him behind the post, and Eco is having so much trouble because of it. What a delay. What a series of plays out of Fragger. Can they convert it into something, please? 2 minutes. They need to do something here, Tony, to answer back.
Renegade with the Bulldog in hands. Overshield coming up. Here comes the flying nades. Not able to get any damage on that one. Penguin right on offense, able to take down Fragger. It's actually going to be a double kill coming out of Zane, but Chick, the final player alive, staying alive. Renegade gets a kill with the Bulldog. Stellar now going to advance forward, and Penguin just holding this down. The assault rifle's coming in, and so are the body shots. Cloud9 are shooting zombies.
Stellar looks down and says, please stop trying. It's not going to work. You got a minute 30 seconds. Y'all trying so hard. 3 in the base. It's just, come on, you know, game over. Sit down. I do like that Penguin got the double kill in the base, turned away, and then somebody pulled the flag. He's like, oh, wait a sec, there's one more. Turns back, and then they kill him. You gotta love the play that we've seen at a Quadrant. They fought hard throughout this game, just unfortunately every little scenario C9 seemed to edge them out, right? They're always just one step ahead. Fragger will keep trying. 1 minute left, just about impossible at this point, but when it comes to a top team like Quadrant, they will not go down to the last second.
Fragger staying alive over towards the locker side, actually going down to one shot. Somehow able to stay alive right here, but with 53 seconds on the clock, I don't even know if it's mathematically possible for him to come back. And Penguin, especially when Penguin is slaying out like that, taking down Nerds.
This ain't happening. Penguin just getting, having fun with it at this point. Nice little grapple straight from the air to get into the door here. Chick will kill him. We can have a fight in the back of the base if we like. Is SLG walking? I think he's slowly walking the flag. Looking for Eco, black screen, apparently. I mean, at this point, the game was over, regardless of what way you shake it, so maybe we cut that. Oh, the Observer. Okay, we lost our Observer on that, unfortunately. I think you know the result of that game. I don't think it matters if SLG planted that flag, sprinted back, and planted a second one. With the time we had left, we had 20 seconds, so C9, of course, they will close that game and close that series because of it.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that that flag was actually being pulled, Eco actually looked dead into the eye of the flag carrier, and then the Observer ended up crashing. So we probably know what ended up happening right there. The Observer just wanted to save us the gruesome kill that was happening. C9, they are who we thought they were, and that's damn good.
They are, but they aren't, to be honest. Because I came in this series expecting a 3-0, expecting a dominant set of games, because Quadrant, as good as they are, as good as these EU teams are, the top echelon of NA is typically, in the past, has been cut above, right? The top three, a team like C9 that looks like they're the best in the tournament currently, you expect a 3-0. You got to be honest. But I think Quadrant came out and they surprised. Quadrant came out and they held their own. You look at that score, that series layout, you see a 50-49, a 2-1, and a 250-45, a win from Quadrant. Unfortunately, that CTF, it went down to 3-0, and man, it was a tough one. But Quadrant, the potential from this team, honestly, it's beautiful to see, considering the size of the scene, the amount of competitive experience they get. Like, if they're scrimming on a regular basis with an NA, it's like the sky's the limit, right? So hopefully this is just the beginning.
Well, you know what? You said you wanted to see a 3-0. I'll throw you a bone here.
I expected to see a 3-0.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I expected to see a 3-0. I'll throw you a bone here.
Okay.
So, Cloud9 were having those audio issues 20 seconds into the game. Quadrant ended up with a 50-0 run going into the second reset. Maybe that 20 or 30 second difference might have been the win in favor of Cloud9. They only ended up losing by 5 seconds, so maybe they were that close to a 3-0. That makes you feel better.
Well, it doesn't make me feel better. I just want them to get 3-0. I mean, it makes me feel better knowing that Quadrant came out with a game, to be honest, because I think a lot of people would look at this series and see a 3-0 and then just completely forget how close it was because maybe they didn't see it. And instead, looking at it, seeing a 3-1, it shows some potential for Quadrant. And so it shows possibility coming up in this bracket, of course. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaken up, because Quadrant, of course, are not out of this tournament. No. They're in the lower bracket. They still got an opportunity, and an opportunity for top 8, maybe a little more if they keep playing, keep winning, ideally. Optic, speaking of winning, they're winning everything. 3-1 against FaZe. That series has concluded. Tony, I heard it. I mean, it was a loud one for sure. Must have been exciting. Hopefully you're multi-twitching and keeping tabs on all the action. Optic and Cloud9 are about to face off in semifinals, according to the bracket, which is going to be the match you do not want to miss. So you better stay tuned for that. You got Pioneers who have made it through Ascend, a 3-0 against Ascend, and we've got eUnited and Space Station that have yet to play to close out, to finalize this winter side bracket. Tony, eUnited and Space Station is next on this broadcast.
Yeah, so many storylines here. I mean, you have Lucid and Penguin, the main slayers for each of these teams going to be going at it. You have the Lovejoy twins. Not twins,
sure.
the Lovejoy brothers,
Lovejoy.
excuse me.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's so many storylines there. And also even Pioneers getting themselves a guaranteed top 6 spot. And mind you, if they win this, make it to the winners finals, guaranteed top 3. Again, I said in the beginning, if you were looking for a dark horse team to root for, Pioneers are them, the ultimate underdogs, always having something to prove and always surprising us.
Right. Now, so many storylines, like you said. Just some insight. The Lovejoy versus Lovejoy one has stuck with me. Of course, those are the coaches of the teams. In case you don't know, it's Marcus and Hoaxer.
Coach versus manager,
Coach
yeah.
versus
Lunchbox
manager.
was actually brought in as the coach
And
for
then,
Optima.
right. So Lunchbox we have in the mix too. We've got so many OG pros, so many veterans in the scene that are involved in this game in some way. You got Space Station with Elamite coaching as well. You got a ton of veterans across the board, which is awesome to see. We got plenty more of that coming up, and plenty more games. Maybe not plenty more tonight, but at the very least, we got a big one after this break. It's eUnited, it's SSG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our final match of the day, and you don't want to miss it. Hello and welcome back to the HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. It's been a crazy day of Halo and the action continues. We are just jumping into our series. eUnited up against Space Station. Of course, I'm Shyway. I am joined by the man Tony himself. One more series to cast, Tony, and also we got Big Team Bonanza happening at the same time as this plays. So a lot of Halo action.
Spartan starting off with a huge double kill, and yeah, this is almost bittersweet as well. Our final game casting tonight, and I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss Spartan actually too, putting the slays in, going right after deciding, ends up getting the kill, but Tylenol goes right after Spartan the dog.
The thing about Spartan is you might miss him, but he ain't missing you ever.
Oh.
Man doesn't miss a shot. Rain gonna get a kill as well. He doesn't miss too often either. We got Nick to pick up the ball, bring it back to the elevator. Bit of an interesting series here, right? eUnited. They take this, I think they might be securing top 3 in the tournament. Is it safe to say, right? Progression in winners bracket so far. This is the winners quarters. eUnited, great potential in this one. What are we missing here, Tony?
Shots coming in from Tylenol. I thought it was the winners semifinals leading into the winners finals. I could be wrong. I'll check my stats here. As Tylenol putting in the shots in, trying to stay alive here. Spartan putting shots across the map. Rain now challenging Tusk, going in for the shot. Ryan Noob going crazy on the kill feed as well, so slays are going down.
Of course, their opposition, you got Space Station, Tylenol defeating Tusk, and Ace to round things out here. Bit of a swap to the roster last second. Hopefully hasn't hurt them too much. They seem to be holding on to their winner's bracket position. Now I think is the true test up against eUnited.
And Rain going right in for the challenge, taking down, deciding 2 down goes Space Station Gaming. Spartan now going to advance forward to the shock rifle, not letting have to pick it up. He has some quick work to make of Tusk.
On board with Sparty. The big kill, like you said, ball in the hands of Nick, and 20 seconds on the clock. They'll continue to collect time here. Space Station needs an answer. They need an opening, and it looks like deciding it tight. Tylenol would be the ones to create it. Spartan putting as much damage as he can into those players before he drops. And thankfully, the distraction might give Rain an opportunity to make a play with the camo.
Deciding advancing forward over towards top attic, but running into 2 players. That's not going to be the equation he wants to be a part of. King Nick able to get that double kill, and Rain is actually holding the ball with the camouflage. Smartly going to back that off to somebody else. Meanwhile, Ace is getting baited at the moment.
Oh my, Rain, the harpoon. He managed to hit Ace with the grapple, get into melee range, close the kill, and Nick with the ball as well can rotate it through. 38 points to count. Coverage into long haul. Space Station once again tasked with an opportunity, or tasked, I guess, to break through. Can they, though? Right now they're across the map. Seems like free time for the boys on eUnited.
Deciding to throw some nades cross map, trying to get that early damage in on the ball carrier. Looks like it was able to work, making Spartan one shot, forcing him to drop the ball immediately, deciding even getting behind King Nick. The shot's mainly gonna miss, but hunts that player down, deciding getting the grapple. He's not done yet.
Oh, he definitely is in. Double melee in. He'll get the trade as well, but multiple deaths on that feed. eUnited, looks like they did go down here. Or, no, they didn't. I think it was the opposite. I think Space Station went down. And because of it, we had that ball play to center. And that ball sits there contested, or baitable. We'll see who opts to collect it. Of course, all members up now.
Camouflage coming in about 20 seconds here. Spartan holding down the attic, but for how long is Tusk going to go in for the challenge? And Spartan's beautiful shot forcing that player to back down. Tusk going all the way down to batteries, and Rain has his back. Spartan finally coming for the cleanup kill. That's going to be assist for Rain, but Rain's not done yet. He's going to take out Tylenol as well, but also get cleaned up.
Big kill out of Rain, but Ace very quick to drop a nade, and sure he dies. Deceiving, can't get the kills. Deceiving or deciding, Tony, by the way?
I'm going with deciding.
Deciding. Hard to decide, isn't it? Either way. Spartan's easy to read. Unfortunate for him, he does die, though. On board with Nick, even easier. King Nick or just Nick? Either way, he makes king-level plays. Sometimes, we'll see if he does. Just don't let him rain on your parade. Oh, man, it's a late day.
I love the puns. I love it. King Nick forced that player to be one shot, having no idea that Rain was right behind him. Now Rain gonna make his way with the grapple, and sadly he's gonna be taken down.
Oh man, what an exchange here with Nick. He'll drop it, ball in hand as well. He now rotate that ball through the long haul, pass it off to a teammate as he holds the top of the map here. I like the decision. Sparty with him in tow. They can 2v1 their way through. They rotate. Tusk is waiting for them. Tylenol Tusk, they'll pick up 2. 62 and counting as Ray makes the rotation.
And exactly, we're on board now with Ryan Noob here.
Oh, I see.
Currently 8-4 with 7 assists, getting right behind Tusk, ends up getting the big kill, putting Tusk down almost immediately. The 3v3 scenario wants to equalize the situation with Ace having that Mangler. It's so deadly.
Back up over with Spartan. Spartan gonna lock things down from control. Of course, 80 or 65 points here. And Space Station under quite a bit of pressure. They need an answer. They need a hold. Tylenol's got at least some coverage over them. We'll see what he can put together here. Still got the shock rifle. They're calling things out, pinging them. Tylenol, all he needs is to close the space for a couple melees. At this point, he's got to back out, though. Camo about to pop up. Tylenol in position for it. Tusk above. Can he get to it? The distraction with the ball does give him some timing. And maybe an opportunity here for Tusk, or for Tylenol, who needs to act quickly.
And with the camouflage and the shock rifle in hands, he could definitely make some things happen. Sword is actually up, but neither player is actually going after it right now.
Oh.
And it looks like Nick gonna challenge Ace, immediately getting that kill, forcing Nick to back down and ultimately play his life. And sadly, Tylenol gonna shut him down. I think he still has that camo.
Yep, making use of it. The last couple seconds there, Tusk can watch from control in the meantime. Try to play it slow. Sparty gonna try to bust through the front doors, and Sparty takes Tusk as he does it. Ace can lock things down up on the elevator. Ball still in session with Space Station. They just don't seem to get a lot of time off the little opportunities that they have here. Only 29 points collected. Ball about to respawn.
And this is now the 3rd time in a row that we're seeing the sword not be picked up. It looks like it might have been GA'd by both of these competitors here. Well, let's actually not play with it. And it looks like first round going in favor of eUnited. And look at the Slays. No wonder why they're able to take the first round.
Just winning the majority of their fights. And as such, time will run out and give it to eUnited to start things off. Space Station, they need an answer. They need it a little bit more quickly than they did in that last series. The potential's still there. We'll see what they can make of it.
Ryan sitting up top, all around the command station, takes a little bit of damage, forcing him to back down, but the information is there. Space Station didn't even know exactly where he is. Ryan going to answer back over to Tylenol across the map. And Elam Ace getting the first kill on Sparty, but Ryan Noob taking down Tusk. What's going to happen with Ryan Noob?
2 dead already. Ryan Noob with sightline across the map into long haul. They can lock it down from Turbine, not expecting Ace to be so close by. Leads to a trade. Got Tusk in control, Ryan Noob right beside him. Should be an easy kill. Oh man, for a second, Ryan Noob turned, hit the repulsor. Not really sure what happened because he didn't get blown back too far. Still in range to get the melee in and to hold his position as well. Tusk in a good vantage point, but nobody's collecting the ball. A minute already on the board before Sparty finally does.
And on board now with Tusk for Space Station Gaming, the newest old member of the team. Previously, Formal was on this squad, but looks like Tusk is going to be back on this roster, which he was originally, but he's going to be taken down. Nick able to take down Tusk. Meanwhile, Spartan having that shock rifle in hand. His teammate Rain goes in, and looks like Deciding's going to give himself a beautiful double kill. And now Ryan was going to have his chance, but there's 2 down for eUnited.
Space Station very quickly tossed the ball out center. Despite the numbers advantage here, ball still out. Honestly, maybe a good thing for eUnited, who can respawn, regroup. Nice nade off the ground here onto Deciding to close the distance. Tusk with 2 in the feed, and Ryan doing what he can to ensure he's not the 3rd to die. The entire team, I believe, on eUnited to drop, except for Nick. And Nick gonna do what he can to slow things down.
Nick sliding right into the action. We're going to run into Ace, utilize that commando, making him one shot immediately. Excellent denial nade coming out of Nick, but he's still going to be hunted down by Deciding. Spartan now getting behind enemy lines here. Deciding taking down Rain as well off the screen. Spartan taking down Tylenol. Deciding getting a kill. Both teams fighting for map control, but it's not easy for anyone, and somehow after all that, Tusk gets away with the camouflage, utilizing that cheeky jump to try to get away from Ryan Noob, but he's still being spotted.
Tusk in trouble. Can he back out? Look at Sparty just tagging him cross map. Got the sightline on him despite the fact that the man is camo, just barely surviving. Nick and team, they can rotate out to the ball in long hauls. 3 players there to cover it. Not grabbing it just yet, maybe just baiting it for the opportunity here. Tusk as he tries to go in, then replaced by 2 players. So eUnited kind of pulling Tusk into that long haul before they collect that ball. They ensure they kill him.
2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock here, but the time will stop as soon as the ball is in someone's hands, as so 15 to 12 in favor of Space Station Gaming, but that's not much here in Oddball. Deciding going in for the flank over towards bottom mid, but he's got 2 players in front of him over on long haul. Luckily, Tusk is there to work the 1-2 combo, but deciding just a little bit ahead of Tusk.
Still a narrow game here. Still anyone's game. Ryan Nuke can make a big change to that, of course, if he made the play with the grapple. Just slightly too close to make a swing happen there. He'll drop with it. Spartan will drop as well. And as they drop, the last 2 members of eUnited going to rotate the ball away from Space Station. Nice little whiplash out of Rain. Making a double, not quite. Deciding with the ball pickup, brings it back behind the map. And can he get time before playing this one off?
Great job milking some time here out of Deciding. Still having that mangler in hands, but the nades coming out of nowhere. Luckily, Tylenol has his back over towards the seaside, but that second nade is going to put him down to 1 shot. Still anticipating the push here. Tylenol holding him back. 4 players up for both of these squads. Nobody want to be the first one to go down. Ace going right at Ryan, giving SSG the advantage.
Just a few seconds at a time here. They play defense, they drop the ball, trying to get the advantage in Slays right now. They don't have it. Sparty with a big pickup. Sparty's trying to get out, and Force is deciding to come forward to get him, but thankfully he does. What else can Deciding do? Wraps to Rain. Rain now 1 shot to jump in the corner. Camo right up in front of him. And that player gonna have to back down. That was Tusk. I believe it could have been Tusk. We'll find out who it is in just a second, sneaking around.
These 2 juggernauts of squads do not want to drop down into the elimination bracket, going into the semi-finals, which secured them a top 6 seeding, and you know both of these teams want that. So many implications here on this game number 1, which will control the flow and the momentum of the series.
This had a Deciding just delay the situation as long as he could, but Ryan gets in there, closes it out with the melee. It instantly spins around to try to damage that player on B, but he'll get caught. Now Rain, knowing he's in trouble, drops the ball to fight, rotates it out, replaced with Sparty. Tylenol out behind, and Rain shooting a little better to take that fight. Deciding Tusk, they get their kills, ball still down, and an opportunity for SSG maybe to jump on top of it. They need to keep slaying.
You know, time may be a factor in this one. I mean, obviously the ball in hands will stop the timer here, but I mean, it's so close. 44 to 41 in favor of eUnited. No team, again, able to get full map control while Nick trying to get behind enemy lines, but that's going to be a remote detonation, blowing up the grenades and almost getting the double kill, but Tylenol answering right back. 2 down for each team, make that a 3rd for eUnited.
Sparty quick to even the odds with the trade, and that ball gets reset. Nobody picked it up. Something we've seen a couple times in this game. Not too much time collected to the point where the timer is bled out. 1 minute left in this one. 44 to 41. eUnited with that slight lead. Of course, if they hold the ball, they'll halt the timer. And they might need to start doing that on the side of Space Station.
Shots coming out of Rain, making that player weak, but faking him out by grabbing the ball, trying to make it over towards the attic side, but the nades are flying in, and so of his own. And sadly, Tylenol going to get the double kill from 1 grenade. That's going to be a cluster lock. Tylenol now going to attack Spar and force him to back down. SSG are looking good.
The ball was thrown, I believe, as Tylenol got the double kill with the nade, making it difficult for him to collect it immediately. Tylenol still on 1, though. Shots into Nick. He'll take him. Ride Loop down as well, 2 dead. And this is a moment where you'd like to see them pick up the ball. They do have it. Points on their side as they do take the lead. And only 27 left in the game. Space Station in a good spot, but any mistake could lead to a lead change. And you can see as they lock down the corners of the map here. Tylenol on one side, you got Tusk on the other. The ball now rotating, I believe, to that yellow hallway. How does eUnited break through?
SSG have taken the lead, 24 seconds on the clock here. Tylenol immediately going in for the challenge on Spartan. Spartan electing to back down. Tylenol gonna now hunt him down over toward the yellow side, and Disruptor is out.
Tylenol, he's equipped. He's ready to go. Comes in, takes 2. That's a spree for him. Shots into Nick as well. And Nick, does he go for the challenge? He does. But Tylenol going to take that ball out. Last 10 seconds. Drop it in the center. Shots into Rain as well. And Rain could not live. They don't have any time to get on the ball either. eUnited stuffed out in the end of that game. In Space Station, they hang on to give us a round 3.
Game number 1 so tightly contested. We're talking about 2 of some of the best of North Americans' finest here. Who's going to come out on top? 1 more round to go. Because taking game number 1 is so important. The best of 5 series.
Right.
Again, you control the momentum. You control the flow of the series, and both of these teams want it.
been quite a road for Space Station so far, having a bit of a tough exchange in pools, coming back, I believe, towards the end, defeating Ascend. And more recently, it looks like they've kind of found their footing, found some momentum. If they could take eUnited, would be a hell of a lot of progress, I want to say, for them. Would shut eUnited down early on here, too.
Ryan getting up and at him, going in for the challenge of Deciding, who's forcing him to back down through to an excellent denial nade being thrown there by Deciding. Ryan now waiting for the push. Excellent angle coming in, high IQ play. Here come the nades coming out of Ryan Noob. Deciding able to get the first kill on Rain from across the map. Ryan Noob trying to do the same, forcing Ace to back down, and 2 going down for United.
You can see Ryan Noob timing these engagements out in his head. He knows there's a player on that right-hand side, so he fires a couple shots out, then immediately turns, drops the nade, looks at Tylenol, gets a double as well, still going. Drops the nade down for Deciding, cleans him up for a triple. And the man picks up the ball because he knows exactly how to play this. He'll get time and kills. You gotta love it.
Ryan Noob nerds is nerding out right now. That was an incredible triple kill coming out of him, and a large reason why they're on a 25-0 run. Ryan Noob, if he can keep this up, they might come out with game number 1.
Definitely shut down the momentum of Space Station with that single play, but of course they still got work to do. We got a trade in yellow. Ryan Noob's still up, still being a nuisance. All well he does that Spartan baiting and switching with him. Shots into Ace. Ace, he's got no options though. Where does he go? Right, picks up the ball for a couple seconds. He'll drop it. That's a spree for Ryan Noob. And Tylenol gonna do what he can. He does get a kill on the Sparty, but Ryan Noob gonna take full advantage of the opportunity for a couple more seconds of time.
And it's overtime alone. Ryan Noob is 5-1 and even having 26 seconds worth of ball time. The man is going absolutely off. Decide now going for the challenge, but they can't stop Ryan Noob. The man is on fire.
Nice toy little strafe out of the man. I don't know what I just said there, but either way, it was a good strafe. He won the fight because of it. 31 and counting. And, I love the attempt. Just has the sightline on the nades, knows somebody's gonna challenge there, tries to time it perfectly. And if anything, he probably did a little damage to slow it down.
Tylenol being an absolute headache for Ryan Noob, not able to shut him down. The shots are flying in. Tylenol doing a great job of staying alive, but the scoreboard is still translating heavily over towards eUnited. Another double kill coming out of Ryan Noob on the kill feed. What is this man doing?
Ryan Noob is 8-1 right now. I don't think he's died since that triple kill, so he might be approaching a killing frenzy currently. They gotta shut him down. They might not have a lot of time to do it, Tony. 60 points. He's just shooting nades across the map. You gotta love the fact that he's so attentive to these angles, though. He knows when the nade will appear in view, and he knows how to shoot it immediately. So you can tell it's something he's practiced, he's thought about. Those types of plays are what separates high-level players from others.
You can tell the man has been putting in the grind, and it's paying off bigly. 79-2 lead, going in favor of eUnited, still putting points on the board. This might be pretty close to a shutout in this overtime round, and a statement being made by EU.
Pretty sure Ryan Noob is still alive throughout this entire series of events here. He's hiding in the bottom of elevator. There's 3 players looking at him. Finally, they killed a man. Jeez. All while that happens, frees up a little bit of space for eUnited to make a couple plays here too. Deciding though, does pick up one on the Nick. They need points. 88 here on the side of eUnited. And SSG just yet to give an answer.
Wouldn't this be an incredible comeback if SSG were able to make things happen? Let's make some history here. This was Raleigh, baby. The first Halo Infinite LAN. Just having the shock rifle in hands, going for the no-scope immediately, but Nick shutting him down. Ace now going to advance forward over toward the C side of the map, and they know exactly where he is.
But can he do anything about it, right? Nades in, Ryan Noob holding the ball for the last couple seconds. Ace does get the kill. Shots into Nick for a teammate to pick up and looks up immediately. Sparty gonna attempt to challenge it. He'll collect the ball, try to rotate it, but what can he do at this point? 4 points left to collect, and Sparty has it. He'll lock it out and lock out that 3rd round for the game. Confidently a 2-1 eUnited, but man, the plays that we saw out of Ryan Noob to lock that down mid-game, a triple into a spree, into what was almost a frenzy, I believe, and then the attention to detail on the nades, right? Sitting up on the top of control, the moment the nade comes into view, he's already placed on it, he knows when to shoot it, and then if nobody's there, you blow up the nade, the enemy can't pick it up. If somebody's there, you do damage. Same thing with the other side of the map, so honestly, that's something I'm taking notes on, and I think you should too. If you're watching.
High IQ play coming out of Ryan Noob, and I would definitely say if I had to pick an MVP of that game, it would probably be him. I mean, the man was 9-1, 1 kill away from a killing frenzy, while also putting OBG time on the board, and just everything he was doing, high IQ, high awareness, that's Ryan Noob.
We've seen it time and time again. I'm sure we'll see plenty more. Of course, we'll see plenty more of this series as well. It's a best-of-5 series. We're going to need to see 3 wins in a row at the very least for eUnited to close this out. It's going to be on Slayer Live Fire, Strongholds Streets, CTF Bazaar, and then Slayer on Streets as well. The same layout we just had previously, Tony. Space Station, they definitely showcased some signs of life. They came back in round 2. They managed to clutch it up. What can they do in Slayer?
And of course, when you have a tight series, we have to involve live fire. There's no way we can have a tight series without involving live fire in some way, somehow. Every time it's implemented,
good map.
We go the distance. I agree. Good map indeed. My second favorite on the map behind our Game 3 map, which is going to be on the streets. So tell me about live fire, please.
I mean, how much do you want to know, Tony? We can go on all day. The one thing I love about this map, by the way, if you're a fan of the slide in Halo Infinite, there's so much tech with the slide in this game, but the curb slide technique, it's as if it was designed for live fire. The entire map is built in this way like a racetrack. You can, if you are really good at the mechanic and you hit it frame perfectly, you can circle the entire map. There's so many situations you can use to boost yourself out, to get an aggressive challenge in, to make a quick rotation, to just advance timing on a player. When they're timing when you'll be there in their head and expecting something, you can kind of, you know, assault their expectations, flip things up. And that's really just the beginning. You got the sandbox on top of that, and some of the team plays that come from it, and some interesting map design as well. It's this asymmetrical style, and something we don't see as often, I think, in these Halo maps traditionally.
Yeah, with the curb sliding, I mean, some at home might be thinking, you know, what's the difference between that curb sliding and ultimately just regular sprinting? It's a split-second timing, just that little bit faster engagement, that movement, getting into the fight early.
Right.
In a game that's literally made up of split seconds, it's crucial if you can not only have that advanced movement in your utility, but also know when to implement it. That's what's really important. I learned the curb sliding from you in one of your videos.
Cool.
Don't know when to use it. I just use it too much. I end up just dying right away.
It's so risky because so first off, you're basically, there's boost pads around the entire map. Yes, every ramp is going to give you a better, more higher velocity slide, but all these little low ledges, and honestly, the height seems to vary greatly, and it's something we're learning as we go. But I want to say anything from a few inches off the ground to the size of your Spartan could potentially be launched off of with good timing, frame perfect timing, and something we'll see, I'm sure, from these pros as we jump into the game. We're about to jump in to our fly-through of live fire, our match, finally, our game 2, and so far, of course, eUnited, they lead. Space Station, they've given us some potential.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to need to give us a little more.
Yeah, SSG have showed that they easily could have came out with game number 1. I would not be surprised they come out with game 2, but easier said than done when you're playing against a behemoth like eUnited.
You said it, Tony. Let's see it happen. Slayer, live fire. We got the repulsor, as you can see on map. We got the snipe up top center, the heat wave down below. A lot to fight over, so little time. Of course, first to 50 to close it. The seeding, we'll start with him.
Making his way over towards the pillar side, going right into the action. Bo deciding, taking out Spartan, and Tusk going right at Ryu, but Nick able to get away with the heat wave. Not for long. Aaron shutting that down.
He's going to shut things down early, pick up the heat wave for it. And there's the curve slide. We talked about it coming in, but he hits that nice timing on the edge of the ramp, and it gives him a sweet little boost forward. You can use it in the right circumstances to make a big play. You can also use it to die as well. It's very risky, depending on when you go for it. Of course, the camo now up. Tusk, he's got an eye on it, but does he dare, right? 4 members of eUnited waiting to bait it, essentially.
And one of the unsung heroes of Halo Infinite has to be the Mangler, which Rain just put into his back pocket. Watch out for that, as that on the kill feed that might come into play. Meanwhile, Tusk going right in for the challenge on Ryan, who forced that player to back down, switching gears over towards Ace from SSG, who has that heat wave in his back pocket, trying to defend off power up, but he has too many players in his sight. They're actually going to rotate out.
There might be a chance here, but that's the thing with the camo is you really got to ensure you get the slice. It's not the same with OS. You might be able to dive in, pick it up, put it on the body, and take the extra damage. With camo, you got to make sure you got that opening for it. You know what? I think the team that has the opening is eUnited currently. The camo, I believe, in play for them. On board with Sparty here. He does have the repulsor back pocket. Just going to hang tight for now. Got Rain in the back of A. Nick with a kill on the feed on the Tusk, and Nick looking for more, and he'll get more. That's Ace now down, Heatwave down as well. We'll see who collects it.
Deciding being forced to back down here. Power coming up in about 15 seconds. Deciding having Rain in front of him, the nades are starting to fly. I'm not sure if he's almost got stuck there, but Ryan finishing him off with the BR, and Rain able to get the repulsor. I think Ryan has that power up.
What can Rain do? I know it does look like Ryan Noob's camoed up. No, maybe not. It's okay though. Ryan Noob thankfully on Rain's team. Rain in trouble though. Being tagged up just a bit. Try to back out. Ryan Noob does have a pickup. Got teammates spread out across the map through center. Ryan Noob unfortunately will drop. Spartan not in position to pick up the pieces. Nick with him, but Spartan gonna wrap back and ensure they got a defensive line here.
Deciding able to take down Rain. Now we're going to switch gears over towards the side, coming up with a big kill, but the nades are coming in. If he can stay alive, maybe he can utilize this Mangler. As there's actually 2 Manglers on the map right now. One on the hands of SSG, someone also in eUnited also having one as well. Mangler shots are flying, nobody getting damaged just yet. Spartan getting really aggressive. Back-to-back kills going in favor of the boys in red, who are now going to start to get aggressive, and look at the scoreboard.
I mean, we see it 16-9. Sparty and Nick coming out with 2 quick kills on board with Nick as he does survive the nade. Spartan. Look who's got the Manglers, by the way, right? 2 members of the team, both rocking Manglers as they wait for the snipe. Just taking full advantage of these weapons in these close quarters engagements. Spartan knows he has the double dilemma, and you gotta love the awareness from him to snap back, kill Tylenol. Tylenol though, with the backup plan with the sticky. At the very least, he gets the trade, but I'm pretty sure eUnited walked away with that snipe.
And that's one of the things that make these professionals so hard to deal with. Even in engagement that they're supposed to lose, they end up somehow coming off with the trade-off in kills, whether it be a stick, whether it be a melee. They're so good at winning those individual gunfights, and then even if they don't, they end up trading.
You see the play style, though? There's Mangler in the hands of at least half the team, and they're holding corners so tightly, right? Staying beside these doorways. They're trying to force one-shot beatdown engagements, taking full advantage of the advantages, really, of these weapons. That's kind of what you got to do to win in the end of the day. You got a plasma pistol with Rain. They have literally everything. Although that happens, I'm pretty sure these weapons do continue to spawn every 30 seconds, so I think a Mangler could still spawn up for Space Station, but you're going to need more than a Mangler to stop this team when Ryan Noob's got a bead on the camo.
How many times have you heard us commentators talk about controlling the sandbox? It's exactly what eUnited is doing, and that's the reason why they have a 7-kill lead.
This is the longest period of time I think I've ever seen in Halo Infinite where nobody has died. Few shots have rung out as well. You gotta love the respect that these players have for each other, but Tylenol's trying to sneak up, and Ryan Noob, my God, did he snap quickly. Tylenol now dead, Ryan Noob looking for more, and it's Ace who's the victim. Ryan Noob does back out, Sparty will take it. And a good play out of him. He can get back to safety with the sniper as well. All while that happens, Rain and Sparty for a little 2-pronged attack through B side.
Tylenol not going to work a 1-2 combo here with Ace. Tylenol holding down the power side, putting those shots in. I mean, it's at the point where eUnited have no problem slowing down this game. They have the lead, but Space Station Gaming also have to slow down the game because they can't afford any more deaths. They've now actually dropped to a double-digit deficit.
Oh. Things looking a little grim for the boys on Space Station, especially with Ryan, who still has a snipe. You gotta remember that. Sitting in the back of tower, he's had it for a while now, still has 5 shots. Drop ball to work with, Mangler as well, and a lot of confidence. He hit the body there. And easy opportunity for Sparty to clean it up as well. Sparty, oh, look at this. Get out of my face, pushes him back. This is my nest.
Ends up getting himself an assist. No timing loss whatsoever. Utilizing that repulsor once again, this time as a movement tech. Going over toward the C side, about 24 seconds, but his power-up coming up. Ryan Noob still holding on to the sniper.
This is wild. I've never seen this map played this way. Like, complete control of C side and coverage on all angles of the map. It's what we talk about, but then when you see it played out expertly by eUnited, it's just, you know, beautiful to withhold. It's quite interesting, Tony. I just got to say, it's the control of the sandbox that they have to ensure that they can lock down the positions, though, right? Like that. Nick coming out with the Mangler, just holding the angle. You got Tylenol, does have one as well. How do you do it? You fight fire with fire, right? Pull out a Mangler yourself. But as he tries, the snipe continues to go back to eUnited.
Sniper rifle once again in the hand of Spartan, having 7 bullets to work with. Nick holding down the nest side. Excellent shots to the nade, even better, making the deciding 1 shot. Now going in for the challenge on Tusk. Ryan even having the assault rifle as well. Loving this.
I mean, I guess he has assault rifle Mangler, so what does he do? Like, once the range gets a little too crazy, he could be running out of ammo, too, with all the time he spent alive in tower. Spartan, unfortunately, does not connect with the shot. Teammate beside him to collect the snipe, and it's Rain to get the kill. Rain with the snipe, but just too many enemies to take down. I believe Ace did drop there. You still have the sighting with the sniper. Deciding might be able to make a play. Nick gonna rotate away from him in the meantime. All the players on Space Station in C now, in a bit of a flip on the map. But can Space Station play things as efficiently as eUnited has shown us in this game so far? And will they be able to, really, just considering the score difference? At some point, Space Station might need to be the team that aggresses here.
And notice how
Do they just wait? Because they're just waiting, right? eUnited's like, we got the point advantage. We don't really have to push you.
Exactly. And Space Station Gaming also recognizing that they cannot afford any bad deaths.
I've never seen this. Sorry, Tony, go ahead.
Ace holding down top mid. Nades are starting to fly out. Power up is coming in about 22 seconds here. Ace just looking for Nick. Coming in for the angle, having two players in front of him. Excellent damage, deciding taking down Nick, and Ace trying to get a kill of his own.
You can see how difficult eUnited is making it for Space Station, despite all the advantages they have in this high ground here. With the point deficit, eUnited decides, okay, we're not going to move. We're going to make it difficult for you. The seeding, though, they could continue to the point that they get the camo. So I like this. If they play things out a little longer here like they've done, now with the camo, with the sniper, maybe they can make more aggressive plays, take more aggressive angles, and start to pick up a couple kills for it. Nick now dead. Sparty as well, 2 dead. And this is where you'd like to see a little aggression, but can they afford it?
Tylenol now going in for the flank. Multiple players spawning up on the garage side here for eUnited. They're going to rotate all the way in. Camouflage and sniper in the hands of Tylenol, checking every angle. He does not want to get backsmacked.
Definitely doesn't. At this point, not that much of a deficit, though, right? Only 6 kills separating these teams. As Tylenol very carefully looks for the challenge here. Ryan Noob does pick up one. Ace with one of the feed, though, with the heat wave. Look at this. Ace cooking, actually, too. Coming out from him. 25 to 30 at this point. The snipe, the heat wave in the hands of SSG, and an opportunity for them all of a sudden.
And it looks like Space Station Gaming have really clawed their way back into it.
They got the snipe again. 2 snipes.
Yeah. Tylenol rocking that sniper. Only one more shot in it left, but like you said, there's 2 snipers here on the map. Nades are starting to fly out. K-Nick gonna get the first kill on Tusk. Meanwhile, Ryan Noob holding down top mid. Tylenol staying patient. He knows he needs one pick and can really go off. It looks like the swap. They're actually gonna drop the ammo for Tylenol. Right. Sniper rifle in hands, and he actually has 9 shots to work with, only down by 6 kills. They can make something happen.
For a second, I thought he shared the snipe ammo with him without like, imagine you could share part of that'd be just nuts. here, take half my mag, you know, like. Either way, instead he just passes the whole thing over to Tylenol. Let Tylenol do the work. He's got 9 shots now, a lot to do. A lot of responsibility on his hands. The Space Station going to do what they can to give him opportunities. They got to play so carefully. Still an advantage here. 6 kill advantage for eUnited. eUnited once again not budging. 5 seconds for that camo. And that camo will draw the attention. But is that enough?
This game is slowed down to a snail's pace, and with only a 6-kill lead with a little less than 2 minutes on the clock, one can only wonder, will either of these teams even reach 50 kills?
Oh my, Tylenol. He stays alive, though. Looking for a wild repulsor angle. Still has that snipe. Haven't seen him use it just yet. Ryan Noob with a kill on the feed as well. Pulling away just slightly. Sparty as well. Tylenol starting to run because they're running out of resources here. Teammates do spawn up with them, but Nick already with sight lines on it. Nick gonna slide out of that engagement. Nice timing, too. You get out back to bottom mid and live.
Spartan camouflage has been activated over toward the pillar side of the map, sneaking down to bottom mid. And then on, he has 2 players in front of him, but deciding gonna get that initial kill on Nick. And now the camo, that's gonna be done. But he still has a flank. Tylenol having the sniper rifle in hands, and I'm not sure if he knows where Spartan is. He just spotted him.
He spotted him, deleted him. Good riddance. Tylenol starting to cook, but Tony, look at the timer. Less than a minute. The plan from eUnited, hold things out, delay the situation, take advantage of the sandbox until the time runs out, essentially. Because less than a minute left to get 6 kills does not look good for a Space Station. They gotta move. They gotta move quick, and Rain at this point, he's not gonna let them do anything about it.
SSG needs to make something happen. A little over 30 seconds. They need to up the tempo, but sadly, Rain is still going off. Tusk luckily having that heat wave in hands. They got to start sprinting. They got to make something happen. Ryan Noob getting shut down. The shot's coming in on Rain bottom mid. That's going to be a double kill, bringing it within striking distance, but they're still down by 4.
20 seconds, 4 kills. Can they do it? 3 kills now. Ace with a big pickup. And look at Tusk, he's chasing him down. They get the double, that's Tylenol Tusk coming in through A. 2 players in A still, and 10 seconds for 2 kills. Can they do this? They need to find a body. Look, they're hiding. They're all hiding in corners. eUnited, that's 1. Oh, but it's not enough. This sighting finds 1, and the deficit is just down by 2 in the end. But man, I have never seen Livefire Slayer played like that. You know, kind of taking me back to traditional Halo in a lot of ways too, is just take the sandbox, take good positions, and just delay the situation, right? Why move when you got a Mangler and you're holding a corner with a beatdown range, right? You just get up close, you take them out. You got a sniper as well in the tower to lock down sight lines. You've got the repulsor, the heat wave. I mean, they had everything at one point, so they just sat with it.
At some point, I think it maybe around the 58-second mark, either the coach, Ryan, knew somebody on this team called out that it is going to be mathematically impossible for them to get the win if they simply stop shooting and run away and out-rotate enemy team. That's exactly what happened within the last 58 seconds worth of the game. eUnited stopped shooting their weapons and literally ran away from every single engagement. That's incredible.
You do what it takes to win. In the end of the day, and eUnited's going to do what it takes to win. You got to respect it. That's it, right? At the end of the day, you can get the kills, or you can just have more kills than your opponent. You win the game. The timer will decide it. 37-35 to close that game. The lowest scoreline I've ever seen. But what's next? It's Strongholds on Streets. Space Station, they have come very close now twice in a row. Space Station cannot give up hope now. There's got to be a second win. There's got to be a little reserve energy in the tank here, hopefully, Tony.
While we were on break before this matchup started, I got to talk to Spartan, and Spartan was feeling very confident that they were going to make it into the winners bracket semifinals. Let me tell you, I'm going to find them right after this game. That's my Jersey brother, and I'm going to find out who made that call to stop shooting and start running away. I need to know, so I'm going to hit on silent.
Collectively, the team just knows. You know what I mean?
Crazy. Wow, great job by them. Either way, going into game number 3, Strongholds on the Streets, born and raised. That's where I'm from the streets. You already know this, my favorite map. I want to see some great control. I want to see some patient plays. And also, I mean, worst case scenario, Strongholds. You got to out-rotate your enemy team sometimes. Right. So make sure you're always thinking one step ahead. Obviously, United are prepared for that.
Stay on top of it. We talked about Streets previously in the other series. We talked about how the Rockets center map, very important, but very risky to grab. They take a long time to draw. So typically what teams do is they delay the Rockets until they guarantee an opportunity to grab them. You get Slays first, then dive in for them. Instead, though, with Quadrant, SLG just went for it right away, and he got away. So really, it depends on, I guess, how confident that opening strategy is, where you position your teammates, and how they can draw attention to themselves to give teammates opportunities to run away with the Rockets. Big part of it as well. You've got the Shoddy to fight over. You got the Stalker all at the same time. A lot of goodies once again on this map, as there always is with Halo maps. How do you control them all to take advantage of these hills? Of course, that is the name of the game.
I think if I'm spawning over towards the A side of the map over towards top PD, my priority is having somebody grab that drop wall, and then 2 players making their way over towards Purple Street, either utilizing that drop wall to secure the Bulldog, or if nobody challenges you 2 for Bulldog, immediately change your direction above Oddball spawn and over towards the Rockets and utilize that drop wall to secure those Rockets. That's if I'm spawning over toward the PD side of things. Let's see what happens.
I'm down to see what happens. On board with Tylenol. To start things off, he's got a line of sight onto B. Picks up the Stalker. Can rotate it through Tusk in front of him, and Tusk has a thrust. Perfect opportunity to get a couple kills as well. Nick, not too many options sitting in tires. Tusk should walk away with this capture. No problem. And early points over to Space Station. Only 2 points, though, because Ryan so quick to get into C.
Ryan not going to go in for the challenge, but Tusk utilizing that thrust to get the advantage on him in that individual gunfight. He was able to steal away C, but for how long as Tusk going to take it right back? Now deciding, starting to up the tempo here and challenge players over towards Alpha and winning his challenges as well.
B and C lockdown from Space Station, deciding unfortunately cannot stay up in A. Spartan going to elect to rotate over to B with team, get tagged up from behind as well and killed immediately. Quite a melt from the team. There must have been 2 reticles on him. All while that happens, Ryan back to B. Looks like he's uncontested here. Ace and team seem to be working the other captures efficiently, though Ryan just waiting for a hopeful kill. Can't quite do it.
24-2 run in favor of SSG, swapping out B for Charlie at the moment. It's the setup that I want to see. I love that AB setup coming out of the boys in blue, but Ace is not happy with just that. He's gonna up the tempo, going right in for the challenge on Rain, taking him down, but then smartly backing up. He wants them to continue spawning over towards that Charlie side, or the C side of the map.
Right. Puts shots in, gets a kill, doubles back immediately, comes in from a different angle, gonna challenge Nick straight up front. Unfortunately for him, he got tagged up from behind. That pinch will take him out. Nick does have a stalker as well. Can reset C, can rotate over to B. At least think about it. You got Tusk out center here. A and C accounted for by eUnited. Tylenol sits in between it. And which way does he go here? Teammates already coming with him. As they look down the B stairs here, gonna map Sparty. Ace with a kill as well. Nick does get a trade, but all for these Rockets. Can't quite get out with them. They sit down bottom map now. And Nick, one of the few members in position to defend it.
Nick doing a great job of baiting those Rockets with the Stalker Rifle and doing maximum amount of damage, getting maximum amount of value out of that Stalker Rifle. Ace now going to try to stay alive. Excellent shots going in. Nick finally going to be shut down thanks to Tylenol. Meanwhile, Ryan was able to get away with the Rockets and use it immediately.
Ace, he jumps to the box and he's like, do I jump up? Wait a second, I'm going to be stuck in a clamber. Ryan doubles back immediately, shoots the rocket, kills him. And the awareness out of this man to come back and make sure he gets that kill. He's still cooking and still has a rocket in the chamber. Nick gonna provide some cover fire, but not enough of it, apparently. Where the heck did this sighting come from? Lands a rocket with some damage, we can't get anything else done.
Still deciding if he wants to stay alive with those Rockets. Luckily, he's able to waste them. Bulldog in the hands of Ace, but Spartan coming up over toward the B side. Spartan able to take down Tylenol off the screen, and Ace not aware of it. He's actually going to go down to one shot. He's going to be forced to back down. Meanwhile, Ryan taking down Tusk off the screen, and Spartan and friends eUnited up in the tempo, and they're able to steal away Bravo.
Ace held out with the angle until he lost his sighting, and then doubles back immediately, replaced with Tylenol. So nice little turn of events there just to stay alive and make it tough for them. Well, that happens. B and C held by eUnited. Slight advantage for them. Continuing to collect time. Tusk with the rotation through to sighting with the pickup. Still got to worry about a couple in the base here, and I like the rotation out to front. Sparty, the line of defense. Can he get some help? Tylenol there to clean it up. Tylenol in C, but Ryan Noob, he's going to be looking for him.
Ryan, where did the cleanup kill come from? That's what came from King Nick all the way over towards top A. What an angle coming out of King Nick and Ryan Noob. Meanwhile, rocket launchers coming up real soon here. Ace holding down the B stairs. Nades are starting to fly out. Nobody dead just yet. Rockets are up. Ace is going to try to commit to them.
Ace first one in for the Rocks. Teammate there is deciding to help him out. Should be a rocket launcher in their hands. Going to chase down Ryan Noob, make sure he doesn't get away in red. As he tries to peek out, Ace gonna slide under the nade and in for the melee. Spawners up in C-side, Rockets already going straight through into the base, and Ace gonna enter right into the bullets of Rain. Fortunately for him, but that type of damage, that type of pressure gonna slow these boys down as they try to get out of low map.
Space Station Gaming able to steal away the lead. It's going to be the first team to approach the 100-point mark. Here's Tylenol going in for the challenge. The nade not able to trade off kills. Nick staying alive. And now you're having Rain taking down Deciding, and they're going after B.
Rain and eUnited starting to speed up a little bit. Space Station push back into A. How do they rotate to get out of this situation here? Spartan, I mean, look at the situation he's in. Getting collapsed on by two angles. Ryan tries to pick up the pieces, but Tylenol and Ace working together so efficiently to clean up those kills. Rain gonna come in, does a couple, or does some damage, good damage, picks up a kill, can't get a second. And all while that happens, Ace can collect C, and he's got a stalker to work with too.
Excellent job by Tylenol to stay alive, but getting tagged up by multiple targets, and Ryan is going to be awarded the double kill on that one. Ace going to try to sneak in, but his team is 2 down. This is not going to work out. eUnited are way too aware. Great job for them stopping the Bravo push. Excellent reset. eUnited are now poised to make a run.
Definitely some progress out of them. Still the lead on the side of Space Station. If they can move quickly and break this setup, they can stop the comeback short. They might not be able to. Tylenol gonna try his hand here, right up through Red Room. Doesn't quite catch Rain as he slides by. Can he get around him though? Can't do enough damage to trade with the melee. Rain, red barred, gonna live as he gets back to B. That's a BA hold, a lead on the side of eUnited, and they got the map in their hands too.
And the Rocket gonna fly in out of nowhere, allowing Spartan to get the easy cleanup kill, utilizing the assault rifle. Now going in for the challenge on Ace, gets the assist, but deciding coming in for the cleanup. 2 down goes Space Station Gaming. Make that a 3rd player going down. eUnited are winning their individual pips.
Like a long-lost couple, the team is holding hands. Look at them pushing the base together. They got the Rockets. They got multiple BRs just aimed as they make their way through. The bait and switching so damn strong. Woo. And when they're not baiting and switching, they're just straight up not missing. Nick gonna come in with a perfect kill. Gets the delay onto A, can't quite reset it, so Ace will at least walk away with it. They'll collect B as well, and Space Station doing what they can to fend off the progress out of eUnited recently.
And all those Space Station Gaming were the first team to reach that 100 kill mark. eUnited were able to steal away the lead. However, Ace is getting that initial kill on Rain. All 4 players up for SSG, so they can hold on to this beautiful setup that they have here on A and B, and that time is ticking.
It's definitely ticking. Scoreline getting a little closer, though. Gonna keep things just about dead even in our game 3. 140 on the board. eUnited, they halt the timer. Gonna get a couple seconds for themselves. Not quite yet. That B has been stalled. Tusk with a massive pickup onto Rain. He can rotate through to C, but taking his time. Nick is waiting for him. Nades in. Can't quite do the damage just yet. Gonna continue to delay the situation because Nick is getting aggressive. Ooh. Tusk, he's got a handle on it though. Picks up the kill. There's a little more though. Ryan still in C. Tylenol out center here. See what they can do to fend things off, but that C still half capped. Time still in the favor of eUnited.
Deciding to get a little bit of a team date on Tylenol there, sadly, but doesn't slow him down whatsoever. The drop ball coming in, gonna absorb a little bit of damage. They're going in for the challenge on Spawn, but there's a second player there that's actually going to be Ryan Noob. Meanwhile, Rocket Launcher coming up any second, and Ryan Noob wants his paws on it.
Can they win the fight for the Rockets? We'll have to find out in just a second. Ryan Noob gonna lock things down from Arcade. Sight lines on to Rockets. Ace wants a piece, so does Tylenol. Well, they try to challenge. You got Ryan Noob just Rain tagging him. Ryan Noob waiting on the stairs. Nick holding it down from the Arcade. And then you got Sparty McFly, opposite side of the map, opposite perimeter. Despite it, Ace found his moment, found his opportunity. Almost didn't find his opportunity to shoot that rocket, but thankfully does get the kill from the grave. Is it enough to disrupt the setup, Tony? They gotta be quick. 2:29, they're 30 and counting every second. They lose is a second that they could lose the game here, Tony.
Ace was able to thread the needle with that rocket, and now we're on board with Ryan Noob coming out of eUnited. We're just baiting B, easy cleanup on deciding. Meanwhile, Ace able to take out the Nick off the screen here. Every second matters. It looks like they're able to steal it away, this SSG, but they have to be careful. They have to play near perfect Halo.
They got to play perfect, but Ryan Noob, look at this. When things get down to the wire like this, he plays it carefully, holds the sight line, gets the spree because of it. Points in their favor once again. They dive into A in a last-ditch effort to stop the timer here. Tylenol, he's alone, I believe, in A. Spartan's going to fly up on him. Cap does come through. Tylenol with a shot, he can drop him. Is it enough with the trade, though? Deciding already at B. He'll rotate through. Nick going to play carefully. Looking for someone to take. They have a little bit of time to work with a little bit of leeway to plan their attack. Space Station, they don't have the luxury.
Nick doing a great job of backing down and staying alive. Rain ends up spawning over towards the PD side of things, so he's not by himself. Actually having 3 players of eUnited hovering over towards PD, but somehow trying to defend SSG. That's the Bulldog coming. It's going to be easy kill come out of Ryan Noob. Nick taking down Deciding, but Tylenol gets a clutch kill.
That might be it, though. Ryan Noob with the double. Another one dropped as well. They don't have the resources. 45 and counting. Somebody's got to get in the hill. Can they make it to B? Can they make it to A? They cannot. 250 to close out our game 3. 250 to 169. A 3-0 in the series overall. And, man, eUnited, they just seem to find a way, right? Space Station started that one out strong. They had a lead, I want to say, for the first half of the game, but at some point, eUnited, they found their footing. They managed to lock it down.
Yeah, eUnited a top team, and I mean, SSG is as well, but apparently there's levels to this. eUnited have to be a tick above. They're going to be moving forward into the winners bracket semifinals after that big win on SSG.
So moving into winners bracket semifinals, they win that, they can guarantee their placement top 3. For now, they're top 6. I believe, is what they've earned. So eUnited, top 6 placing, looking great, of course. SSG still in the tournament, gonna drop down to lower bracket. The only worry here is lower bracket is sweaty as hell, right? You got Sentinels in lower bracket, you got SSG in lower bracket, I think Ascend is in there still as well. You got Quadrant that just dropped down there. Every single team, a very high caliber roster, and anything can happen. And that's honestly the beauty of it, is we're down to the wire. I think that's it as far as matches for Saturday. We got BTB Bonanza going on beside us. It's been wild, by the way, that the audience freaking out. I would love to see what's going on. Team Golden Boy, Team Walshy facing off currently. Golden Boy is apparently up 1-0. In case you are not aware in the chat, you should have this open, by the way. 2 tabs open, multi-twitch it. Golden Boy's up 1-0 in the series, 2-0 in flag, and I think Golden Boy is up 1-0 from last time.
Yeah, Golden Boy is our returning champion going up against Walshy, and he was able to eat that beautiful cake. And let's find us an eating a beautiful cake with this a wonderful tournament we have here, because I know eUnited moving to the semifinals. I believe they're going to go up against Pioneers for the rights to make it to the winners finals. Why don't we throw that bracket on screen here, and let's see what we got. So, yes, eUnited going up against Pioneers. The winner of that moving right into winners finals, like you said, earning themselves top 3. On the other side of things, Optic and Cloud9, so much rivalry there. I mean, I bring back to the old Optic Splice days, kind of. I can't wait for those 2 teams to go at it. This is going to be an amazing championship Sunday.
Man, this is your Sunday winner's side, right? I believe we have 8 teams left in this tournament at this point. We must, we'll take a look at lower bracket in a second. I don't think that's fully finalized just yet, so we might actually not be able to take a look at it. But as far as the winners, that's clear. We got it on screen. Currently in top 4 positions. Don't have lower bracket just yet. That will be settled by tomorrow. But Optic Gaming, Cloud9, like you said, that is the match to watch. And maybe the match to start today, so you better wake up early. That's going to be one to view for sure. And then Pioneers, eUnited as well. We have several other teams in the mix still. And anyone could pop off at any moment. You got FaZe in there too. A lot of great talent. I can't wait to see how it all goes down. Tony, it's been a hell of a day of Halo.
It really has. It really has. And yeah, we'll talk about the lower bracket later on, but I mean, it's really about the winner bracket, because I mean, we all know if you make it to the grand finals throughout the winners bracket, you have that advantage going into the grand finals as any team that makes it out of the losers finals. So it's really all about the winners bracket, in my opinion. I think I would say whoever comes out in grand finals via the winners bracket are going to be my favorites to take the whole tournament.
I think that's fair to say, Tony. It's been a hell of a day. Been a hell of a tournament so far, man. We had honestly, I want to say high fives all around, or if anything, I'll just give you props for casting with me. But we made it through with very few, not to go into this, but technical issues, right? We didn't have any disconnects. We had one, I think, earlier on.
Yeah.
Every single game has been smooth. All of a sudden, we're back on a roll here. So with that as a precedent, I can't wait for Sunday. It's going to be incredible. Hopefully you tune in. We've got elimination bracket round 3, I believe, to start the day. And then we got winners coming up. Some of the best teams ever in Halo going to be competing to take that title, the first title in Halo Infinite. Man, it's a long road ahead of us, and I can't wait to get there. And I'm sure, or I hope, you're with us on that journey. Going to be a hell of a journey. Anyway, that's all for tonight. So have a good night. Thank you for tuning in, and tomorrow we'll be back with more Halo. We'll see you there. Have a good night.